Saratoga.
Everything this summer has led to this. DraftKings Travers Week at Saratoga. First of 15 stakes races, a marathon named in honor of the oldest Grade 1 winner in Saratoga history, John's Call. Cathkin Peak is the favorite, just claimed, now flying under the banner of Saratoga's leading owner, the Flying P Stable. And in just 4 days, the filly, the champ, the favorite, something has to give in the 155th running of the DraftKings Travers. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. Danny Gargan trains the Travers favorite, Dornick. Belmont Haskell winner. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun's out, the Spa on Wednesday, DraftKings Travers Week. A stellar late summer afternoon. All set for another great week of thoroughbred racing. Horses in the sun-splashed paddock for the opener. And that Travers canoe donning those Arcangelo colors for just a few more days. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting time to be a horse racing fan with this historic Travers on the horizon. What will Torpedo Anna do against the boys on Saturday? But we still have 3 days and included lots of live racing coming your way. We mentioned 15 stakes races this week. The first you'll see is that John's Call coming up, and it's early, race number 3. In fact, the only turf race this afternoon, the field. Marathon indeed, mile and 5/8. Restriction for those who have not won a Grade 1 or Grade 2 event this year on grass. Number 2, as mentioned, Cathkin Peak. Number 2 is, and the winner is, number 6, Cathkin Peak, 2-1 morning line favorite. I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Gentlemen, the bad news, just one turf race this afternoon. Significant rain over the last couple of days. The good news, the John's Call, still on grass.
Yeah, we kept the John's Call on turf. There was torrential rain on quite a few occasions on Monday. I know because I got caught in it each time it poured and poured. So unfortunately, we are off except for the John's Call. But happy to be running the John's Call to mile and 5/8. A race that's so easy to win. He won it once.
Even he won it once. Raj, what is one of the biggest differences, one of the biggest challenges for a rider riding in a race this far in distance?
Well, this kind of distance isn't a regular occurrence. We don't usually have these day-to-day races, so for many of these horses and riders, it's kind of something that you hardly get to do, and so you don't even know how the horse is going to react. There's only a couple of horses in this race that's even run close to these kind of distances, so to be able to adjust to this kind of dynamics is the most difficult part of it.
We used to run a mile and 5/8 stake called the Seneca here for many, many years, and that sort of went by the wayside, and the John's Call reappeared.
It's cool, though. The oldest Grade 1 winner in the history of Saratoga. His legacy honored today. Let's dive a little deeper and start with, and the winner is a second start for Chad Brown. The first didn't go so well here, Andy, and the winner is, and Joel Rosario having some issues trying to find room to operate.
As you can see sort of behind horses, I mean, Joel never stops riding, but he's looking to get that seam, and right here he thinks he's going to get it, and then the 3 comes over and it completely shuts the door on him, and a frustrating situation. Now, he was never winning the race. First of all, he wasn't beating Major Dude, who came back and ran our 4-star Dave, but he was also coming off of basically a 14-month layoff, and if Chad Brown thinks he can stretch out, I'll trust in him.
John's Call, again, it's early, race number 3, about 2:18 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Post-parade for the opener in a moment. That first race kicks off the early pick 5, 6 minutes out. No turf racing except the John's Call. Race 4 starts the pick 6. Main track is fast. Mellon turf course is good for the John's Call. Still haven't joined? Don't wait till Saturday. Sign up today. Get involved. NYRABets.com. When you do so, you're going to use that promo code SPOT250. Take advantage. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now. NYRABets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Field for the first of 9 off the turf on the main track, hence all the defections. 1 to 4. Wow. Protective, the favorite here. Maidens at the Travers distance of 1.25 miles. Let's meet the field. You're looking at number 2, Il Siciliano, a second career start on dirt.
His only dirt race leave a lot to be desired, but it wasn't his debut. If you're willing to forgive that, maybe he has a chance.
Protective ran in the Belmont Stakes.
A big favorite here, highly expected winner. Probably this is just a formality going around.
No such thing as a sure thing, Raj. Number 8, Accidental Bid, first of 2, entered main track only.
And that gives you a little bit of hope that they wanted it off the turf, and he's gelded for this race, so if a second in his debut.
Elko County, not the most important race Kenny McPeek will be a part of this week.
I'm sort of surprised that this horse is not isn't a shorter price and is the same price as the 8, because this is a horse that's actually run credibly on the dirt before, and it seems like a very logical other horse. Now, I don't think Protective is going to lose this race. I don't want to say anything's a fait accompli, but I don't disagree with Raj that Protective is an extraordinarily likely winner of this race.
Early pick 5 starts here. Maidens off the turf, post time 5 minutes as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast standing by front side Acacia. So who looks ready to graduate with this reduced field of maidens in the first race?
Well, unfortunately, if you're trying to go against the short price favorite in Protective, I just think he looks best. He looks best on paper, and he looks best here in the flesh as well. Did break away from the pony and get a big warm-up out there on the track with Dylan Davis in the saddle as well. Now, do take note, Protective is the type of horse that in his races sometimes can drift pretty significantly. Back in a maiden race at Tampa in March, he was disqualified for lugging in. We saw him lug in the Wood Memorial, in the Belmont. He was lugging in and out a little bit as well. He's gotten better, though. I don't think he really did it last time. He was a little bit wide in the first turn as well. It's a Miracle, won that race pretty impressively, and it was a fast race as well. So I think Protective is a horse that's improving. He does have a little bit of turf pedigree, but obviously has shown that it just has the class as far as the dirt races are concerned, and he looks tremendous out on the track. Now, the number 9, Elko County, is, as Andy mentioned, a big price. I mean, the 2, Il Siciliano, is fine, but I prefer a horse who is meant for the main track. Elko County, one thing you can say about him is that in his most recent work, he was a workmate of Travers contender Torpedo Anna. Now, Kenny McPeek had hoped that they would stay together, and she far outworked him. But he was a horse that was one that was training well enough to be put in with her. And he just has the size, the scope, the demeanor of a horse that wants to go long. So I don't have any problems with him getting the distance. Julian Leperoux took him away from the pony as well and warmed him up nicely. Very laid back in the paddock. But with these kind of marathon type races, that's what you want to see as well. You want them to be laid back, save all their energy for this longer distance, and especially in a short field, very much a rider's race. And he is one that does tend to come from off of it. The 8, Accidental Bid, is a little bit of a wild card in here. He's the only one of the field that's actually stayed with the pony for a warm-up, but he comes back as a gelding. He only has 1 start to his name so far versus the others who have run several times, and he's a horse that I remember first time out was very bad loading. He was hard to get into the gate, even though he was well built, just a bit green. And so for that gelding, that can really help him mentally, and he's acting like you want to see a horse that's stretching out act. I don't have any problems with him getting the distance. He looks tremendous here for Jeremiah Englehart. Obviously, he's a big unknown. He finished second after breaking slowly against New York Bred Maiden Special Weight Company going a mile, so he has to prove some things, but he's a bit intriguing to me, and I do think the gelding will help him to take a step forward, Lafitte.
Solid meat trainer Maya Englehart. Acacia will circle back to Accidental Bid, but you're looking at the favorite in Protective, trained by Todd Pletcher, looking on. Fierceness, the champ, as he looks to rack up what would be a 3rd Travers victory on Saturdays, and those very colors for owner Mike Rapoli. As for Protective, his latest opening weekend, he's 4-5 facing maidens, not in the Belmont Stakes. Protective, Andy, here and just can't catch. It's a miracle.
Now listen, to be fair, he's been a bit of a money burner at times, and the one sort of worrisome race is that bad performance at Tampa at 3-5 in March. But this is a horse that's running speed figures that don't beat this field. They beat him by a city block. He's close to a fait accompli, as you say. They run the races. It's why they run them. We've seen a lot of horses look like they couldn't lose on paper win. What I want to talk about was why he was entered in this race. And I don't know, but this is just a guess. And maybe Acacia can ask Todd Pletcher if this horse wins about this. Obviously, when they entered a 1 3/8 turf race, they had the chit that if it comes off the turf, he was going to be an overwhelming favorite. But he has turf pedigree. The second dam, there's very good turf pedigree. And we run a 1 3/8 turf race for 3-year-old colts, the Jockey Club Derby or something back at Aqueduct. And I kind of wondered if Todd looked at the pedigree, knows this horse can handle a distance, and thought, why don't I put him in? If it comes off, I'm going to win in all likelihood. If he can't win this race, I don't know what they do with him. And if it's on the turf, maybe he's a turf horse, and we can point towards that race. And I'd almost be wondering, is even if he wins that race, would they be interested in sort of keeping that? Because there aren't a lot of U.S. horses that can get a 1 3/8 of the turf. So far, the 3-year-olds we're seeing on the turf in these Saratoga and Belmont Derbies are not particularly strong. And I wonder if they're thinking that could be a really good race to go in. And that was their thought process in entering a 1 3/8 of the turf.
But one thing for sure, this horse has shown, he doesn't have any distance limitations. He keeps on running like the more distance will be better. And they don't card a lot of 1 3/8 dirt races. So for me, I believe that they're looking to get distance. That's what why they put him in this race to begin with. And like you said, and if it comes off the dirt, he's 1-9 on paper.
On the board.
You know, I know it's only a 4-horse field. It might be a cut and dry situation with a 1-9 shot, but I think there's something fun about this race. That Elko County is in there, because if you watch last week's workout with Torpedo Anna, this is her workmate. Elko County was the chestnut that was running with Torpedo Anna. Couldn't really keep up, but it's interesting to know that he's in here.
I'm wondering if he's getting a little tired of getting his butt kicked.
And that he
by
did.
a girl.
That he did. He got beat by Torpedo Anna.
Elko County. And for Frank Miramati, a run through here at 1 1/4 Travers distance on Saturday. The distance of this first of 9 races as we get set to kick off Travers Week. Good crowd on hand, gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. Final check of the tote board doesn't get any lower. 1-9 Protective. For Team Fierceness, Rapoli, Pletcher. Frank Miramati with the call. Post time, race 1 live from the spa on Fox Sports 2.
Good afternoon, Lafitte and our audience. First one to load in. A little fidgety behind the gate is Il Siciliano. Goes in. The aforementioned 1-9 Protective comes up. The front of the gate is open for Accidental Bid. Maybe these two, numbers 2 and 8, can see the tote board and what they're facing here. Elko County will be the last one. They're in the gate. And they're off, and a pretty bad stumble for Il Siciliano. A quick start for Accidental Bid, who will vie and take the lead. Elko County comes away in second. Protective covered up in third, taken in hand, 3 lengths off the lead. And Il Siciliano has 5 to make up and is headstrong, moving up quickly now on the outside of Protective. So they move into the first turn, and it is Accidental Bid. Accidental Bid leads it by 2 lengths. With Elko County in second, the opening quarter in a soft 25 3/5 seconds. Protective taken to the outside to stay out of harm's way, 3.5 lengths off the lead, and Il Siciliano is at the back of the field. Accidental Bid left alone on the front end, has it a 1.5 lengths. With Elko County in second, right next to Protective, who's in the clear while third. They head toward the 5/8 pole, the half in 52 2. Il Siciliano continues to trail. Accidental Bid, 3/4 length over Elko County, and Protective just a 1.5 lengths off the pace in third. 2 more back to Il Siciliano as they get closer to the half-mile pole. Accidental Bid has been the controlling speed. Protective starting to get closer on the outside. Elko County in between them. Il Siciliano has trailed throughout, coming to the 3/8 pole. 6 furlongs and 17 2. Accidental Bid. Here's Protective now. And Protective on even terms, puts his head in front. Accidental Bid's trying to make him work for it. But now Protective has let it out a notch. Makes a wide sweeping bid for the lead, takes command, opens up 2. Accidental Bid trying his best to hold second. In the center of the track, Il Siciliano, and in between them, Elko County. They're in the final furlong. Protective 3-length lead. Elko County, Il Siciliano, second and third. It's Protective in front by 2, and Protective takes care of business. Wins it by 2 lengths. Elko County in a photo over Il Siciliano, and then Accidental Bid.
A fashionable way for Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher to kick off Travers Week. Protective, the odds-on favorite, graduates. For Pletcher, just another day at the office, just another trip to the Saratoga Winner's Circle, but got dicey for a few strides, and what an effort from El Siciliano.
I'm going to say, this is not what you'd call winning like a 1-to-9 shot should, and maybe Todd's thinking, I'm wondering if turf is his future, because he didn't win this race as easily as I think we thought he would.
That look in Todd's face was like, yeah, we won today, but where do we go from here? But just, the likely expected horse to win, he was all out to do so, though, winning by 2 lengths. And
we're kind of wondering if it would have been a little different.
How well did El Siciliano run?
If Il Siciliano had not had such an eventful start, Raj.
This
That's
was an
one way to describe
extreme
it.
stumble.
There's stumbles, and then there's that.
Yeah, it took
was
a
the whole
nose
thing,
dive
but-
to the ground, and it lost at least 5 lengths. He lost by only 3 lengths, so that could
There
have
is
been
an
a big
argument
that.
that this would have been a very different race had the two not stumbled that badly at the start. And even if we show the pan of it, you can see just how bad it was. And I don't think it's exaggerating to say it cost him 3, 4, 5 lengths.
What happened, Raj?
Absolutely not. And when he breaks here, he just trips coming out of the gate, loses his footing, and that stumble absolutely put him behind. And at extremely slow pace as well.
It's Castellano at Saratoga at 1.25 miles. Never count him out. Dylan Davis, though, the winning pilot. Protective, trained by Todd Pletcher, standing by with Acacia.
As Protective finally gets his picture taken, a well-deserved maiden win, Todd. But he was actually entered for the turf. Was it hoping we'd come off, or still thinking maybe grass might be in the future?
We certainly didn't mind when it came off, but we were planning to run on the turf. He's got quite a bit of pedigree, especially through his second dam on the turf. He's proven to be a useful horse on the dirt, but I think if he's going to make a move forward, it's going to need to be on the turf.
For the company that he's kept, though, it's be good to see him get the win today.
Yeah, he deserves that. He kind of got a little bit lost the first time he found himself on the lead in his life, so I was glad to see him polish it off.
Coming up in the John's Call, you'll send out 6-, trying to get back to the winner's circle, but distance definitely seems to be his friend.
Yeah, he loves the distance. Probably won't mind a little cut in the ground, so looks like a little bit of a paceless race. Maybe he'll find himself a little closer today and hopefully can carry through.
Thanks, Todd. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Start of a big week for trainer Todd Pletcher. Fierceness in the Travers. A victory here. Protective. 1-9. 4-9. 2-8 results. When we come back, plus Kenny McPeak and Sonny. He's won the Travers before. In a dead heat, golden ticket, 33-1. Torpedo Anna won't be 33-1, but she is the story. We can't wait to see what happens on Saturday in the DraftKings Travers. Neither can Sonny.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance to witness Super Filly Torpedo Anna take on the Belmont Stakes winner Dornick and the boys in the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 24th at Saratoga. Buy now at NYRA.com/Travers.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
beautifully bred colt by Medaglia d'Oro. His mom, Grace Hall, protective, graduates in the 7th career start.
Grace Hall was named for the old-time gym on the campus at Lehigh, where Mike Caruso, who was one of her owners, was a very, very well-known wrestler back in his day. And Mike Dubb and Mike Caruso raced her many years ago. Tony Dutrow trained her. And Raj was talking to me about Grace Hall. He said, "You remember her?" And I remember the actual Grace Hall.
Protective, the favorite in the first at Saratoga. No easy segue, nor should there be. Very sadly, on Monday, the racing world learned of the passing of John Hendrickson. He was married to Mary Lou Whitney for more than 2 decades, the queen of Saratoga, and he too was a great friend to the sport, a hero to the backstretch community. The public outpouring has been overwhelming. John Hendrickson, greatly missed, tremendous loss, but a life to be celebrated.
Gentlemen, the New York Racing Association mourns the sudden passing of John Hendrickson this past Monday at the age of 59. John was an important civic leader who devoted much of his life to the Saratoga and horse racing communities. He was the longtime husband of Mrs. Mary Lou Whitney and most recently served as the board chair of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. John and Mary Lou campaigned 2004 Belmont Stakes and Travers winner Birdstone under the Mary Lou Whitney Stables banner. A major philanthropist, John's passion was the Saratoga backstretch community and, with his wife, he launched the Saratoga Backstretch Appreciation Program, as well as funded the construction of a new backstretch healthcare clinic as a tribute to Mary Lou. Numerous organizations throughout Saratoga Springs benefited from John's generosity and leadership over the years, including Saratoga Hospital, the Saratoga Performing Arts Center, and the National Museum of Dance. At this time, we ask that you please stand and join us for a moment of silence in memory of John Hendrickson.
Gone far too soon. John Hendrickson, who did so much for so many, meant so much to so many. Andy, for viewers watching, perhaps not as familiar with who he was, what he did over the years for the racing community, the backstretch community, what should they know about John Hendrickson?
Well, probably that he was a really good guy. I mean, I think that's really important, obviously. But he was so devoted to Mary Lou all those years, and you really saw it with him, and we saw it in some of those pictures, how much he was with her all the time, at her side all the time. But he also carried on her philanthropy when she passed away, and Mary Lou's devotion and John's devotion to the backstretch, being involved in the Sunday night dinners, the bingo games on Wednesday, it's unparalleled. And he continued on. He was a huge influence on the Hall of Fame as well. Across the street from here, did an enormous amount to move things forward over the last 7 years in his stewardship. But he's also somebody that's incredibly popular with so many people in racing. I ran into the Oxleys last night, Jack and Debbie Oxley, and they were extremely upset, as were so many. They had been so close to him. They had just talked to him recently and seen him, as so many had. And it's such a shock to lose somebody that young and vibrant that many, many people know. And he touched the lives of so many people. And that's what the best thing you can say about somebody is that they touch the lives of many people. And it's very true in John's case. And you see him there with Mary Lou. But most of us around the racetrack got to know John to some extent. And I wasn't close to him, but I knew him quite a bit and always shared a laugh with him every time I saw him. And he just came across a really good guy. And I remember one time, going into the paddock, we were walking in, and the guy asked him for ID, and I started to say, "This is John Hendrick," and John said, "He's doing his job." And a lot of people aren't like that going into the paddock, and that was who John Hendrickson was in a lot of ways, and he'll be greatly missed. And I hope so much that people can pick up the slack, and it's an enormous amount of slack being left by his absence and leaving, and his devotion to the many people around the racetrack. The many people around the racetrack, they're the people that made racing go, but the people that just don't get seen by the general public, the people on the backstretch. And John was such a huge part of the community, and he left us way too soon.
Very well said. You mentioned the Hall of Fame, so let's start there with Kate Masterson, the director of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, echoing the sentiments of so many.
It's a huge loss for the entire racing community and the Saratoga Springs community. In 2017, he became the chairman of the board of directors, and he just made the museum his mission. He wanted to have the best sports hall of fame in the country, and after 7 years of his leadership, we are pleased and we believe that we do have that. John Hendrickson was fun. He was fun, he was friendly, he was joyful to be around. He would, support the museum staff in any decision we had, and he was just a dear friend to so many, including myself.
I had a long relationship with John. Got married to Mary Lou in 1997. They came back one evening, believe it or not. Did a little investigating back here, and they saw how it was. I said, I told you. And he said, boy, we got to do something about that. And they put their heads together. In no time, they had this incredible scenario going on, and dinners and this and that. He had a sense of humor, as people knew. The last couple of years, I don't think he was the same. He wasn't himself. But I used to had a lot of fun with him that way. And just a lot of things that we had in common, believe it or not. But I think the last few years, I guess he missed Mary Lou a lot, and just wanted to be with her.
Just an overwhelming outpouring from all corners of the industry. John Hendrickson, greatly missed, massive loss, but again, a life to be celebrated, gone at the age of 59.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
$1 million in a hair, $1 million, $1,000,000 a pay, $1,400,000 a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. What color will that canoe be Sunday morning? Travers on Saturday. Fox along with 4 other Grade 1 events. This, not a Grade 1 event. New York Red Maidens, sprinters. 3/4 of a mile dash, and while number 9 is the favorite at 2-1 in Sacrosanct. Acacia, we're going to start with number 7, Bold Fortune. What are you seeing from the Central Banker first-time starter?
Yes, Lafita, I thought I'd just go in numerical order. So starting off with that daughter or son of, of Central Banker for George Weaver. George always dangerous with 2-year-old first-time starters. This one is a full brother to Stakes Place Walk With Me, who was a dirt sprinter, did win at the age of 2 as well. Does come in off the back of a gate workout in which, looking at the DRF Clocker report, he was slightly second best in company and has had a little bit of trouble maybe getting out of the gate as quickly as you would have liked to see. But a horse that looks very well spotted as a dirt sprinter, very powerful, came in with the training saddle on, as you'll often see from this barn. Another tactic to try and keep a horse settled, especially it won't be as much of a jarring adjustment when they put the racing tack on a young, inexperienced horse's back. But he's handled everything very professionally so far. Like I said, very powerful looking. Maybe could get just a little bit more defined in his barrel with racing, but overall, I do like what I see from Bold Fortune. It's Dylan Davis will look to sweep the early double. The number 8, Sacrosanct, who comes in for the number 9, and is currently the favorite. Went 10 flat at the Timonium Maryland 2-year-old sale back in May, and that is a quick workout over at Timonium because it's a conventional dirt track. It's not synthetic, as you'll see at the OBS sales in Ocala. So you'll typically see 10-1, 10-2 a little bit more frequently. So to see a 10 flat work is a fast work. Visually, I thought it was okay. Was maybe a little bit green, kind of swapping leads throughout, but overall, a good workout, and especially the fact that the time does suggest that there is ability. Now, Honest Mischief, a horse that seemed to have his progeny sell quite well, particularly at 2-year-old sales, is 0 for 14 with this progeny so far. But I've seen too many that are too good looking for me to completely give up on him just yet. And this horse is incredibly physically mature, well developed, everything that you'd want to see from a favorite in a 2-year-old race. This one was going easily in the workouts with debut winner Immersive, so has been showing and tipping his hand in the mornings that there could be some talent there, and I see it here in the flesh as well. The 10, Toga Life, is a first-time starter for Jeremiah Englehart by Complexity, who has been absolutely very impressive with his 2-year-olds on the track this year. 6 for 21 for 28% with first-time starters. And this gelding, you can watch his last workout on XVTV, in which he was in blinkers and with an unraced 2-year-old, but just going much better than that competition. So he debuts with blinkers on, which sometimes for 2-year-olds for me can be a little bit of a negative, but he has been training in them and seemed like he, again, was much stronger in the mornings. Is wearing a full cheek snaffle, so kind of those bars on the side of the bit. And I've seen him use this bit, Jeremiah, before, and Fuega comes to mind with a horse that he used it on, again, providing the rider with a little bit more control. He is a little bit spooky, a little bit distracted here in the paddock. I'm going to keep my eyes on him because I was very intrigued by him at first, but hopefully he can keep things together mentally and show in the afternoons, but he's shown a little bit of ability in the mornings. Lafitte?
Complexity, Acacia, Vacoma, like next level. Incredible stats. First-time starter, Sires. We'll see what Toga Life does in his debut. We'll see what these 3-year-olds do in Saratoga's marquee event on Saturday. DraftKings Travers, mile and a quarter, $1.25 million purse. Dornick, number 7, 5-2 morning line favorite. Co-favorites, the Champ and the Filly. Fierceness and Torpedo. Anna, we start with her. Ladies first in her tour de force, Raj, in the coaching club American Oaks.
And this is what she does. She has been crushing her division. It was stylish, and we see her coming on off the turn here into the stretch, just pulling away with utmost ease once Jockey Brian Hernandez cued her.
After breaking poorly.
Exactly, because what we didn't see was in the beginning, she broke poorly. She had to overcome some adversity, and that's what's so remarkable about this filly. It doesn't matter what you throw at her, what happens. She has had so many reasons to find excuses to lose races, but yet she finds ways to win it.
She doesn't just win, she dominates. And I think you look at that race and you look at Candide, who, with all due respect, was unlucky to lose the Alabama. She should have won the Alabama. And even if you don't think that, she lost it by a nose. So, and she's beating her up like she's a 10 claimer. And I agree with Raj. She hasn't had a single start this year where she's had a good trip, right? I mean, she was wide around the track at Oakland, crushed the field. Kentucky Oaks, she got involved in the wicked fast pace. Ways and Means, who is a tremendous horse who won our Grade 1 test. she put her away and beat her by almost a dozen lengths.
Just FYI.
Then she duel with Just FYI, last year's two-year-old champion. Just FYI has been seen since. That's how bad it was. I mean, she's breaking the hearts of good horses, and then in that race
She's
she
run out of
stumbled at the start.
competition. That's why she's here.
Right now, I'm going to be honest with you. I'd have run her in the Alabama if she was mine. I'd have won the Alabama, and I'd taken it. But I'll tell you something. I make fun of Ken McPeak, but he has made this meet at Saratoga and this Travers a lot more exciting by having the courage to run in this race.
She got the worst of the post draw, though, the one post, because many of her races she hops at the start. That's going to be something.
She's broken badly? I haven't seen her break badly out in the last race.
Yes, she clearly hopped at the start.
Last time she did. I haven't seen it.
She can't make that mistake again, clearly. It has been done before, back when like dinosaurs roamed the earth, back 1915, the most recent, with Lady Rotha. It has been done before.
I was there that day.
We're due.
I missed the exacta. What I'd say about her is she may lose this race. I agree with you about the draw, but I don't think if she loses this race, it will be because of the draw. That's my opinion.
Dornick, 5-2 morning line favorite, Belmont winner, Haskell winner, and loves nothing more than to get into a street ball.
And he is the leader of the division at this point. He has won the 2 Grade 1s, something the others have not been able to do. And he's done it the right way, Raj. I mean, I never gave him the credit he deserved going into the last 2 races. You have to give it to him now. He had every reason to lose both the Belmont Stakes and the Haskell, and yet he persevered and beat a good horse in mind frame.
Gritty, gutsy, loves to fight. And what I think about him, he doesn't look flashy because he's the kind of horse that he just does enough to get the job done. So he's never really fully extended. And he doesn't pull away 5 or 6 cents from his competition because he's almost wanting to fight. He wants him to engage him, and that's when he really digs in and shows his best.
And he's also doing it in a similar way to Torpedo Anna in that they're on his paces. He's not a horse that's going out and walking around the racetrack and repelling challenges. He likes a fight, and he keeps coming back for this. And this is I mean, they're not the only 2 in here. There's a lot of talent.
If he goes down, he's taking you with him.
These 2 are good.
That breeze for furlongs, 47.65, thanks to our friends at XPTV. That was on Saturday. And for horses that have gone from the Haskell to the Travers Winner's Circle, a 7 time, but not for a long time. Point given the most recent. There have been a lot of duds of Haskell winners that have come here for the Travers and just no-show.
With Magic favored the Travers, a complete no-show in there. Tough to do, and Point given the last one to do it. He was pretty good.
The stakes schedule, up to your standards?
I'm good. I'm good. I got an upsetter in the Sword Dancer. I got an upsetter in the Ballerina. I got a small upsetter in the Forgo.
How much better the news today? Alan Jerkins, Bookham Dano, Saratoga bound.
Thrilled that he's coming. I'm friendly with Connections. I heard from them early this morning he was running, and as I had said to one of them, you'd be a fool not to be considering running him at Charlestown. Your trainer would be irresponsible not to be considering running there. But they've made the choice, and it's a gutsy one to come here and run here, and we're thrilled.
Every horse in that race is my top pick when I handicapped it.
Each one of the Grade 1 events live on Fox this Saturday. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. Back to the live racing here. Post-parade, Palmisio, 37-1 outsider.
No money for this first-time starter right now that doesn't have much pedigree from Run Race Dam.
New York-bred 2-year-olds, then chasing Colton, and Arad Ortiz leading rider takes over.
Has experience with 2 starts and looks to have some speed, but don't love his races.
Number 4, Skytown, a Delphi Racing Club first-time starter.
Seems like it might be a starting point for this one, not showing that much flashiness in the workouts in the morning.
Katie Davis aboard, then scheduling dude, Michael Caruso, Michael Dubb debuting Colt.
Could this be a little under-the-radar horse going out? Uncle Junior for Soprano fans, the dam of this horse? How does a dam get named Uncle Junior?
I don't know, but there's a good documentary on Sopranos coming out.
Yeah,
there
I saw
is
that.
Bridge. You see that? 4th different
exciting.
rider in as many starts, Ricardo Santana.
2nd at Finger Lakes last time. We'll need to step it up from that race to make an impact on this.
Bold Fortune, number 7, Fortune Farm LLC, first-time starter.
Was an MTO and didn't run on last Friday in a race that came off the turf. Runs here for George Weaver. Not having his usual terrific Saratoga meet, but he's also had a lot of seconds.
Contender, Joker on fire.
Was heavily bet first time out, highly regarded. Broke slow, then chased the pace and didn't run up to standards. Maybe that race will be, you can improve off.
Money showing up was
my
key.
top choice, yeah.
4-1. Then the favorite, Sacrosanct. Yet another fresh face. There he is.
You know, Acacia brought up on Talking Horses, we're waiting for the Honest Mischiefs to win. I think she said they're 0 for 14 so far. That doesn't condemn him, but he's a horse that she had said she'd heard a lot of good things about as a freshman sire, and he just hasn't lived up to it.
We're not waiting for the Complexities to win. There's Toga Life, first-time starter by Complexity.
I mean, a hot first time starting stallion. They win at 23% in the debut. This one gets a good favorable outside post in the clear. One of the best spots you want when you have a horse with limited experience.
And who doesn't love toga life?
That's why we're here. It's why you love summers at Saratoga.
I just love
and
it
especially this week in particular, Travers Week, and these New York bred 2-year-olds. In 4 minutes, started the early pick 4. Skytown is out there somewhere, number 4 at 8-1. Adelphi Racing. Matt Cutter standing by with Acacia.
That's right, Lafitte, especially for partnerships. This week is very fun, as I'm pleased to be joined by Adelphi's Matt Couture. And Matt, tell us first a little bit about this horse, Skytown. What have you seen from him coming in for this debut?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme with him, as a beat almost just tried to sting me, a theme with him since we got him down to Ocala, we sent him to Nick Essler at Sandhurst. The first thing he told me about the horse was he was eager, like in the right way, just really wanted to do his job, not overzealous, but just wanted to train and wanted to run. When we sent it up to John Terranova, said the same thing. Katie's been on him a bunch in the mornings, said the same thing. So I think he's a horse that wants to do his job, and he's worked well, and I'm excited for his debut.
As I mentioned, partnership for the Adelphi partners and a great group that you have as well. How special is it being involved in races like this up here at the Spa during Saratoga?
I mean, it's always great to run here in Saratoga. This is a cool horse and a cool partnership for us because this is the first horse we've had with John Terranova as Adelphi. And I owned horses with him when I was with Sovereign Stables and the Gatsuses back in the day, and they did a great job, and we had so much fun. And a lot of the partners on this horse, from an Adelphi standpoint, were partners at Sovereign. And so just to have all those partners back involved in a horse with John and Tanya, it's just a really fun thing. And to debut up here is great.
And kind of been a marquee year for Adelphi as well.
Yeah, no, we've had a lot of success, especially thanks to your father-in-law and your husband, Miguel. Panda Gate's obviously literally taken us all over the world. And so it's been a lot of fun, and we've had some success up here, and we love having success at Aqueduct. It's been a good year, and hopefully we have a really good last couple weeks of the meet. I think we've got some live shots, especially hopefully on Sunday with Panda Gate.
I look forward to it. Good luck here, Matt.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Matt Couture, Adelphi Racing. There it is. Exciting here to see what Skytown does in his debut at Saratoga. Relatively cold on the board, though, here at 9-1.
Yeah, not taking much money. All the first-time action right now is on the 9, who the sucker next to me is all over. But I like the 8. I like the 8 Joker on Fire.
Lots to like.
This horse took an enormous amount of money. For a Bruce Levine firster to get bet like that, broke a little slowly, and Bruce is a trainer. When they get bet, there's smoke. There's smoke with Bruce. There's fire. So I know he tired chasing a very promising firster who's under whose radar, for I believe Mike Maker in there. And I just want to give this horse another chance. And I think with a clean break, you might see Javier send this horse to the front, and I'm going to take a shot that he wires the field. Joker on Fire, and that's kind of like people were saying at the card game the other night while you were taking all their money.
Yeah, come on, Andy, don't give away my secrets now. Keep my customers in.
What's the secret to sacrosanct? Where's all the confidence coming from?
So when I was looking at this race, I did not love the ones that have debuted already. They didn't really set my world on fire. And in these maiden races, these unknown horses, I usually tend to lean towards the DRF Clocker reports for my inside information. And what I read with the Sacronas, the way he's working, I was pretty impressed. The way he outworked debut winner Immersive and galloped out really well. I feel like this horse is just find the right spot for his debut, and he's got a lot of run in him.
Immersive beat Opens, and one of the reasons he was 10-1 that day was they didn't like how he'd been working. Now, obviously, part of it was because this horse was beating him. What I want to know, Raj, is what exactly sets your world on fire?
Angelina, my wife.
Well, everybody knows. Angie sets all her worlds on fire, Raj.
At the gate, race 2, and look at this. Just about 8 miles north of Saratoga is Grant's Cottage. President Grant, who arrived at the cottage June 16, 1885 to complete his memoirs, and then passed 6 weeks later. Today, guests can tour the cottage's 4 rooms that remain essentially the same and view floral arrangements that remain from Grant's August 4th funeral.
He was here for what, the last, about the 11th meet at Saratoga? Somewhere there?
Sounds about right.
Somewhere there, 15. There he is.
Spitting Image.
Yeah.
The history around Saratoga is so much more than a racing town.
I mean, the battlefields. I mean, if you haven't been to the battlefields, they're fun to go to. And obviously, the Battle of Saratoga considered one of the turning points in the Revolutionary War. And listen, Saratoga, it is a magical place, and obviously the track is a big part of that, but it's not just the track, and there's something for everyone here, and I got to tell you, there is no better place for me in life than Saratoga. I just find it such a joyous experience being here, Raj.
It's such a great value to have you on the set, someone that can bring first-hand experience to tell us about that time back in the days.
I was in high school back then. I had hair.
Especially this week, Travers Week. Up to Frank Mirmati. Post time for the second live from the spa.
Perfect segue to Joker on Fire loading. Scheduling dude. Goes in. Toga Life to the outside. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Chasing Colton is very fast away from the gate. And so is Joker on Fire. Joker on Fire takes a narrow lead. Skytown, Bold Fortune in the mix early. They're joined on the outside by Sacrosanctus, passing horses up to be third. Scheduling dudes, a handful along the inside in a tight spot, throwing his head around 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's a pretty big gap to Brink and Pamicio. The opening quarter in 22 and 2 for Joker on Fire, who takes him to the 3/8 pole, leading by a length. Sacrosanctus trying to close the gap and doing just that. Sacrosanct within a neck of the pacemaker as they come toward the quarter pole. At the rail, chasing Colton. Bold Fortune is racing in between horses. Skytown on the far outside, up to take third. Scheduling Dude is just behind this group. They have a 1/4 mile to go. Sacrosanct on the outside. Joker on Fire is back to second. A clear shot for Skytown coming after Sacrosanct, who opens up 2 at the 8th pole. They're followed by Bold Fortune, 46 flat for the half. Sacrosanct over on the rail, in charge by 3 over Skytown. And much respect for Sacrosanct, who was ready to roll. Scores by 3.5 lengths. Skytown second, Bold Fortune third, Joker on Fire was fourth.
Good as advertised. 8-5 at post time. The first time starter by Honest Mischief. There's the victory. Sacrosanct in the second at Saratoga.
Stalked the base, took over top of the stretch, and was best.
It's very important with these debuters having a good post draw. And I think it was very favorable for him to be drawn to the outside today because it took him a while to get going in the beginning. You can see jockey Manny Franco from the gate. He was hustling to get him into stride. There's a bigger bodied, bigger frame kind of horse that probably is going to even do better once he gets to run longer distances. If he was on the inside, he might have got shuffled back because he didn't have the early speed. But the post position was good. Manny kept him going on the outside, kept him in range, and once he leveled off, he just pulled away from his competition.
You liked him going in.
Loved him.
The easiest to win. Maybe not by
Spoke
14,
that 8-5
but
first
an
time starter out,
easy
Raj.
victory. How about we heard from Matt Kater pre-race at Delphi Racing and the bang-up second place finish from Skytown in his debut.
He did run well in here. He was professional in there, got the job done. Katie Davis, not the job done, but did a good job to get second under Katie Davis and ran well in there. My 8, I got the trip I wanted. Javier got him the lead. He just wasn't good enough in here. And kind of tough when you get sort of swallowed up by a horse who's much the best, like Sacrosanct was. But Skytown clearly ran well in finishing second here at a big price.
You're not going to get 12-1 on Skytown next time. He's going to be way lower than that after that good performance he put in.
8-5 shots and that kind of potent information.
I'm 2 for 2. I brought down a 1-9 shot and an 8-5 shot. I'm undefeated.
You can't be stopped.
My plan is to go undefeated this week. Every race, I'm going to pick the winner.
Can't be stopped.
9, 4, 7, 8. Sacrosanct. Lady Sheila Stable. The debuting colt for trainer Brad Cox. Graduates with authority in this second race at the Spa. Results when we come back. Plus, before we get too far ahead into Travers Week, a look back at the week that was. Thrilling stretch duel in the Alabama. The stakes recap when we come back. Results following the second.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road, Digital Age, and Pearl. State of Rest, newspaper of record.
Look at that shot. Gorgeous afternoon upstate New York. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Just watched an exciting prospect. The first-time starter, Sacrosanct. Just as Raj predicted. It's perfect on the afternoon.
I heard that. You know,
Perfect. Did you
somebody
hear that?
got by the set and said that Raj, they expect him
In
to go
case
9
you
and
missed
0.
it the first
No, wait, it's not
few
9 and 0.
times.
It's the whole meet. It's 19, 31, 45 and 0 by the end of Saturday's card. Is that where we are?
If I call in sick for the rest of the week, I'll end the week 100%.
Don't let us stop you.
Sacrosanct, Manny Franco. He's one of Travers Tis the Law, trained by Brad Cox campaign. Essential Quality, Travers Stakes winner a couple of years back. 540, good effort, Skytown. He'll be just fine moving forward. Bold fortune to complete the trifecta, 9-4-7.
And
in the second, it's Saratoga to Acacia with winning trainer, Brad Cox.
And a nice 2-year-old breaking his maiden at first, asking Sacrosanct as Brad. This one just really seemed like he did everything right, the ultimate professional.
Yeah, he's been pretty good at the mornings. He had a gate work up here a few weeks ago and handled himself very well. It gives us enough confidence to try and get him started. We thought he could run big today, and he did.
And a horse that's pretty physically mature as well. For 2-year-olds at this point, it seems like that really does make a big difference with these first-time starters.
Yeah, for sure. I was in the holding barn looking at him and stacking him up against the competition. You know, look, he was one of the better-looking horses. So thought, you know, he had a big shot. And, you know, I think he'll stretch a little bit. I'm not certain how far, but, you know, I do think he'll be a little bit better going, you know, 7/8 one-turn mile, something like that.
Well, it could be a big week for the barn, of course, on Friday, as we'll get a chance to see the personal ensign, the Champ Idiomatic, back for some revenge here at Saratoga. What have you seen from her lately?
Nothing but good things. She's really on it. She schooled today. She was sharp. She stood in the gate today, had a great gallop here on the main track. She's ready to roll. Her last 2 works across the street on the Oklahoma track have been amazing. Just more of the same from her. So I expect her to run big. I know some people are kind of questioning, but she's on it. She's ready to roll.
And seeing her be back this year, she's been the queen of the division. You kind of hinting at she hasn't shown you anything to say that she shouldn't be that again this year.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, she returned off the bench with a grade 1 victory. She was, I think, circumstances kind of got her here at Belmont Week, and then, you know, she had to get in a dogfight to win a little bit of an odd run race, I would say, at Monmouth. So, you know, I think as long as she gets away well Friday, she'll be in great shape.
We can't wait to see her. Thanks for the insight, Brad. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Trainer Brad Cox with a nice 2-year-old and the first winner for Honest Smith Lafitte.
Onward and upward. Honest Mischief, Sacrosanct, Brad Cox. Love that on Friday we have the Grade 1 personal incident, a race that deserves it to be top billing on the eve of the Travers.
No, I agree. And originally it was the Friday feature before the Travers, and we had moved it to Travers Day, but we moved it back, and I like that. I think a day like Friday before the Travers deserves to have a race like that. And it's a terrific matchup with Randomized and Idiomatic are developing quite a rivalry. Idiomatic broke outside of her in the Breeders' Cup distaff, and they sort of ran around the track together, finishing 1-2 with Idiomatic getting the win. Randomized turned the tables in the Ogden Phipps, and now Randomized is outside of her in this race, so we'll see. I mean, they're developing quite a rivalry, and I think Brad's right. A lot of us feel that Idiomatic hasn't been as impressive this year as she was last year, where she was able to control all those races on the front end. With a rival like Randomized, she's not going to have the same kind of trips, Rajiv.
Yeah, I love these two fillies squaring off. I mean, they're the best in this division, and this is going to be a big race when it comes to the championship implications aspect of it, because they're both having credentials to be the champion filly and mare this year, and I think this race is going to have a pivotal say in that matter.
There's an argument if Randomized wins this race over her, she has a giant upper hand on her, because she'll have the two head-to-head victories in their only meetings this year, and I doubt they end up meeting before the Breeders' Cup, so we'll see what ends up happening. But listen, I'm a Randomized fan, but Idiomatic's been absolutely terrific and looking forward to it. And I wouldn't discount the couple other horses in that race, Lewis. Not the horse for Chad Brown, the 3, is Raging Sea has improved quite a bit, and even the horse who just lost Idiomatic for Sappy Joseph is the 2 horse.
Grade 1 personal incident on Friday. We'll have it for you right here on Saratoga Live. We turn the page to the Wednesday feature. And the John's Call mile and 5/8 marathon. Only turf race of the afternoon. Mellon Turf Course is good. Key Scratch Foreign Relations is out. 7-5 early on. Raj, somebody told me you like the favorite again, and the winner is.
I'm trying to pick winners out here, man. And, you know, this is going to be a really close race between a bunch of these, because it's a small field going a mile and 5/8. And what I love about this kind of race, there's so much time for jockeys to make adjustments. It's going to be a big cat and mouse game, especially because the two top contenders are joined next to each other.
Well, I think the number 4 is going to be in the lead, Curbstone. I can't imagine there's any reason he'd be in the lead if he wasn't trying to wire the field. How many winners do you have to have before you wear a tie? I have some extras, and they fit little people like us. So you want to borrow some ties from me? Are you short or something?
Andy, you look good in a tie. You look good in a tie. I look better without a tie. I'm going to go with that.
I look good in anything, Raj.
Raj looking to stay perfect on the afternoon. The featured John's Call coming up next, the only turf race of the afternoon in about 20 minutes. Plus, before we get too deep into the Travers week, we have to look back at the week that was. Highlights from the Alabama, thrilling stretch stool, Javier Castellano on Power Squeeze, and the Lake Placid, the brown out continues. Brioche out dueling She Feels Pretty.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
A big move from Jimmy P. Jimmy P sprinting away from pick a number. A tremendous effort from Jimmy P, who looked like he was just shot out of a cannon. He's in front by 15 lengths. Jimmy P. Awesome Check starts to move in from fourth. The Awesome Check eating up the turf, though, with dead aim. And Awesome Check has inhaled Red Burgundy close to home. Awesome Check is too good. And in between them, here's Courtney Banker joining the party through the opening stages, now taking second. The field turns for home. Courtney Banker on the outside of Fidelite Coyote. Courtney Banker, Fidelite Coyote, Courtney Banker. Out on bail is very quick, so is Jet Sweep Joe. These two hook up right from the start. Out on bail and Jet Sweep Joe, neither giving an inch. Jet Sweep Joe out on bail. Here's the line. Out on bail. Majestic Return has her head just in front, but she's joined immediately by Tricky Temper. Tricky Temper is let loose, though, and will come right after Lilu. Tricky Temper and Flavian Pratt by 3. Flavian Pratt has a good hold of Grayosh in third. Grayosh has her head right next to She Feels Pretty, but it comes down to Grayosh and She Feels Pretty, and Grayosh prevails in the Lake Placid. Another 2 back to Power Squeeze, who's 4 in front of Just Basking. And Power Squeeze is finishing with a flourish in the middle of the track. Power Squeeze on the outside, and Candied in an absolute ding-dong battle. Photo finish! Bank Frenzy is 5th through the opening stages. So here's Bank Frenzy coming up the fence with a late bid. Bank Frenzy, beautifully ridden by Flavian Pratt, hugs the rail to win the Evan Shipman. Kimchi Cat has good early foot too. They're at the top of the stretch, and Vigidal is in front. Kimchi Cat on the outside takes second. Kimchi Cat and Tyler Gaffleone winning convincingly in the Bolton Landing.
A salute, the winning colors, winning owners, the stakes races, Alabama week at Saratoga. Saratoga Weekly Wrap brought to you by Walmack Farm. The full rundown, all the stakes winners. Was there a highlight, one in particular that stood out?
Well, I mean, one that was fun for all of us was being on the set on Sunday and being there with Tom Amos, and he saddled that, and she actually she tied for the highest 2-year-old filly dirt buyer of the meet with an 84. So that was really enjoyable. But I thought there was something for everyone going through these races with the New York breds, Jimmy P with that crazy win, the Jonathan Shepard, and the Alabama, a terrific race well. And I thought also a sensational ride on Grayosh by Flavian Pratt to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a ground saving, getting through on the inside and winning by a short margin. But all those races, I mean, seem to have such close finishes. A lot of close finishes makes the excitement even more. And it was just a very enjoyable week of stake races where the stars came out to play and they performed.
Chad Brown, 6 of the last 7. Lake Placid's for 6 different owners. And for Javier Castellano now, 4 Alabama wins to go with the 7 Travers. Incredible.
Javier's record. I mean, listen, some people may forget, Javier won 4 straight Eclipse Awards. This is one of the great riders of the last 25 years. And obviously, he's getting older, and as it get older, the guys that, when Javier was up and coming, he was taking mounts away from a lot of guys who were also great riders that were getting older. So it's a little tougher for him, but he still got it, and I thought he gave that horse an exceptional ride, Rajiv.
Yeah, and he won the ride of the week with that ride we're going to see later on. But just the way that he was thinking in the race, the whole time, he just used Candy as his target. He was almost hunting that filly the whole way, and he knew the horse to beat, picked it out. He had his strategy, had his plan, and then he just followed it and executed it. And I love to see when jockeys go into a race with a plan and then deliver on that plan.
11 combined for Castellano, Alabama, Travers, and looking for an 8th Travers on Saturday. This week, we have the John's Call in 13 minutes. Tomorrow, the Ballston Spa and another brownout brewing there. Friday, we touched on the Grade 1 personal incident. Saturday on Fox, each of the Grade 1 events during the Fox broadcast, highlighted by the 155th running of the DraftKings Travers. Last year, history made Arcangelo. Will we see more history with Torpedo Anna, the Travers Stakes? 3 Eastern coverage begins 3.5 hours. The 5 Grade 1 events, the Travers, this Saturday on Fox. Can't call it an undercard, can you? It's like I can't call it an undercard.
Well, I mean, in some ways, it's a mid-season Breeders' Cup when you throw in, with the Bristol Ensign on Friday as well, the Sword Dancer with the 2 Godolphin horses in there. I think that we're going to see a very good effort from Farbridge in this year's Sword Dancer. Whether or not he ultimately is good enough, I don't know. But he's 8-1 on the line. I think he's a much better than an 8-1 shot in that race.
Derby winner as a 3-year-old. Horses in the paddock here. They have to run a little bit farther. Mile and 5/8. Acacia, we're looking at the favorite and the winner is. What are you seeing from these long distance turf runners?
I always enjoy these races, Lafitte. I think they're fun to handicap. And with a race like this, you have some that you're hoping will take a step forward. And the winner is, which I always thought was a clever name, being a son of Oscar Performance, is making his second start off the layoff. Now, I wasn't in the paddock last time out for that first race off of a big break, but seeing him here, he looks very fit coming back. He's also pretty sharp once they've gotten the tack on him. And as we saw and talked about earlier in that last start, he just never really had any room to make a run. And he actually broke pretty well from a more outer post. And then as other horses were kind of coming over, he kind of got pushed back a bit, settled off. And then again, just no room to actually make any sort of run late. But now that they've got the tack on him, while he has that energy bubbling beneath the surface, he has been holding himself very well. So we have a couple of schoolers who are pretty fired up on the other side. He's kind of looking at them, but not doing anything bad. So I really like what I see from your favorite. I really do think he's going to run a better race second off the bench, and I do think he doesn't need to be as far back given his demeanor and what I see from him in here today. The number 6, Cathkin Peak, is also a new face as he comes here to the NYRA circuit for the first time, and first off the claim for Mike Maker. And Mike Maker, Flying Pete, they've had a terrific Saratoga meet here, and we've seen Mike Maker do this time and again, picking up horses in a claim. I think back to a horse like Zulu Alpha a couple of years ago that he ended up with a high price claim, won the Pegasus World Cup turf going long on the grass. He's very good at getting horses to relax and effectively stretch out. A little bit sharp putting the tack on, but it has settled in now too. He has the physical makeup of a horse that should be fine going much longer. And yes, he has kind of run in place sometimes and kind of just been there in some of his longer races. You look back to the Del Mar handicap going 1 mile and 3/8 and he wasn't fading, not necessarily accelerating. But with these longer races, sometimes that's what you want more than anything. The horses with that even running style, da-dun, 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 as they just keep going on and staying. And I do think that this horse should be able to do that, and especially for ever dangerous connections in these kinds of spots. One that we know can handle distance, though, is the 1-6-, who, as we heard from trainer Todd Pletcher earlier today, thought that he would be a little bit more forward than he was last time out when he was pretty far off of it after actually breaking quite well and had to tip out late, but ran on a little bit for third. And he kind of is the same sort of thing, just that even running style. Battle of Normandy was very much the horse to beat that day. And I think in here, arguably 6- is the horse to beat. Yes, he is coming off of 10 consecutive defeats, but he has been going longer and has only actually been the favorite for one of those. Distance is no problem for him. He gets sharper out on the track. That's normal for 6-. We know that he should be able to at least handle the trip. Lafitte?
Riders up, Acacia. Pletcher, owner Mike Rapoli, seeking a second win this afternoon, 6-, and that's key as far as the strategy, being closer today because in a 1 mile and 3/8 race, Andy, opening weekend, far back with a lot to do late.
Yeah, he's that kind of horse. He is a bit of a plotter, but what
you want plotters a little bit closer.
Yeah, well, with a smaller field, you're unlikely to have that much distance between first and last unless somebody runs off. So that probably helps him. I think the one thing with him is, and I think Acacia was touching on it, he's the one horse that you sort of feel very comfortable with at this distance.
Yeah, he's proven that he handles it.
The 2 and 6 can be effective stretching out. With him, he can run effectively going far. Doesn't mean he's the best horse in the race, and he's necessarily the likeliest winner, but he might be the most reliable.
Yeah, what you see is what you get, and you know he's going to run a very good race and a credible race. You don't have to worry that he has any distance limitations or anything. So, yeah, it genuinely fits very well in this race.
Right back to Acacia, live with Chad Brown, trainer of the favorite, and the winner is.
As he'll make a second start off the layoff, Chad, and the winner is tough trip last time out. But what have you seen from this horse now that he makes his second start off that big layoff?
Yeah, he trained well going into that, and he's really moved forward outside of that race, exiting that race. Yeah, he had some trouble inside, but he got the race he needed. And I used to run against this horse a few times when he was younger, and I always thought he'd be a 1.5 mile horse when he got older, so here we are.
He looks it, but I noticed he was pretty sharp in here. Is that normal for him?
You know, I told Flavian actually that expect this horse to be very close. There's a couple speeds in here, but on the stretch out and how sharp he's been lately, I think he's going to be pretty forward. And if they try to back the pace down on him, he's going to assert himself even midway through the race if he needs to. We're not going to let them walk around.
It's rare that we see races run quite this far. What is the difference, like you said, thinking that a horse could be able to handle it?
You know, pretty much the way they settle and just some things we see in the morning and, of course, of how he's bred and such and how he finishes his races. And I think 3 turns is a big difference than 2 turns. We've had success in this race in the past, and he does fit former winners I've had.
Thanks for the insight, Chad. Good luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Fun race, a busy weekend for Chad Brown. Let's meet the runners in the Johns Call. You're looking at 6 minus 5-2 with the Rod Ortiz.
As we mentioned, he's the one we know can be effective going the long distance.
And the winner is Flavian Prat, seeking an 11th stakes win at the meet.
This is my top pick. Encountered some serious traffic trouble in his last race. And that was off a long layoff. I expect big improvement from him today.
Number 4, Curbstone. Best races to date on dirt.
0 for 6 on the grass. Has a second place finish though. Seems like he needs to step it up a notch to have a say on this race.
Winning Spirit, German Colt, getting bet like he is better than what we saw in his U.S. debut.
Can he be forward in this race outside of the 4 Curbstone, who projects to be the speed? I didn't see anything to love about his European form, to be honest with you, and probably better in his last race, but I don't like him here.
Kafkin Peak, have you heard Acacia mention trainer Mike Maker, the claim, the stretch out? Yes, we have seen this movie before.
Its only 3-turn race was in September of 2023, and that was a very good run after having a ridiculously tough trip in there.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that completely, respectfully, Raj. I watched that race at Del Mar, and he didn't do any running in there at all. And in my opinion, it's much like a lot of his races. You know, turf horses hit good figures because of the fields they're in. He got a super ride that day for Sue, saving ground the whole way. And then he just sort of angled out late in the second turn, and he fanned out with the whole field and wasn't able to gain on anybody. And I think that race, it makes him look deceptively good. The thing to like about him is it's Flying P, and their horses have been outrunning their PPs consistently throughout the meeting.
Maker, Flying P, that hot pink that we've seen in the winner's circle time and time again. Another look at the favorite, even money now, and the winner is. And go ahead.
He shouldn't be even money, okay? But I want to touch something you said, Raj, to improve off his last. To be honest with you, I don't think he needs to improve on his last. I think if he runs as well as he did last time,
let's take a look,
and he handles the distance, he's going to win this race. You see Rosario, you know, in that movie, that's what he does. He saves ground, he comes to angle out, and he's searching for a seam. He never stops riding it. But right now he wants to angle out, and he sees the 5 clear enough and thinks, okay, there's my move. And then the 3 comes and sort of gives him a blind switch. And he gets to eat the horse. Now, he was never winning. But from a talent standpoint, Major Dude, who made his next start in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, Major Dude towers over these horses from a talent standpoint. He ran a 90 buyer in that race, and he had some trouble in there. And it was his first start in 14 months. Now, he's got to be effective the distance, but if he is, he will win this race.
Yeah, the case I'm making for him is not that he needs to improve off that race. And that race can win this race.
That's what I'm saying.
But I expect him to improve because he hadn't run in 14 months. And he had a tough trip. So
well, that's why I picked him.
Yeah.
But I'm saying even his last race, from a performance standpoint, is maybe good enough to win here if he handles the distance.
You're just making a stronger case for him. Because
exactly.
if you expected him to improve,
that's what you're saying. He shouldn't be even money.
Well, I mean, he's never run the distance. It is. I mean, I trust in Chad Brown, who's obviously had a lot of success in all kinds of turf races, but you're taking even money, and maybe the even money, Raj, is more of a condemnation of the others. They're saying Sick Minus is okay, but he's going to win this race when the others aren't effective the distance. Same thing with Kafkin Peak. They're betting him because it's like they don't want anybody else.
6-5 favorite, Rod Ortiz. They tend to bet him as well. That's Flavian Prat there, but for Rod Ortiz, there he is. Current leading rider here at Saratoga, and a busy weekend on tap with the live mounts in Grade 1 events. A couple of them jump off the screen with an even money favorite, Vava in the Ballerina, of course, picking up the mount on Unmatched Wisdom in the DraftKings Travers, with Pratt sticking with Sierra Leone.
And speaking to Chad Brown the other night, he said to me that Irad was on Unmatched Wisdom for the last work, and he felt very confident that he had a real chance to win this race after working him.
Yeah, of those horses, I mean, the one that stands out the most for me is Vaha. This is the top female sprinter right now in the country, and Irad has been doing well with her, and she looks like really a force in that division.
She's one of the sweeping the whole. You're going to have her as part of your sweeping the entire week.
I'm picking winners, Andy.
I picked against her.
Oh, okay.
But I do agree with you. She's much the horse to beat.
Acacia, what about the German colt in his second start stateside here? What are you noticing from Winning Spirit live on the board?
Well, he's a horse that, as you said, is taking some attention. And yes, he should be better than his last race. Now, this is a horse, if I hadn't been around him in the barns and watched him train in the mornings, I would say that I just didn't think that he looked fit. But I know that he has had a steady diet of workouts since that last effort, and he's certainly fit as far as his training and as fit as you can possibly get him. He's just a horse that carries a lot of conditioning. Now, short-cut cheater blinkers going on for the first time for a horse that, yes, maybe his German form or his European form overall, you do wonder how it stacks up. But typically with these German-bred horses, one thing that you can always really count on is that they stay. They can just kind of run forever. A lot of them, that's really the case. So hopefully the blinkers will go on, not necessarily to add more early speed, but to add more focus for some finish as well. As we will take a look at the Ford Curbstone, a compact field. Might as well mention him because I think the big key for this guy is the fact that he's been forward on the main track, and last time out he was last early by several, where the winner, Big Everest, wired the field going shorter. But he had an aggressive warm-up from Florent Giroux today, Curbstone did, and while he has some length to his frame, I think that he has to step forward, especially as the distance and the class of the company is concerned. But I would expect him to be aggressive early, Lafitte.
On paper, Andy, the one to catch here in Curbstone at 16-1.
And one thing about Flo the Jock, he's as
not
I
shy
refer to
from
his
the gate.
Twitter handle. He is not afraid to go to the lead. And I think he's an exceptional rider on the front end. Now, whether or not this horse ultimately can win the race is another story. But and another good guy, Flo. We enjoy his company, Raj.
Yeah, Flo, he's a fun guy to be around, and that's how he rides as well. I feel like he rides to have fun, and sometimes it transcends onto the horses. They get comfortable when you're happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, he doesn't take himself too seriously. He's a lot of fun.
Key to the race here in terms of strategy, tactics, establishing that it should be Curbstone in front early on. What else are we looking for?
You know, I think it's a good question, Raj. And riding a race like this, let's say you know the 4 is probably the speed, and you feel like he's probably not likely to win. You know, timing your move probably becomes one of the toughest things to do.
When you're going in these long-distance racing, the key is rhythm. You want to get your horse into a nice flow throughout at least the first half of the race. That way they're breathing right, they're conserving energy, and they're doing it in motion. If you get too overly aggressive, you can burn your horse out early. And if you're too much trying to hold the horse back, restraining them into a slow pace, you can technically tire your horse out just from fighting with them. So it's all about rhythm early.
Oldest Grade 1 winner in the history of Saratoga, John's Call at 9 years old, a blowout Sword Dancer winner. His legacy honored today with this 1 5/8 John's Call. It is post time. Up to Frank Mirmati with the Call Wednesday feature live from Saratoga.
Here's Winning Spirit coming up in the West Point Thoroughbreds colors. Cathkin Peak will be next. They're in the gate. And they're off in the John's Call. And it's 6- who is going out for the early lead. Cathkin Peak is right up and on the pace in second. And the winner gets a beautiful tracking spot in hand already. Just 3 lengths off the pace and gliding through the opening furlongs. They're followed by Winning Spirit, and Curbstone is at the back of the field. So it is 6- who has conceded the lead to Cathkin Peak. Cathkin Peak has opened up 5. Headstrong Cathkin Peak tugging his way along with a 5-length advantage on 6- in second. Flavien Prat has a good hold of, and the winner is the opening quarter in 26 2/5 seconds. The 2 trailers are Curbstone and Winning Spirit. So they come into the stretch for the first time, and Cathkin Peak gallops well clear of the rest. On the hedge, Winning Spirit is inching a little bit closer to 6-, who holds that position at this stage. And the winner has shuffled back to last, but that's where he wants to be. And Curbstone outside of him. Kafkin Peak and Jose Ortiz, 8-length lead with a lap to go. 6-, Curbstone right together, and the winner races on the outside of Winning Spirit. The half in 52 and 4/5 seconds for Kafkin Peak, who continues to bound along on the front end, has made it a double-digit advantage. 6- has been second almost every step of the journey. On the outside, Curbstone is in third, Winning Spirit, and the winner is covered up just behind that group. Kafkin Peak went through 6 furlongs in 1:18 and 2. Left alone on the front end, maintains an 8 or 9 length lead on 6-, who still holds that second spot, a length and a half in front of Curbstone, Winning Spirit, and the winner They're taking a little closer order now, coming to the half-mile pole in the John's Call. And Kafkin Peak has a 5-length lead on 6-, Curbstone, Winning Spirit, and the winner is in between those two, starting to move up now without being asked. And the winner takes third around the far turn with his sights on Kafkin Peak. Kafkin Peak in front every step of the way after taking it away from 6- when they left the gate. And the winner is in third. They have a 1/4 mile to go. Kafkin Peak, 6-, and the winner the other two have dropped out of it. Kafkin Peak, 4-length lead, still 5 now with a furlong left to go. He's showing no signs of slowing down as Kafkin Peak. 6- second, and the winner is a distant third. Kafkin Peak comes to the 16th pole in an absolute blowout victory. Kafkin Peak, dominant in the John's Call, sailed home by over 5 lengths. 6- second, and the winner was third.
Absolute blowout is right, Frank Miramati. Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, Saratoga's leading owner, a stakes victory in the John's Call, Kafkin Peak, wire to wire, when the dynamics of the race had changed right from the start from what they looked like on paper.
When the speed Curbstone was eliminated at the break, it sort of allowed this horse to just sort of waltz in the front end, but to be fair, he just absolutely crushed and dominated this field, and not sure he wouldn't have won quite easily if Curbstone is broken. And I'm just having trouble using the PPs to know how the Flying V horse is going to run, because they're not running like their PPs suggest in a lot of situations.
Top of the stretch, Raj, only a question of how far. Other riders encouraging. Jose Ortiz sitting chilly, waiting is Kafkin Peak to get his cue. He does, he responds.
I mean, he got everything his own way. It's a matter of going, when you go a 1/2 mile in 52 seconds, essentially galloping along out there, and you're 5 lengths in front, it's almost impossible for anyone to change positions, because the horses would have to be coming home like a jet plane to be able to pass you. You know, coming off the turn, you can clearly see that Kafkin Peak was totally in control of the race, but that's not where the race was won. The race was won when Jose Ortiz made a decisive move to establish a clear-cut lead and not restrain his mount, while everyone else was seemingly snatching their horses back to not go close to the pace. He just inherited an absolutely clear lead in a dawdling pace. You don't need the best horse to win like that, and he clearly proved to take full advantage of that situation.
Mike Maker, first after the claim, and the ability to have horses excel at longer distances, stretching horses out, another example of him doing it to perfection.
Yeah, you know, this is a hard one for me to read, to be honest with you, because of a lot of set circumstances, because I also want to point out the turf. The people who are wondering about taking the race off the turf, we listed it as good. It's not good. It's yielding or soft. I mean, I understand the pace was slow. They went 11.3 seconds slower than the track record. This is not a good turf course. This is a course that has an enormous amount of give in it. So it does kind of back up the idea that the races came off the turf, save this one. And if people say, well, they weren't kicking a lot up, they were using the inside part of the course, which hasn't been used, I think, at all. Maybe the beginning of the meet. I'm not exactly sure. Certainly been a long time since we've been on the inside with the rails at 0. So the course condition may have had a lot to do with this result. And right now, the Flying P horses are basically close to unbeatable. They're winning at like a 50%. average.
Here's the reality, right? A one-turn horse, that's his specialty, can be completely different in a two-turn horse and takes a different horse in a three-turn race. This horse has only run one time at 3 turns before at this elongated distance, and it was a good. You didn't like the race, Andy,
It wasn't
but
a
for
good
me, it was a good race. He ran that kind of race today. And
he had credentials. I picked him second. I'm hardly shocked he won. There's no flying
Yeah.
B horse that's going to win a race here at this point that I'm going to be surprised when they win.
We'll hear
because they
from-
are running exceptionally well.
Winning connections, all smiles. Jose Ortiz, Cathkin Peak, trained by Mike Maker. Jay Provenzano's Flying P Stable, Saratoga's leading owner. Another win at the Spa, this time in the John's Call with Cathkin Peak.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the Hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
And welcome back, Saratoga Live. We just watched Cathkin Peak roll in the featured John's Call. Jay Provenzano, leading owner Saratoga, leading Cathkin Peak into the winner's circle. The lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock. Sell your stars on November 4th after the Breeders' Cup. Cathkin Peak, 990. Over 6 minus. Favorite having to settle for a third place finish, and the winner is 612. Cathkin Peak, owned by Provenzano, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And obviously, this was meant to be Lafitte because Jay and I are perfectly contrasted here, matching, though Jay has the Gucci shoes, of course. But Jay into the winner's circle. All right, we got a little label there. Into the winner's circle in the John's Call with Cathkin Peak. And you and I were just discussing the way that he ran, having a great time out there on the front end.
He was training amazing. Mike, as soon as he started to put him in his training, he turned to me and said, "This is a real nice horse." Then he started to refer to him as the big horse, at least out of my horses with him. He was really training amazing. Every time he worked, Mike was like, he worked unbelievable. We pointed for this spot. We didn't race him. We were going for this spot. It turned out exactly the way he thought it would. We stretched him. When we claimed him, we saw that he had like one race that he went, a good route of ground. He got beat like 2 lengths in the race out there in California. And again, Magic Mike. What can I say? I mean, Jose broke. It looked like the horse inside of him wanted to go a little bit. And, I mean, he dragged Jose past, and then I thought he was going to run off there for a minute. I looked at the fractions. I saw like 26 and 19, and it was crazy. He ran the way he trained.
And we've seen you claiming horses, this one a claim into this spot, and several coming up today too that look really live, claiming horses to put in aggressive spots here at the meet. Going for that owner title, I see.
I mean, it wasn't something that was thought of, but when I put together the spreadsheet and I started looking at the spots and seeing how many spots we had, I try not to go where I'm like double digits. We were in live spots, and then we rattled off a few, and we started really talking about it, me and a couple of the trainers, like, this could be done, So we put in a couple more claims with the 20-day rule, you hold them to get aggressive with them. I bought a couple horses privately to fill in a couple more spots. So, like I said a couple weeks back, I'm going to punish the third book, and I am. LFG, baby, LFG.
Well, picking up a stakes win here. Congratulations on what's been a terrific meet so far.
I appreciate it. It ain't done yet.
Hear that, Lafitte? It ain't done yet.
I heard the LFG part. Jay Provenzano, Kath Gimpeak. When it comes to titles for trainers and owners around here, Andy, towards the end, we have 10 plus days left. If you're in the mix, yeah, connections are going to get more aggressive.
Well, you can't get more aggressive than they've been, and the way their horses are running, like I said, and winning at such a wild percentage, it's hard to see them not winning the meet at this point.
Got a favorite coming up in the next race as well.
Exactly.
So
Right.
Trying to keep the hot hand going there.
Exactly.
Just to put a button on the John's Call, as we mentioned, the oldest Grade 1 winner in the history of Saratoga, trained by Tom Voss. What should our viewers know about trainer Tom Voss?
I mean, if it wasn't for Jonathan Shepard, they'd talk about him a lot more because he was obviously well known in the steeplechase world as a top trainer there, but also, like Jonathan Shepard, well known for his flat horses also, and John's Call is one of them. And, a longtime trainer with a great success, a family involved in racing as well, and somebody that also left us too soon, but he left an indelible mark on horse racing, that's for sure, especially up here, but also very much in Maryland, Raj.
Yeah, had such great success both on the flat and over the jumps. And John's Call is a horse that deserves the accreditation that he gets to have a race named in honor of him here at Saratoga.
Always a fun race, and way to kick off Travers Week. First of 15 stakes races this week at the Spa. We turn the page. Just a $12,500 claiming event here. Mile and an eighth, older horses, and there it is, Accidental Hero number 5. At 7 to 5, more Maker, more Flying P, the favorites in the 4th at Saratoga. Plus, Raj, your ride of the week to be unveiled. I see a 7-time Travers winner there, a 4-time Alabama winner. I heard you're taking bribes, though, these days. That's the rumor floating about the Jocks room at Saratoga. For the Raj ride of the week. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NyraBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Javier, I picked your ride in Saturday's Alabama about Power Squeeze as the ride of the week. How did you see the race shaping up? What was your strategy going in?
A horse usually come from behind horse, and the only hope in the race they can go a little faster, early move is gonna be set up with the horses come from behind. It's gonna be exciting for my horse, and I really like my horse. The little extra distance, the little minor quarter is gonna be perfect for the horse.
Because it's a closer, she runs her best race coming from off the pace, there's speed in the race, enough speed, so it's really shaped up good as you would hope.
Absolutely.
What happens coming out of the gate? How did the gate work out for you?
She brought really well out of the gate, nice and clean, and I just don't want to use it a little bit enough to get my spot and get a position the first turn and save all the ground the best it could, because I knew in some point I had to use my horse in the tunnel for home, and I'm gonna lose a lot of ground. But that's the best skill for the horse.
Yeah, right here it seems like you're urging her a bit and extricating yourself from the rail, trying to go behind the number 7 Candide. Is that something that I'm seeing right?
Yes, absolutely. And that was my target in the race. The 7 horse, it seemed to me that's a horse to be. I had to be the rest of the field, but it was the biggest point, the biggest target in my race. It was Candy. When I see the horse, the 7 horse, I was just following her.
So now you're going down the backstretch, and I think you're right where you want to be, right? Because you're right in range of Candide. How do you play your hand from here going into the final turn?
Well, at the same time too, I want to target, I want to be right behind her, but I ended up a little wide because I want to give a break the horse too much there in the face. It's kind of backing up a little bit, just to leave it, give it some break and then have to use it. But right there, that's the key to win the race. When the other horses separate a little bit, they give me gap to forward position. And then I figured it out at some point, I don't want to be wide and pass him, just to follow him, follow a target, follow it. And some point, I had to step up outside and try to win the race.
But it seemed like at first you had Candide well measured, but she started battling back. Did that give you a little bit of an anxious moment, like, oh, well, I'm not past her yet?
Absolutely. When I saw the leader separation, I feel like she started kind of get lost a little bit. But everything worked out in the right time, the right place. When the other horse, Candy, he came over a little bit. She hooked up in the right time, the right place to encourage my horse to win the race.
That's why you got the ride of the week, my man.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A great stuff with Javier Castellano, Raj's ride of the week. Interesting hearing Javi describe the Alabama, which is essentially what you said was happening like 2 minutes after the Alabama.
Yeah, when we covered the race, it's exactly what it looked like, and I'm glad that I was able to pick up on it, thinking how he's thinking. And man, Javier, just how he just meticulously designed that plan, that he was just going to follow Candide and all the way around the racetrack, and he did just that and ended up winning by a nose, something that he's done so many times, and it couldn't be a more aptly week for him to win the ride of the week coming into the Travers, where he wins.
If it's a big race and we're at
Saratoga,
Saratoga, you'd better know exactly where Javier Castellano is. 11 combined wins in the Alabama and the Travers, from Bernardini back in 2006 to Arcangelo a season ago, and seeking an 8th, Andy, with corporate power on Saturday. How much magic is Hobby going to have to conjure to pull off an 8th Travers win?
I don't think he needs magic for this horse to win. He's going to get pace to run out. He's improving for Sugar McGay. He was looking for his 5th Travers win.
Wow.
I think he's a player, and I think a lot of people agree. If you're looking for somebody to close in this race and you want to bet against Sierra Leone, he's the best of the closing types. I think more so Anna Marie, who's very slow early. I think that Unmatched Wisdom, who can stalk also, is similar mold. He'll probably be a little bit behind him. But Raj, I think he's a player in the Travers.
I mean, Javier won with VE Day. This horse is got way better credentials coming into this race than VE Day does.
Yeah, but I think there was a weak rider on the second horse when VE Day won. I think if I forget who it was, but I think if Wicked Strong had a good jockey, he would have won.
I concur.
When are we getting you a sponsor for Raj's
Sponsorship
ride
are open
of the week?
There's a road jockey. I hear road jockey's very interested in sponsoring it.
We're considering it. Depends on the tag.
For now, Raj's ride of the week, sponsored by no one. Javier Castellano, ride of the week. And for Flying P, Mike Mako looking to go back-to-back on the Wednesday program. Accidental Hero, even money, 10 minutes to post.
They're off at the Naira Ben Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home, Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live coverage brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. These $12,500 claimers have left the paddock. Front side now. Post parade in progress. Mile and an eighth, older horses. And we start with Goldini, Dylan Davis aboard, currently 3-1.
I'm in the wrong race. I apologize. Goldini is a little dangerous from the aspect of, I'm sorry, this is the 2, your horse. The 3, I'm sorry, is not dangerous at all in my opinion. Excuse me. The 2 was.
There's, okay, something's funky.
That's Goldini. Optic Way's the 2 is the speed.
Andy, get yourself back on track, please.
Sorry, that's on me.
Lord Captain Tyler Gaffleone, 12-1. Something's odd.
Hasn't done much running, was beaten 5 lengths at the 10,000 level last time.
There's Accidental here, and Ricardo Santana, 6-5.
Can't beat him, join him. I picked this favorite on top for Flying Beetle. I will tell you, his first race opening day here, he did not run well, but maybe this is easier.
A gut feeling, great name by Claiborne Stallion. Blame, then Roman Empire, Ponyless, and Kendrick Carmouche.
Running against some cheaper horses in conditional races at parks, but running well enough to be a contender.
Horses 8 and 9 are out. Yeah, we'll get it all sorted when we come back for this 4th race. The pick 6 in 6 minutes. That's next as we kick off Travers Week from Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Want to know a secret? The Massachusetts breeding program pays huge bonuses for finishing first, second, or third at any racetrack in the country. You didn't know that, did you? Massbreds get paid up to an additional 25% of their purse earnings for the owner, and breeder, and stallion owner, and developer. It's the best kept secret in racing, till now. Tell all your friends, and to learn more, visit massbreds.com.
Keeneland Acquisitions making their presence felt in a big way here at Saratoga. Just touched on the Alabama Power Squeeze and a September yearling sale. Keeneland grad, now a Grade 1 Alabama winner.
That September sale, you know, every trainer, basically, we leave Saratoga and people are sort of wiped out, but they're all onwards to Keeneland for the big sale that kicks off very, very shortly after the meet ends here.
Yeah, and if you've never been down there for that sale, it's really fascinating. I went last year for a few days, and so many horses that come out of there. It's really been a watering hole for top-class racehorses in our industry.
You're not lying, especially when this colt, who was regarded as, well, he was a Kentucky Derby winner's little brother, right, in Dornick, a $325,000 Keeneland September graduate. As you look at the graduates that have won here at Saratoga, Dornick now acquired at Keeneland. Again, $325 September graduate, and now, well, Belmont winner, Haskell winner, Travers favorite.
But don't forget, when he was bought for $325, nobody knew who Mage was. He hadn't even made his debut.
Right.
He didn't make his debut till early in 2023. Yeah. All racing as a 3-year-old. So they bought him before the people knew.
Yeah, I mean, if Mage had been on that page with that Kentucky Derby win, probably wouldn't have got him for $350,000.
Dornick, all heart, there he is. $325,000 Keeneland September graduate, morning line favorite, leader of the division, and the chase for a championship co-owned by Jason Worth. Great feature on the broadcast coming up Saturday with Paula Duca, Jason Worth. And Unmatched Wisdom as well, Travers bound, undefeated. Unmatched Wisdom, Keeneland September graduate, $25,000.
They got him for $25,000 at the Keeneland sale. but he ended up being pinhooked basically and sold for, I think, 450, 400 or 450 as a 2-year-old. So you buy them and they go on to be exceptional racehorses, but you could also buy them, they go on to be good sales as well, horses you make money with.
Yeah, that's a big part of the game as well down there. You know, you buy a horse and a few months later, you can really make some big margin in a short period of time.
He's worth more than 400, 450 now, though. Unmatched wisdom.
Got that right. Travers on Saturday. Dornick, unmatched wisdom. Chase for a 3-year-old title continues as we get closer to post time for this 4th race. Acacia, Accidental Hero, 3-2, about a minute to post.
Yeah, and I think that this is a horse who you're seeing people just kind of ride the wave of the Mike Maker Flying P team, because he is a horse that is coming in off the back of a disappointing effort. Ran opening day, in fact, the first race of the meet here at the Spa. And I know that the short comment says that he stumbled at the break. He did trip a little bit, but it was moving forward. He, I don't think, was really impacted by that stumble at the break, and Empty Tomb did wire the field, and this horse was not able to sustain that run. The claim was voided coming out of there. I think this is a logical next spot for him to go. Shortcut blinkers go on for the first time with these connections, and we'll see what he does. Hopefully breaking a little bit better. He's sharp. He looks great in his weight and his coat, much as he did last time. I'm seeing pretty much the same kind of horse, which I liked last time out as well. Hopefully he can run a little bit better, and I think, like we've talked about with the connections, just a major player in this spot. The 1.6% is taking a drop in class. 1 going a mile and an eighth, 2 starts back, so we know he can handle the distance, and he was a more generous price that day for sure, and then facing just significantly tougher last time out in a track where we saw Jackson Heights come up the inside to make that big late run. Now, this is a horse that sometimes you can see he just takes a little bit of time to warm up. Sometimes he doesn't carry the best weight. He's a little bit more of an angular type of build. He warmed up fine out there today. My point with him is this, that he has not run this low before, and he's very convincing at the distance. Looks like he's handling his weight well from race to race. The 2 Optic Way is not in good form right now, but from the inside post with that draw, he has a lot of early speed, and he had a spirited solo warm-up under Jose Gomez. Even though the blinkers are coming off Lafitte, he's going to use that speed to his advantage in the inside. Can he sustain it in the form that he's in is the question.
9-year-old, 61st career start. Final thoughts as they move into line.
Well, unless you think Optic Way is going to wire the field, there's 2 horses. There's 6%, there's Accidental Hero. I've taken Accidental Hero, you've taken 6%.
Yeah, I think 6% is going to sit a beautiful trip stalk in the pace setter on the inside, and I just believe that his last race, that second quarter, was way too sharp. He got disconnected from them. He finds a much more favorable race dynamics today where he's going to be able to sit off a moderate pace and get first run on the closers.
Flying P, the hot pink, looking for back-to-back wins. First the John's Call, now perhaps this 4th race. Accidental Hero favorite. Here's Frank Miramati.
Here's Roman Empire to complete the line. Right up to the gate. They're all in line. And they're off. Optic Way, not the best of starts, but it was a quick one, and he goes straight to the front. Accidental Hero comes away in good order, and Roman Empire on the outside in 3rd. They're followed by Goldini, who hugs the rail in 4th, right off the leader's heels. Then comes 6% racing in between horses, just on the inside of Roman Empire now. The 2 trailers, Gut Feeling and Lord Captain, far back in the early going. Around the first turn, the opening quarter clicked in 24 seconds flat for Optic Way, who swings onto the backstretch, tracked intently by Accidental Hero, who's 3/4 back in 2nd. Goldini at the rail in 3rd. They're followed by 6% on the outside, and in between those 2 hidden is Roman Empire. Another length and a half back to Gut Feeling, who is 8 lengths clear of Lord Captain. 48-3 for Optic Way. Showing the way to the half-mile pole. Accidental Hero right off his flank in 2nd. Then comes Roman Empire and Goldini side by side. 6% with the red cap is in between, followed by Gut Feeling. Not much change in the running order, although Lord Captain has gotten closer. 8 lengths covers the field, less than 3 furlongs to run. Optic Way, Accidental Hero, 113 flat for 6 furlong, 6% third. Goldini along the inside is still fourth. They're at the top of the stretch, and Accidental Hero is up to put those pink blinkers in front of Optic Way. Optic Way trying very hard along the rails second. It's 4 more lengths to 6% in third. Ricardo Santana Jr. takes a peek back to his right. He knows nobody's coming close to Accidental Hero, who is too good. Accidental Hero pulls away to win it by 3 lengths. Optic Way second. Lord Captain from well out of it finished full of energy in third. 6% was fourth.
Back-to-back wins for Saratoga's leading owner. More hugs and celebration for Jay Provenzano. Accidental Hero, the favorite, strikes in the fourth at the Spa.
Well, I mean, and taking nothing away, he was obviously much the best in this race. But when 6% didn't break that sharply, Raj, and got in a little bit of trouble, and he clearly just didn't run today also, there was sort of nobody else left here, and the 2 did as well as he could. Optic Way sort of outrunning his odds by finishing second as the controlling speed. But if the 1 wasn't going to win this race, if the 1 was going to perform badly today, this horse would have been 1-5.
Well, Accidental Hero made the trip that I was hoping 6% would have got, just tracking the pace setter, and he just always was perched in that perfect stalking position. Looked like a winner the entire way, making even money look like easy money.
And Optic Way fought. Acacia talked about the aggressive warm-up pre-race. Jose Gomez, he set the tempo, and he does everything he possibly can to repel Accidental Hero. Just too much Accidental Hero in the end.
I'm a Jose Gomez fan. I think he's ridden extremely well this year. Obviously, he's not going to get the opportunities in Saratoga. But I thought he's ridden very, very well. And, whether or not his career ultimately is going to be in New York or somewhere else, I think he's a very good rider.
He's one of the future stars of this sport.
Really?
Young jockey. He has all the tools to be a top jockey here, given the opportunities. And I hope he's one of those young guys that aren't getting the opportunities now, but that stick it out and stay within New York circuit, because he does have the ability. He falls in the realm of the guys like the Dylan Davises, who were here grinding it out for a few years before they kind of get an opportunity, and then when they do, they show that what they got.
5-2-4-1. Here are some current stars. Compact field of 5, but a classy crew. Grade 1 personal ensign on Friday. Fillies and mares, mile and an eighth, and this budding rivalry we've touched on. Randomized, Idiomatic Andy to hook up once again.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think that Idiomatic had a major excuse in here. Randomized is just incredibly fast out of the gate.
Yep.
And she got that jump. And one thing about Joelle, he knows how to ride a speed horse. And with her, he got the jump. The track was favorable to her running style, but Idiomatic had every chance to get by her. It's just a terrific matchup. And maybe she's improved a little bit from 3 to 4. And maybe Idiomatic isn't quite as good as she last year, but they were a half length apart in the Breeders' Cup, Raj.
I mean, there's not much separating these two fillies, but there's a big difference with that race and with this race coming up is the post position draws, because Randomized is now drawn outside of Idiomatic, which gives Joe Rosario complete control of the decision making when it comes to the pace.
So what did you make of Idiomatic's effort in the Molly Pitcher in her subsequent start?
It was a weirdly run race because the pace was so slow, and Florent Giroux, he was on the lead. He had the race in control, and he kind of got surprised when Irad made a bold early move. Irad Ortiz was on Solifan Angel. He sensed the slow pace, and he decided to make a sneak shot halfway on the turn. Kind of caught Florent a little bit off guard, but Idiomatic was able to prevail. I feel like it's going to be a complete different race flow with the two top horses having so much speed.
Personal Ensign Friday. We'll pause briefly, welcome in a brand new audience. Welcome to our viewers on Bally SoCal. You're looking live at Saratoga Racecourse. Brent Musburger. Coverage continuing. Off and running. Travers Week. You're just in time for the Pick 5. That's coming up shortly. Rashiv Mirage, Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Just an exciting time of year to be a horse racing fan. Andy, officially into Travers Week, the most significant, most celebrated event every summer at Saratoga on Saturday.
Yeah, and this Travers is going to live up to the billing. I mean, this is a sensational race because just take the boys, and we'll ignore the filly for a moment, though she's anything but ignorable. And you've got, you've got Dornick, who's the leader of the division. They've got to beat him. You've got fierceness. Yes, he had a good race in Jim Denny, but now he's got to do it in a much different scenario. Sierra Leone, can he get the pace? Can he finally win one of these big races after not having done it since the Bluegrass, the Triple Crown started? Can horses like Corporate Power or Unmatched Wisdom take that step forward and get it done? And then you throw in one of the most exciting fillies we've seen in years, who's just destroyed her competition against the girls coming in here, and you put a whole new extra layer into it, and you've got as exciting a Travers as I think I can remember maybe since 1987, that great matchup on a horrible weather day, and Saturday is going to be a beautiful weather day.
We had the Triple Crown winner in 2015, American Pharaoh, but Torpedo Anna trying to do something that has not been accomplished since 1915, a filly winning the Travers. Much more on the Midsummer Derby later on in the broadcast. Moments ago, we just saw these colors we've seen all summer. The hot pink Flying P stable, leading owner Saratoga Raj, won the John's Call to Feature Race 3, winner of the 4th moments ago, with the favorite delivering once again an Accidental Hero.
And shows the kind of range the stable has, winning a stake race, and then next race, one race later, winning a bottom level claimer. So the numbers are there, they run often, and their horses have been performing up to their standards or expectations.
Jay Provenzano, Flying P stable, back-to-back wins in the Wednesday program. Accidental Hero, 4 for 22 now. Results in Santana, Maker, and back-to-back wins as well in the program for Mike Maker.
Mike Maker's been having a great meet. I think this puts him 4 behind Chad Brown. With after today, 10 races, 10 days to go. And, you know, once again, much like last year, Chad Brown's been extremely adversely affected by the number of races we've lost to the turf, but that's the game we play.
The game will play in the 5th, a $16,000 claiming event, non-winners to lifetime. Wilson, shoot, who'd you come up with?
I like the 10 Dune Road. I think an interesting horse off the claim for Linda Rice. But more Vino's the horse to beat.
Raj?
I mean, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do here, other than pick more Vino? So it's just
take more abuse from him.
Just towers
likely.
over the field. How's he gonna get beat?
He had a good question earlier, Andy. He wants to know when the hazing's gonna end. Did Raj?
The day I stop working at Naira. Some may be hoping as soon. I'm not.
Your will be tested, Raj. Your will be tested.
Aren't we all looking forward to that day? I might even throw him a party.
Them perhaps more so than.
I can be bought. I have a price, so we can discuss that if you like.
Might be worth it.
It's a hefty
Might be
price,
worth
but I have
exploring
one.
that price. The buyout of Andy.
They'll negotiate as we step aside. Live racing continues here at Saratoga. Late pick 5 in about 23 minutes. Greg Wolf and the crew on standby from the paddock. Manowar Cup. Travers Hardware. Who'll hoist the hardware for Saratoga's most prestigious race? What color will the canoe be? Sunday morning, the chase for a 3-year-old title, the Travers, DraftKings Travers, this Saturday on Fox.
Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo!
In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record. Saratoga.
Welcome to Travers Week at Saratoga with a showdown of the summer to come this Saturday. Veteran Runnin' Ray makes his third start back of his 8-year-old season as he eyes the 8th win of his career. He'll have Tyler Gaffleone aboard, who is right in that hunt for the meet title. Defending champ is back on Friday. Can Idiomatic exact some revenge against the filly who narrowly beat her in the Ogden Phipps? Can Dornick deliver the Travers and cement his status as the leading 3-year-old in the country? The Belmont Stakes and Haskell winner is in for the fight of his life, including a tussle with Torpedo Anna. She tries to make history and become the first filly to win this race since 1915. We'll have a preview of the big one coming up on Saturday and a lot more on this Wednesday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Sun is shining. It is a beautiful Wednesday afternoon for a big week ahead here in upstate New York. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf. I'll introduce the crew with me here in just a moment. Coming up, you've joined us just in time for the start of the Late Pick 5 coming up. So many big races on this Saturday program. Just informed by Jonathan Kitchen, there's a lot of big races on Saturday, so we'll talk about a lot of them in just a moment, including that DraftKings Travers, which is a field that just looks sensational. Torpedo Anna, what does the rail mean for the filly? Tackling the boys, we'll talk about that here in a moment as well. Chad Brown, couple of chances to try and get his first ever Travers, a race that he covets so much. What a week we have in store. Let's bring in the crew. Champion handicapper Jonathan Kitchen, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, former champion rider Richard Migliori, and the filly gonna get her shot on Saturday.
She is. She's going to get a chance at immortality, in my opinion. If she can win this race, not only do I think she'll go on to be Horse of the Year, I think she'll go down as one of the greatest fillies of all time, but she's got a handful to deal with to her outside.
Yeah, and you can take her draw either as a good thing or a bad thing, because I do think if Unmatched Wisdom goes to the front end, and that's going to be the key for her. She's going to need somebody to go inside of Dornock so she can get some cover in here, and that's going to be very, very interesting how they play this race from that one hole, Mig.
It does look like a Travers that has plenty of pace signed on. We've got quality closers. This is a Travers that kind of has a little bit of everything. I think one of the more intriguing Travers stakes I've seen in a number of years. And you got to go back 109 years, 1915, Lady Rotha winning the Travers, the same year that Regret a filly won the Derby. Maybe the Colts weren't that good that year, guys.
I did a little reading back on it. No one seemed that surprised that a filly actually won it that year. I wasn't there, obviously. I don't remember, and Mig saying it's one of the best we've had in a while. I don't remember this much star power since we've been coming here covering this race that we've had in this year's edition.
There's been like one individual star or maybe two stars, but you know, you've got the horse in Dornick, who's the leader in the clubhouse for 3-year-old champion. You've got the 2-year-old champion, Derby favorite in Fierceness. You've got a horse that's been running in all of these races in Sierra Leone. And then you've got the filly who's going to go on to be the 3-year-old champion filly no matter what happens on Saturday. And it's like you said, star-studded for sure.
We can't wait. We're going to talk plenty more about it coming up, including that star-studded undercard as well. Here's what's ahead on this Wednesday afternoon. Presented by Claiborne Farm, joining us just in time for the start of the Late Pick 5. We are fast, we are off the turf. Race 5 is going to kick it off. We'll have a 2-year-old maiden special weight coming up and a New York bred allowance in race 8. That's 7th race on the dirt. That's where we're going to see Runnin' Ray, but a very tough race in that 7th. You can play it all with the official betting app of Saratoga, Naira Bets. Get that $250 deposit match new customer bonus with that code right there. Spot 250 at sign up. And play with us for the remaining, can you believe it, final 2 weeks of this meet and beyond here at Saratoga, right there at NairaBets.com. So here we go. First leg of the Late Pick 5. Non-winners of 2 lifetime, all for sale for $16,000 in here. And a mile distance with the 8-5 favorite, Morvino, one of those Todd Pletcher class droppers, JK, who beat a horse named Protective, who was 1-9 and won earlier on the card today.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is something that the Rapoli stable, St. Elias, and Todd Pletcher have done already this year. They did it with Unlimited Potential, an expensive horse that they dropped in for 16, get the win, let someone else claim them, and they can move and make room for another $500,000 2-year-old to come into the stall.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll take a look back earlier today. These Silks seem to be sprouting wings at this meet. Big day for Flying P. We'll look back at the John's Call when we return on our Wednesday coverage.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden's special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by the official betting app of Saratoga Nyra Bets. Only race to stay on the turf today. It was the mile and 5/8. John's Call, 4-year-olds and up, and what a move forward from Cathkin Peak for Flying P Stable.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked about the meet that Flying P is having, but this isn't abnormal for Mike Maker, right? I used to have a joke all the time. You could put the 4 of us in a horse suit, give us to Mike Maker, and he'd win a graded stakes going long on the grass. This is what he does. He claims horses and changes what they do.
This horse completely changed his style, too. I mean, this horse never seen the front end in his life and kind of was a deep closer in California. His last race he won for George Papadramu, who's a nice trainer over there in California, good trainer, Mig, but I didn't see this tour de force coming. Went right to the front and just kept on improving his position.
No, and the ground is on the soft side of, they have it labeled good, but it's the soft side of good. And he was 5 in front, sailing along down the backstretch, and everybody was riding the race like, well, he'll come back. Not only did he not come back, he kicked it into another gear, turning for home. He just kept finding air.
Absolute domination against this group for Cathkin Peak, and we just saw these Silks win again, so 2 wins on this Wednesday afternoon for Flying P Stable that are just having a dream summer here in Saratoga.
I think the biggest thing about it was that, he paid $970. He was 2-1 morning line, and he actually went off at 7-2 as your third choice.
Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable, has won so many races this meet. He actually is starting to look really good leading horses into the winner's circle. He looks like he could get a job working with the horses.
He's got a lot of practice doing it this week, no question. We'll get back to the 5th coming up in a moment as we get set for this late pick 5. I had 10 minutes away from a start, and you have to start this race, don't you, JK, with Morvino for Todd Pletcher, who we're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's. I think a lot of people would consider this a suspicious drop in terms of, as you look at claiming races. But for this operation, this is something that they've done. And it makes sense in the long term for what it is they're trying to do. They are in the game for stakes horses that are running in those big races I was telling you about on Saturday, Wolfie. And if they're not that, they're fine parting ways with them.
This is Morvino's win on debut, obviously a son of Vino Rosso, with Marco Meneses aboard. Now, the next start was at Monmouth Park, which I was there for. Coach Adams is a horse for Dan Ward, average type of horse. And the horse kind of ran average, so I can understand the drop down to 16. JK explained a lot of different things why this horse is on the drop. They go to the complete bottom. It's a little suspect, but at the end of the day, we are getting towards the end of the meet.
Well, and the thing is, too, right? This is a horse they paid $400,000 for as a yearling. They're buying the horse at that time of what he may be, right? It's speculation. It's like buying a stock thinking it can go one way or the other. They know at this point this horse is not going to be a stakes horse. He is not going to compete at the highest level. It's time to move on. We got to find another one, like you said, Phil. Let's start with a horse that potentially can be that kind of stakes horse.
But we've even seen, we'll get back to it in a minute. Let's look at the 3-year Ice Road. This horse's daddy had one of the biggest upsets in the history of this racetrack just a few years ago. Let's take a look back. Travers, 2015, and the Triple Crown champ denied by Keen Ice, Mig.
Yeah, listen, a lot of people say, well, Frosted and Egged,
Pharaoh.
American Pharaoh, man, I drew a blank there. Throughout the entirety of the race, I actually think what got American Pharaoh beat more than anything else was that gallop in front of thousands of people. I was here that morning, and he basically went 15 seconds to an eighth for almost 2 miles, a lot right on top of a race. Big crowd that day. And listen, this horse was very, very good that day, Keen Ice. He got the setup, and he came and got him under a guy who seemingly has the knack for 10 furlong races in Saratoga, Javier Castellano.
JK called it. I would say this. When you were watching that race, you and I were here, if you're not mistaken. He was closer than anybody thought he was going to be. Keen Ice was always way back in his races. When Castellano had him in 4th, you were like, oh, he's a player today.
Mig talked about that workout. It'd be funny if someone got Bob Baffert on a golf cart to talk about that workout, too, at some point. That'd be kind of neat. Wouldn't that be neat?
I really would hope
really
that
think he
somebody
wanted to do that workout.
Inquiring minds want to know.
It'd be neat.
I bet
You know?
Shameless plugs.
Yes.
Shameless plug. That's coming up this week?
Yep, yeah, this week.
Look forward to it. It's going to be a good one. Had some great ones this summer. 7-5 favorite, more Vino. So back to what I was going to say about Pletcher. He's dropped a couple of horses who they'd shown ability, actually. And then he just dropped them off a cliff, dropped them in for 16,000, and they actually ran very big, which they'd run big races before. So he's done this at the meet before, kind of giving up on horse, because as you said, though, they want bigger things with the horses they have in their stable.
It's like going to a garage sale in a $1 million neighborhood, right? There's stuff that they don't want. Might be kind of nice to put in your house, right? It's the same thing here. This horse just doesn't fit what Rapoli and St. Elias was trying to do. So let someone else take him, have some fun with him, win some races, some lower level races, and they'll go on for chasing grade ones.
I'm thinking Antique Roadshow.
Here's our post break. We start with Whitby, who's coming off a gate-to-wire maiden claiming win.
Yeah. Ran okay. Oh, you know what? You're right, Paul. Look at this. Jeepers, creepers. We're all over the place
That's
here, aren't
okay.
we?
You go ahead and go now.
No. Okay.
3 Ice Road went by. Here's assertive attitude appropriate.
Yeah. Philip and Jose Lascano here. It's a horse that is 1 for 3 at the distance.
You guys sorted out?
Odds and evens is tough sometimes.
There's more Vino, the favorite.
Yeah, $400,000 purchase in here for $16,000.
Barrel Craft getting on dirt for the first time.
I think this horse is very dangerous here. It seems like Jack Sicherson's horses have fired. Second off a big layoff here, Manny Franco aboard.
Joel Rosario for Rudy Rodriguez on Midnight Express.
A lot of horses that are 1 for a lot. The 3 1 for 28, the 8 1 for 14.
Barry Funny, Mike Maker, and Tyler Gaffleone.
Lots of chances against non-winners of 2 claiming horses. Hasn't won since facing non-winners in maiden races.
6/3 in 11 starts as well. Here's Dune Road. Interesting on the outside for Linda Rice.
Yeah, last dirt race was in February. Now it drops all the way down to 16 non-2.
This horse actually won first time out. It was in a $75,000 maiden claiming race. And it was Kendrick Carmouche aboard that day. Let's go back to that performance. It was at a mile at Aqueduct.
I think this is why Morvino is not odds on, because if you look at Morvino, 71.69 buyer. You look at this replay, and this is a replay that reveals like what, a 69 buyer, somewhere in that area. So you have a lot of horses in here that can run this. This race probably beats Morvino on the day, but he needs to repeat it, Mig. But when you look at the rest of these horses, Ice Road can run a race that's faster. Midnight Express has a race. Very Funny has a race. So that's why I think the 5 is your favorite horse to beat, but there's horses that can run a fast race.
I think so. I think the 3 Ice Road is very much the horse to beat. The problem is 1 win, 8 seconds. He seems a bit more herd bound, but I think he is the horse that I'm going to pick him, hoping that he can break through. I like Luis Saez taking the mount here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 10 that we were just looking at on the screen, Dune Road, for Linda Rice, for a couple of reasons. You know, one, that maiden 75. To me, maiden 75s are just like a really low-level maiden special weight. Not a lot of horses get claimed out of those races, so there's still that level of protection if you enter a horse into a maiden 75. Then had a couple chances in allowance races, didn't go well, didn't run well on the turf last time at a claiming tag, just kind of less exposed. Like we kind of know the other ones aren't great. Well, none of them are going to be great, but so we don't know how good this horse actually is yet, quite yet.
4 minutes to post. Race that starts this late, pick 5, so a 6-5 favorite. Big drop in the give up after just 2 starts. Maggie Wolfendale, what do you think?
Look, am I going to be surprised when he wins? No, but I've gone elsewhere. We'll start by talking about Morvino, though. And this kind of dog leg that we get with this mile distance out of the Wilson chute, it's a little bit tougher to read. You know, it's that 1.5 turn. It's not like they're flying for the first relatively speaking, the first 1/8 of a mile like they would be in a 1-turn mile, and they're not slowing down like they would be around that first turn going longer. So I don't really know how he necessarily fits pace, but I will say this, in that Rod Ortiz gave him a massive warm-up, so expect him to be forward. And I think Ired's just knowing that he's on the horse to beat and therefore going to take no prisoners. He looks great. I have no problems with him. Like I said, I just thought this race a little bit more interesting, and like you guys have, we've all landed on different horses. I've gone to number 6 in here. That's Barrel Craft, and taking maybe the worst of it, to be fair, for a horse who's never been on the dirt. He's only been on the synthetic so first, but I really like him stretching back out in distance. He's very, very sharp in here too, but he's built like a horse that should love this mile distance and should love the dirt. And you look at his pedigree, he's by Speitster, which, okay, they can be okay on the synthetic, but fine on the dirt. The Dam was a 3 times dirt winner, though the siblings have been better on the turf, but he's very upright in those pasterns. He looks fit and tight, having that 5/8 race under his belt for Jack Sisterson. So I'm gonna bank on him improving a bit. He was by far the best looking in the paddock. Moving on to Rudy Rodriguez's number 8, Midnight Express, 2 back when I last saw him. And look, he's been playing around in this condition for a while now, but he was really nervous, washed out, and he ran kind of not that great from a speed figure standpoint. Last time I was not in the paddock, but he was wired. And after braking slowly, I thought Joel Rosario doing the right thing with him, saving ground, cut the corner, could just never reel in Bobby the Tank. He looks much better than what he does 2 back. He's not nervous. He looks great in his coat. His weight's better. Although we do see Joel giving him a bit of a warm-up. She was a little bit more comfortable out on the racetrack. And then number 10 for Linda Rice, Dune Road, a horse that was coming off a bit of a layoff back on May 9th. Didn't look all that fit. And now, even though he's coming off another layoff again and getting back to the dirt, which is probably better for him, as that race would suggest, he looks more fit for Linda. And that's saying a lot, because Linda's a trainer who puts a lot of conditioning on her horses. They will carry more weight in her barn than what they do in other barns. So I think it's promising that Dune Road, comparatively speaking, looks that much more tucked up today than what he did back on May 9th. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. There is 6-1 shot, Dune Road. Look, showed promise, got a wet track, then was in really tough company, JK, before a slight break, and then turf. So getting back to a surface, a horse looked very good at first time out.
No, 100%. And like I said, the rest of them, you don't really know. You kind of know who they are to a certain extent. I will say this about the 5 Morvino. After looking at those selections, none of us picked the horse. I at least, I'm not want to speak for everyone else, I don't think that the horse can't win or won't win. I just think that it's suspicious enough to look elsewhere. I wouldn't try to get beat by this horse in the pick 5 by any means.
I'm kind of with you. My thing is, you're worried that you have here is you have a horse like Ice Road, who's 9-2, Mig. 0 for 10 on wet tracks with 7 seconds. He just can't punch the deal. Like, I landed on Very Funny. And sometimes in these things, I kind of try to land for who's won for the least, and that's the 5 and the 6 in here. Maybe Maggie's landed on the right horse with the 6. Barrelcraft, I don't know where you landed.
Well, I wound up going with the 3 Ice Road, despite those 8 seconds, and that's usually something I stay far away from. You know, it's just sometimes you get a new rider on a horse. Luis Saez aggressive, and those kind of horses, even though he doesn't have much natural speed, I used to put them up in the game. I found I just had better success, and if I could ever make the lead with a horse that didn't want to pass horses, that was the best scenario, because they're not going to get rank on you. They're going to get to the lead. They're going to wait on competition, but you've already broken through that plane. I like the rider change. I think Ice Road is fast enough to win. It's if he has the desire to win.
My concern with Ice Road and everything, I hear everything that Mig's saying, is that I don't mind a horse that has a bunch of seconds if there's a reason for the seconds. The problem here is all of those were short price seconds, which makes me, I know you're worried about that too, Mig, just makes me worried, does this horse want to win?
9-2 right now. That's the 3 horse we've been talking about for Peter Walder. 8 seconds and 23 starts, and just 1 for 23 lifetime. We'll see if today's the day for number 2. Morvino, the 5, the favorite, making start number 3 on the big drop for the Todd Pletcher barn. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. You're watching Assertive Attitude go in. Two more. Here's Morvino. He was away from most of them during the post parade. Dune Road completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. A hard-ridden Morvino goes straight to the front. Morvino just in front as they swing on to the backstretch. Barrelcraft comes away up on his flank in second, and down at the rail, the gray Whitby is 2 off them in third. They are followed by Ice Road, racing 1 from the rail and 3 lengths off the lead, and Very Funny outside of them. So those turquoise silks all across the track. A break of 3 back to Dune Road. Midnight Express is next, and it's another 3 back to Assertive Attitude. They're covered by a dozen lengths, and the opening quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Morvino, the leader, a half a length in front of Barrelcraft in second. Then Whitby, Ice Road, Very Funny outside of them. These 5 separated by less than 4 lengths. Midnight Express in the yellow colors. Outside of him, Dune Road starting to make a little bit of headway, but has 7 lengths to make up, and 2 more back to Assertive Attitude. 48 flat for the half mile. Barrelcraft puts his head in front. Morvino asked to counter. Very Funny looming up 3 deep in third. They have pulled 5 clear of Midnight Express, who takes fourth as Ice Road drops out. They've passed the quarter pole and turned for home. Morvino battling on the inside of Barrelcraft. Very Funny outside of them. Now 2 back in third. They're in the final furlong. Midnight Express is within 3 lengths of them, grinding away. Coming to the 16th pole, Morvino, Barrelcraft, head and head. Morvino, Barrelcraft, Barrelcraft, Morvino, Morvino, Barrelcraft, Morvino. Turns away Barrelcraft. Rat Ortiz had to use all his energy to do it. Very Funny was third in a battle with Midnight Express.
Morvino crossing the wire first, and yes, Rat Ortiz Jr. working the entire way to hold off Barrelcraft. We're going to take a look, though, at what went on here in the stretch in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this was a very game effort by Morvino. This is why Irad Ortiz Jr. is such a marvel. It doesn't matter if it's a 16 claim or a grade 1. You are going to get an effort, but it sure did look like they came together deep stretch. Going to get ahead on here. You see Morvino under a left-handed crop. Manny Franco on the outside with Barrelcraft. They come together a little bit here. Now, late, to me, it looks like they both kind of gave it a little.
Pretty minor, isn't it?
I think it's minor. I don't see anything that would warrant a change.
I got to tell you, it felt like he picked him up and carried him across the wire.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, if you had this horse, Irad Ortiz Jr., A thank you, because what an effort he put in, Paul.
Yeah, then you see Todd Pletcher coming down to go get in the winner's circle, and you're right. Listen, you know what I've noticed a lot here, Greg? The Wilson chute, you cannot be hung out wide, because the 9 was wide the whole way and then just ran out of gas. You can see the 5 switched leads. The 6 was by the 5, and I'm kind of with Jonathan. This horse, like, the 6 kind of came together, but he just kept busy. Did Irad Ortiz, and that got the job done. I mean, it really did.
3 or 4 points during the race, I thought Irad was going to be off the board.
Yeah.
The horse looked tired, looked out of it, looked
Right
done.
there. See there
He
right
just
there,
kept coming.
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
You know, guys, and it's gotten more and more difficult for riders because now there's a limit on how many times you can use the crop, 6 times. And you get horses, lower level horses or horses that have a short attention span. Some need more, you know, getting their attention than others. So they need more crop, but you've got to stay within the boundaries of those rules and kind of dole out those 6 strikes that you have. And this horse, I mean, he looked beaten, like you said, 3 or 4 different times. Irad Ortiz refused to say die, though.
17th winner of the meet for Todd Pletcher, who you saw right there. 37th win for the meet's leading rider, Irad Ortiz Jr.
And I think the bump happened right at the wire, so I don't think they're even going to – they're probably looking at it, but
And the 6 did come in a little bit as well.
I think it was just rubbing. There wasn't much there. That wasn't something that I would
to even it out, I'm saying.
Yeah, I think they both gave and got as good.
100% claimed? 100%
Yes,
horses
yes,
claimed?
100,000%.
I think we got to set an over-under on how many claims are in. I'll say 12.
Wow, 12. I'll go under.
I'll go over.
Unlimited Potential, I believe, was like 6, 5 or 6. So I would think Unlimited Potential would be a little bit more attractive than this guy.
Meets leading rider adds another. We're going to take a timeout. Yes, field set for the DraftKings Travers Torpedo Anna has drawn the rail. Can she make history against the 2-year-old champ and the rest of this crew? We'll talk the field when we come back.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmart.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to Saratoga Live as we are brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. More vino, I feel like that's a mantra for a lot of people. As he gets the win today for Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, and St. Elias, as well as Irad Ortiz. And Irad, I saw you warming him up. I knew what you were going to do on the horse to beat. Why not go to the lead? Though he didn't make it easy for you.
No, but like you said, he would look like the best horse in the race, big drop. I thought we don't want to take anything away that he gave me the easy way. So he broke good. I hope he make the lead. I got to stay with him, but he got the job done.
All right. Richie Migliori was talking about it, the HISA, the sanctions with the use of the crop. I have watched you over the last few years. You've refined your riding. You've come with a lot more finesse, a lot more of that hand ride, which it's really fun to watch you, even when it's a horse like this who doesn't want to give you his all.
Thank you, but we've been trying to get better and better. We learn every single day. We learn new things, and it's been fun. I mean, we try to follow the rules for sure. We all try to follow the rules and respect whatever they decide to do, and it's been fun. I keep learning every single day, and I'm happy to be here.
All right, we'll see you on Saturday, obviously well represented in those grade ones. But in the DraftKings Travers, you're aboard a horse that you haven't been on, Unmatched Wisdom. Flavien Prat siding with Sierra Leone. This horse looks like the up-and-comer, though. Are you excited to get on him?
Yes, I'm excited. I worked him last week. He worked so good. Flavien have commitment to with that horse. It's a nice horse with Sierra Leone, and we ended up on the horse for Mr. Seth Klarman, and we are happy. We're happy to pick up a mount like that one. He's a live horse, and he looked like a really nice horse. He don't know how to get beat yet, so.
Well, looking forward to it. I know you are. Congratulations here, though.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Irad Ortiz, as we have been serenaded by the women's choir out here. Greg, some beautiful sounds coming from the apron.
Yeah, they were playing earlier, too. Mig and I were catching it. So many great attractions here at Saratoga. When you walk in, the music, the dancing, something for everyone here at Saratoga.
They're having so much fun, and you can see how much work they put in. They wanted to get this right. It's got to be such an exciting thing for them, and we're the fortunate recipients.
And we learned something from Paula Duca music-wise on this show, too, as they were performing Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Not an original from Queen, performed originally by
Elvis Presley.
Nice.
And by the way, a lot of people that didn't were on air, this UCLA graduate was doing jazz hands.
I'm getting into it. Pick 4 coming up next. We'll get to that in a moment. Our ABR race of the week. What else could it be? It is the DraftKings Travers. Philly taking on the boys. And the Philly is drawing the rail. Torpedo Anna and Brian Hernandez Jr. Before we get into anything else, what does the rail do, good or bad, for her, JK?
Well, I mean, I'd be curious to hear what Mig says, but for me, from my perspective, it doesn't do anything good for her because it forces her hand. She's got to send away from there. All of her wins, she's kind of been out in the clear with a clean face. If she takes back, she's going to eat dirt. If she goes forward, she might go too fast.
Well, think about the Kentucky Oaks. They let her kind of bowl along on the lead against fillies. I think she's facing some quality colts here that have speed. So I agree with you. I think the rail really hurts her. It's going to take a Herculean effort on her part to get this done. I believe she belongs. I do believe she can win, but I think the post really hinders her chances.
I think what ends up happening here, she needs unless she goes, she's going to need unmatched wisdom to try to sting somebody or go to the front where she can draft off of him, or she's going to have to commit to the front and then see where Dornoch goes, get the outside of Dornoch. But if unmatched wisdom is able to show speed and she's able to draft, I think she can draft on the inside. And listen, it's never a bad spot to be hugging the inside rail.
Unmatched wisdom, Dornoch, and even fierceness. They don't want to be far out of it by any stretch. This is a look at Torpedo Anna here on the outside. Saturday working at Saratoga, going 5 furlongs. What'd you think of this work?
Well, if you watching it visually, not knowing a time, you'd say, well, she's, nice maintenance moves. She's not doing a lot. Well, she went 59-4 under a pull. Danny Ramsey aboard, 75-year-old Danny Ramsey, who looks about half that age, a remarkable person. And she just did that as easy as a horse could do it. If we put times aside, you wouldn't think she was doing anything, Paul.
All I know is Danny Ramsey told me I dress better than Steve Harvey. Exactly what he told me. He does. He dresses to impress, but yeah, this was a nice work. Again, but, you know, like JK says, you get put in a spot. Like, we talked about this. Who was the most important draw? And we thought it was Torpedo Anna and Fierceness. And Fierceness got the best of it.
He won the draw. Will he win the race? Phillies to even just try this race since 1915. Lady Rotha won that race. The only time a Philly has won it, the last time a Philly won it. Only 4 have tried it. Best finish, Chris Everett back in 1974. Just being in this race is historical.
Chris Everett, a Philly Triple Crown winner, also coming off of trouncing Miss Musket in a match race out at Hollywood Park. She beat her about 50 lengths. Cicada tried it. Cicada was an incredible horse for Meadow Stable, small filly. She actually cost Military Plume the race. That's that Jaipur right and Travers guys where they were noses apart. Military Plume was on his way to catching him, and Cicada came out and sideswiped him and totally stymied. He only got beat a half a length.
Meanwhile, Dornick, leader in the clubhouse right now in this 3-year-old division. I saw Jason Wirt the other day at a golf outing, and I asked him about Dornick. He said, the horse is doing great. I don't know how I'm doing.
Yeah, he's just been a nervous wreck. I do love him. When I was able to talk to him, I go, how do you like Saratoga? He goes, this place is great. They gave me a golf cart. They let me go wherever I want to go. I'm like, you're the king of Saratoga already? And he did reiterate to me and said his heart was in his throat at about the top of the lane. He thought Mindframe was by him, and then he just couldn't believe that this horse keeps on going. He keeps showing that courage, JK.
He does. He's gritty. He's absolutely gritty. I was not very impressed with him earlier in this 3-year-old year. He showed a lot of potential as a 2-year-old. He was just very the first part of the year. But that Belmont Stakes, he ran, flat out ran, and he came right back in the Haskell and confirmed it. The problem is that just like with Torpedo Anna, and even with Fierceness and Unmatched Wisdom, these horses, all 4 of them, are going to get run at in waves of different horses depending on who ends up where. If Dornick goes to the front, he's going to have to deal with Torpedo Anna at some point. He's going to have to deal with Fierceness at some point, and then he's going to have to deal with Sierra Leone. That's my biggest concern.
Can Dornick join this list? Of course, Arcangelo did it last year, went on to become a 3-year-old champion. Mig, you were saying?
No, I mean, just look at the list. I mean, an incredible list here. But that's why this Travers is just so exciting and so intriguing. As a fan, I can't wait to see it. And I will tell you this, if I'm in a barroom brawl, I want Dornick with me.
Well, here's the thing.
He loves to fight, doesn't he?
Well, when you look at that list, there's only one horse. And Bob Baffert will say to you whatever you want. Justify and American Pharaoh. He'll say probably that Point Given was up there on those 2 horses. And Point Given's the only one that's won the Belmont, Travers, and the Haskell. The Haskell and the Travers. So if he was able to pull that off, that's pretty elite company. Point Given was an immensely talented horse. He won the Preakness by 10. He just didn't show up on Derby Day. Then he won the Belmont by, I don't even know by how many lengths.
10+ lengths, I believe.
Yeah, he won quite easily, yeah.
One of, I don't know, 12th biggest margin history of that race. It was something up there. Yeah, he was an incredible horse. If Dornick could pull this off, that would be something. As for Fierceness, we were all excited to see him back, JK, in that Jim Dandy performance, and to get this thriller down the stretch between the 2 horses everybody wanted to see.
Look, I absolutely love Fierceness. I loved him after he won the Juvenile. I thought he was so impressive that day. His Florida Derby was outstanding. I thought he couldn't lose the Kentucky Derby, and he just finally came back to show who the real Fierceness is. The problem is that horse to the inside, Sierra Leone, in my opinion, ran his lifetime best race in this race, and I think he's sitting on another big one.
Could be. But, you know, I remember you saying something to me that you were kind of on Sierra Leone, and then you changed your mind as soon as you saw Fierceness.
Well, Fierceness looked very, very light going to the Kentucky Derby. He just had, his weight was poor. Then I saw him in the paddock for the Jim Dandy, and I'm like, wow, this horse put on 100 pounds in all the right places. So he's carrying really good weight right now. Now, I liked his work the other day. It was an easy maintenance work, but I wasn't crazy about his energy level going back to the barn. So the jury's still out if he's going to come back to me with that other A effort.
You think finally, though, Sierra Leone, he ran his lifetime best, still didn't win.
Yeah,
you think
but
he breaks through on Saturday?
Because of the wave, that's what I'm going to call it all week. The wave of horses that are going to run at those other good horses. Torpedo Anna is going to deal with more than she's ever dealt with. Fierceness, the same. Unmatched Wisdom, Dornick. They're all going to deal with waves, and then they're going to have to deal with that real big wave at the end in Sierra Leone. I didn't pick Sierra Leone. I haven't picked Sierra Leone in any race ever, and you know where I'm leaning.
He's going to have to deal with himself, though, too.
He is, but look. In the Derby, which I thought was one of his most drastic lugging in incidents, he still almost won by an inch. And we probably don't talk about it anymore, but it cost him.
You can argue he's the best horse in a mile and a quarter. I mean, he lost by an inch, and then he got left in the other mile and a quarter race when we ran the Belmont. Okay, if we had ran the Belmont a mile and a half, he might have won it. And he got dead left when Dornick beat him. So you could argue still that he hasn't won. He's the best mile and a quarter horse.
Yeah, I think people aren't making enough out of that poor start.
Yes.
In the Belmont Stakes as well. You're going to see it live this Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday, DraftKings Travers winner. We'll have that canoe painted in the winning silks to replace Arcangelo from last year, 3 to 6:30 Eastern. Appointment television, you do not want to miss it. The showdown of the summer coming up from Saratoga, just a few days' time. Can this man get the race for the first time in his career that he covets so much? Got his first ever 4-star Dave this year. Can he add a Travers as well for Chad Brown? Stay with us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1,000,000 on a fee to your mama. $1,400,000 on a pie. $1,500,000 and $1,600,000. $150,000. $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you. That canoe shortly will be painted in the winning colors of the Travers winner in that showdown of the summer coming up on our Saturday coverage on Fox. We're back to our Wednesday action here. And pick 4 time, 10 minutes away from race 6. Mile distance now moved to the main track. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll start with some first-time starters here, Greg. Number 11, Mengetsu. She'll come in for trainer Kelsey Danner while she was entered for the turf and drawing on the AEs. I thought it was interesting that she stays in here, namely because of her pedigree. A daughter of Lookin' at Lucky, out of the Dam Orient Moon, who did win her first start, which was sprinting on the dirt. And she's actually a half two, Kept Waiting, who was a New York bred stakes winner, sprinting on the dirt, though began her career and had the bulk of her success early on the turf. Wow. This dam throws some seriously similar horses. She looks so much like Kept Waiting. She's got a lot of size and substance to her. She's a little revved up. She gave her handlers quite a fuss to get the blinkers on. They did a great job in making her let them do so. She is sharp. be aware that she should be forward. At least that's the vibe that she's getting off here in the paddock. And while she might have a little bit more of a turf look, I think she should be okay getting on this surface, and definitely should handle the distance, though it is a little bit more of a sprinting pedigree. At least physically, she looks as though a mile should be a-okay for her. As we'll move on to number 12, Cha-Cha Ren for Brad Cox, entered for the main track here in her debut. Daughter of Connect. The dam, while she was a little bit better on the turf, the half-sibling won first time out on the dirt, though, as a 4-year-old. And then if you go back a generation, the dam have to a graded stakes horse draw it going long on the dirt. And she's well spotted here. I think, Brad and his team have entered this filly going this mile on the dirt, and it's exactly what she looks like she wants to do. She's one, though, that's wearing blinkers as she does ship in here and has done the bulk of her preparations at Belmont Park. Brad's one of those trainers that I don't mind too much blinkers on, because he trains a lot of his horses in those blinkers, and they're just a short cup cheater blinker. She's a beautifully put together filly, very tall and elegant, really typical of that kind of Connect prototype that we often see. And she's been a professional so far and is well prepared from the fitness standpoint. A horse that has started already is number 13, Open Flame, who kind of caught my eye first time out. She definitely ran like a horse, though, that wanted more ground, debuting going the 6 furlongs in a scheduled dirt race. And she is entered MTO here. I like her getting a mile. I will say this, though. A lot of times when you see horses get a little bit more nervy because they know what's happening, she has done just that. She gave them a little bit of a fuss to get the tack on. She's definitely a lot more on it today. So does that mean she could break that much better and put herself that much more in the game? Absolutely. But I think it's imperative, Greg, to pay attention to how they behave on track. You don't want them expending too much energy and getting too wound up prior to going in the gate for their second starts.
Maggie, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here in a moment. 7 minutes from the start. This one with a race under her belt on dirt, in a race that was meant for dirt for Kenny McPeak.
That's a cool color. What do we call that, Mig?
That's a roan, right?
Yeah, I mean, she's officially a gray, but yeah, I would consider that more roan.
That's nice.
I mean, Kenny McPeak, he had another horse that was off the turf event, but that horse was in the body of the field. He seems to win these type of races. I like this filly. What's this? So 2, 4. It's like only 6 or 7 horses. So the horse doesn't draw the complete outside in here, and I think that's okay.
It's always confusing how they're going to bet these races. I thought it was somewhere between the 4-12 and the 13. Me personally, I didn't need the 10. Who's 5-2 right now, Heavenly Light. Took money on debut, but that was turf sprinting, and I
think what happens is when a horse like that takes money on debut and you see no turf works, the horse was working well in the dirt. Then they stuck the horse on the turf. So I think people are coming back. They lost their money at 2-1, and now they're going, okay, this horse worked well in the dirt. Let's come back with a 10 again. And I think that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, the mare herself, this horse's dam, was 3 for 7 on fast dirt tracks. She also won a stake on the dirt. So there is some dirt pedigree there to suggest that she probably could handle it. You got to be careful with those gate works on the Belmont training track, especially half mile. They're always a little faster. It's more of an about half a mile distance the way the gate is set up there, and you'll see a lot of horses work fast out of the gate there.
So we got 3 on the board in this race between 5-2 or 3-1. Race that was meant for the grass, now shortened up to a mile main track. There's your current favorite. Playful asked Luis Saez for Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds Farm. Was in a race, I guess the benefit of already having gone a mile in a race that was on the dirt that came off the turf as well.
It's got to help, but from a mental standpoint, having a race in your butt, but from the physical fitness standpoint, having that race going a mile. And she made a dramatic middle move. I mean, she made a run from the half-mile pole, didn't get a fast figure, but she actually ran better than it maybe even looks that second.
Meg, what's your elevator explanation of the difference between how a turf horse moves and a dirt horse moves over a track?
Well, a lot of horses that have higher action on dirt, their action level's off on turf. So it's more about how more efficiently they move over the grass compared to that wasted action high on the dirt.
Here is the one we just talked about, has gone a mile on a sloppy sealed track on dirt.
Yeah, she's already gone the mile. She ran well and made a big middle move. Fitness-wise, got to help her a lot.
Speed and beauty didn't exactly show that in the debut.
Yeah, 6th out of 8th in debut, but she had a brutal beginning, and she was acting up before that debut, and she just tossed Tyler Gaffalione, or Lane Leslie, her jockey right there.
Looking to rock, has had 2 sprints on turf so far.
Yeah, Mira Shockley got her first win of the Me on Sunday.
Here's Heavenly Light, debuted. 5.5 furlong sprinting on grass for Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, pedigree that would suggest dirt might be okay, though, and that one good work, although I questioned it on the training track.
First-time starter, Mangetsu with Tyler Gaffalione.
Yeah, for MBS stable, been working at Turfway Park, some good works, too.
Here's the 2 main track only, Cha Chow Ren, Brad Cox Barn.
Yeah, was entered specifically hoping this race would come off, and the mare has produced 3 dirt winners.
And Ken McPeak, second-time starter, daughter of Volatile, Open Flame.
Yeah, this one for Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC and Julian Leperoux aboard. Currently, your tepid second choice.
And there's Lane Luzzy back aboard this long shot here, the biggest price on the board. Speed and beauty for start number 2. Didn't take much money first time out, had a difficult beginning in that race, and didn't do much running after that.
No, not much, but Melanie Giddings' horses have been running well. I would think this horse at 25 to 1 is going to improve. I just don't know how much she can improve to win the race.
So back to Playful Lass. Mike Maker, those Silks, 3 Diamonds Farm. This is the success they've had. Army Wife, Atone, Bigger Picture, Cross Border, the Bowling Green, Fire at Will, and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Some big wins for this group.
I'm still shocked that Fire at Will won. I just, that day at the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, if I'm not mistaken, was at Keeneland. I just did not like the horse. He did it pretty easily.
Cross Border won here like four times that one summer. He always loved it here. Yeah.
Mike Maker talked about him in Cart Talk and said, because I'd asked him why he liked it up here so much. I guess he was a stall walker, where I'll let Mig kind of explain that, but he didn't do it as much up here.
Well, up here you have all different kinds of stalls, right? And a horse that's a stall walker is usually because they're a little claustrophobic and they get to walking in their stall and they fret about things. Here you've got stalls with windows, you've got outdoor stalls where they, the best thing for a stall walker is put them in one of those outdoor pony pens. So they're basically living under the stars, but they don't feel closed in and they relax better.
More on this one we're looking at for these very successful connections. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, there's so many options here at Saratoga to kind of bring out the best in a horse. That's why I fell in love with this place. Obviously, it's easy to, but especially when you're riding around the backside, you just really appreciate all that it does for a horse. As we'll take a look, though, at number 4, Playful Lass. Now, I had noted that she looked incredibly fit for the debut, and she was very professional, and she actually got a solo warm-up that day. Well, now she has not left the side of the pony. I don't know that usually for me, considering when they come in with a pony, it means that the first race kind of rattled them a bit, and they're displaying that in their morning training too. She's been very good with the pony there, as she does wear that breastplate. She wore it last time. She's a bit of a smaller filly, so she has the experience. I get why on form she is appealing. I just didn't like her first time, and I don't really like her this time, even though she ran second. So very, very tough connections, though, to go against. As we'll move on to the horse that I've landed on. I admit, I was really intrigued by the 11 and 12. I think they're all right, and even the 13. The 13 will probably win here, but the 10, I thought, she's just done everything you want for a second-time starter. She's a lot more fit. I wasn't in the paddock, Acacia was, but I watched this horse's her replay quite closely, and she just looked big and like she needed a start. She galloped out huge that day for Horacio De Paz, and she doesn't look overly turf meant. You look at her pedigree, she's by City of Light, their best sprinting, albeit on the dirt, and the dam was a stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. So a very versatile dam, a very versatile pedigree overall, and she looks that way. She's a little bit more upright in those pasterns, doesn't have that proverbial turf hoof. So I'm going to take her, though I think that the outside 4 in here at least were the ones that just made the most sense to me, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Favoritism now to this one here on our screen. Start number 2 coming up for a barn that's is going to take a shot at history this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they want to win this one. But something tells me the one on Saturday
it's a little bit bigger, right?
might mean a little bit more to the barn. But, this happens a lot, I think, when these races come off the turf. A horse that has a nice number on the dirt, it's easy for people to gravitate towards. At least the horse can handle the dirt to a certain extent.
When I watched her first start, it really felt to me like I was watching a horse getting a good education. Brian Hernandez kind of put her in a couple of situations that are going to make her a better racehorse going forward, and she did not look like a filly that wanted to sprint. I think she's going to appreciate stretching out, Paul.
You got to love Kenny. He's like, on Saturday, too, by the way, I got Gould's Gold in the St. Louis Derby. I'm like, are you kidding me? He likes them all.
He's got good reason to like quite a few of them in his barn. What he's done just already to this point. He's gonna be across the street, right?
I mean, just on the strength of the Derby Oaks double this year, becoming only the third trainer in history to do it. Yes, a Preakness with a filly, Belmont Stakes, and what an incredible eye for a horse. I mean, he would be like the greatest scout in baseball, seeing kids play Little League and identifying which ones were going to be the ones.
Swiss Skydiver, $35,000.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it's a discussion on whether or not Kenny will be in the Hall of Fame, if he wins on Saturday, I think that solves the question.
Which may not even be a question at this. Well,
exactly.
We'll see.
Yeah. You never know.
But yeah, that certainly would cement it as we get set to see if he can win this 6th race here. The McPeak Barn with Open Flame is the favorite. Julian Leperoux aboard. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
2 more left to load. Cha-Cha Ren. Open Flame to the outside. Walks up to the gate. Getting a little nudge. They're in the gate. Any moment. And they're off. It's a quick start for Speed and Beauty. Playful Lass along the inside is flashing some early. Foot 2 and Mangetsu in the orange is up and on the pace now, taking second. They're followed by Open Flame, and Heavenly Light is 5th, 7 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Lookin' to Rock, and a long, long way to Cha-Cha Ren. Speed and Beauty clicked off an opening quarter in 24 4/5 seconds, leading the way by a length over Mangetsu in second. It's 3 more lengths to Playful Lass, who races inside of Open Flame, 4th and 6 lengths off the lead. Then at the rail, it's Lookin' to Rock. Heavenly Light is next, and another 5 back to Cha-Cha Ren, who has made contact with the field. The half in 49 1. Speed and Beauty, Mangetsu go around the far turn within a half length of one another. Playful Lass, Open Flame getting closer 3rd and 4th. At the rail, Lookin' to Rock is in 5th, still with 5 lengths to make up. Heavenly Light and Cha-Cha Ren has trailed throughout. A 1/4 mile to go, and Mangetsu in between horses. Playful Lass immediately challenges on the outside, and at the rail, Speed and Beauty, and suddenly Playful Lass has blown right by those 2 with a furlong left to go. Heavenly Light has moved into second, but Playful Lass and Luis Saez are running very quickly through the stretch. That's number 3 for Mike Maker today, and an easy route. Playful Lass by almost 5 lengths. Heavenly Light, no match in second. Cha-Cha Ren managed to get the Shodo in front of Mangetsu.
Playful Lass, second time out to victory under Luis Saez, as you heard from Frank Miramati. 3-win day for the barn of Mike Maker.
Yeah, Mike Maker with 3 wins in one day. Maybe he's going to make this thing interesting in the trainer title chase. But, Mig, Playful Lass, when they came off the turn right here, just accelerated in the blink of an eye.
She was in behind horses. Open Flame, the 13, with Julian Leperoux, was trying to keep her in around the turn. He didn't have enough horse. When he got out in the clear, watch when he asked her here. She's going to jump to her right lead right there. and it's over. And she's flicking her ears back and forth, and she puts instant separation on this field. And suddenly, this trainer race has gotten a bit interesting. Chad Brown, 24. Mike Maker, 21.
You know, the money was right. The 10 here was right on the 10. The 4 just ran monstrous here, and she's got her ears pricked up, ready to do some more. You know, Julian was on the 13 the whole way, and the 4 was always traveling better. The 10 made a giant move, but this horse just accelerated away. My goodness.
Dominant here late. Goes off at 3-1. And able to put this field to bed.
And look at her. She got the inside ear flicking back and forth. But she's reaching for ground, this daughter of Matoli. You see she's got that breastplate that around her neck there attached to the saddle, keep the saddle in place. But, boy, she kind of cut a rug at the 8th ball. I think she was listening to those ladies sing out there.
What a day for the Maker barn, and what a meet it's been. Just not letting up at all. Came in today with 18 wins. He's got 21 now. He's 3 back of Chad Brown.
Look, it's still an uphill battle because of the amount of horses that good horses that Chad has. But it's at least a conversation.
Nice to keep it interesting, huh? Yeah, I like that.
Indeed it is. 4, 10, 12, 11. Playful last here in the 6th to start the pick 4. So much great action coming up this weekend. Friday, in the Distaff Division, the reigning champ returns. Idiomatic, and a chance to try and turn the tables on the one she beat in last year's Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back on Saratoga Live here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. 6th race in the books. It's playful last 3-win day. Barn of Mike Maker, who is starting to make things interesting in the trainer standings. Luis Saez aboard for a dominant victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Kirk Wyckoff of Three Diamonds Farm. And Kirk, The weather is often a role player in every horseman's life. As you said, haven't been able to run as many as you want, but luckily, Playful Lass in here, she is one that can seemingly do either in her young career. Can she?
Yeah, apparently. We bought the Matoli because I think they'll turf, but she was off the turf last race and ran well, and Luis rode her perfectly today and ran well again. Someday she'll get on the turf because her mother and her siblings won on the turf, but not today.
Why do you think the Matolis will make good turf horses?
Ask Ken Dorea by Giants Causeway. I mean, I don't know how far they'll go because Matoli was a sprinter. I mean, this filly's out of a Vindication mare. It's a little surprising to see she likes longer, but you know, she worked 10-3 at Timonium into a headwind, which is why we bought her, and she's rewarded us. You don't get many to come from a 2-year-old sale to the winner's circle.
That quickly, especially, you know, a May sale as she did. But talk a little bit about the work that goes into those sales. Do you attend every single one?
I probably attend more horse sales as an owner than any other owners we know. And a lot of work goes into it. We have 3 or 4 agents that work for us, consigners that we're partners with. We watch the works. My son does it. Obviously, Mike Maker does it. And we've got great partners in Wavertree and Grassroots, so they point us in the right direction. And this was a horse that the guys from from the Gallop sold for Tom McCrocklin at Timonium, and Dave McCathan said she was a pretty nice horse.
Well, she delivered right away for you here at the spot.
I'm a check now.
You got to cover all the bases to make sure you are in good standing order. Well, congratulations, Kirk. Always a pleasure.
All right, appreciate your time, Maggie. Great job.
Kirk Wyckoff, 3 Diamonds Farm. As he said, you're always battling the weather, but it's good to be in the winner's circle.
Grew up riding horses, as did his wife. They wanted to stay connected to the business, and that's why they got into it. Had some great success. And you talked about a surprise fire. Well, you didn't think that horse would win. Many didn't. 30-1 when that horse surprised in the Breeders' Cup. $8.10 for the win. With this victory, we got a big one coming up in the Distaff division. Reigning champ is back, but she's going to try and turn the tables on the competitor just beat her when they met in the Ogden Phipps. Personal Ensign, that's the race we'll have for you on Friday, named after one of the stars of the sport.
Here she is winning the Whitney, defeating Gulch and King Swan. King Swan was one of those horses, a New York favorite. She was incredible. And then what she went on to do as a broodmare. I mean, you can make the case that she's the greatest mare of all time if you look at what she did on the racetrack and then what she did in the breeding shed.
Perfect 13 for 13 record. Win against males in the Whitney. Just sensational. What a resume for the Phipps stable trained by Shug McGahee. 8 grade 1s in those 13 starts. And this race every year, we look forward to this race. And again, we're going to get a compact field, but Paulie, we're going to get a sensational field lining up. Of course, Idiomatic held off randomized in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, but randomized came back and beat Idiomatic this year.
Yeah, she did in the Ogden Phipps. It was a ding-dong battle. Listen, Idiomatic seems like she likes to get into a little fight, and now randomized got the best of her last time out in the Ogden Phipps. We'll see what happens. This is going to be very interesting. Idiomatic last time out in the Molly Pincher kind of felt like she fell asleep a tiny bit, but we'll go back to the Ogden Phipps, and man, this was a ding-dong battle. This was a great race.
Idiomatic, it just, you know, when I woke up this morning, I felt maybe she just tailed off. Maybe she's going the wrong direction. She was so good last year, and she's been a little underwhelming based on comparing to last year, this year. But earlier today on the show, I was at the house, and I watched Brad Cox win a race, and he specifically said that I know some people are wondering if she's good, she's ready to run, she's going in the right direction. I got a little bit more confidence back about Idiomatic to show up and run her race in here today, but I can't take my eyes off of Chiguera. I think she's interesting as well.
She's had excuses, though, Idiomatic, too. She may have run the better race against randomized in defeat.
She might have. And like I said, last time in the Molly Pitcher, you might get a better price because of that. And again, I want to reiterate, she was going 113, 114, okay? This is a filly that's mare at one time was going 110. Florent Giroux fell asleep on her. Now, Sullivan Angel took her to the task. I give her credit for coming back. I thought a lot of people knocked her for this effort. I actually thought, I'm just being honest, rider error, she won the race.
sometimes you can go too slow. You're better off going on a little bit. Keep everybody working to stay with you. I do think it is a legitimate question at the age of 5, though, if Idiomatic isn't maybe just a smidge slower than she was.
That track, though, that day, JK, 4 was not, usually it's a great place to be. It's not a great place to be that day.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't a comfortable place where she was. And like I said, she's had some excuses in her last 2 races, but I feel like last year she overcame those situations a little bit easier. But, like I said, Brad sounded very confident that he feels like the ship is righted and she's back going the right direction. If she shows up and runs races she ran last year, she'll be extremely tough to beat.
See, take a look at this race and winners of this race who've gone on to become champions at year's end. Of course, Idiomatic last year. Mala thought Latruska was so fun to watch doing her thing on the front end. And in this race, the heat she took up front in that performance.
What a list. My goodness.
Very cool. Yeah, there's some really cool horses in there. Close Hatches, which has some relevance for this weekend with training with Batten Down running in the Travers.
Mig was just talking about Beautiful Pleasure.
Yeah, but actually, though, it was 2000 that I beat her, not 2001. I had it wrong.
I graduated high school in 2000.
Wow.
Thanks a lot.
Paul and I weren't even born yet, so. Incredible list of runners. That is coming up on our Friday action. Idiomatic looking to go back-to-back in the personal ensign. Can she defend her title and defend her championship? We will find out later this week. Stay with us.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like. Here is Epicenter now to take over the lead. Cyberknife is down at the rail and racing in second. Zandon has now moved into third. They pass the 8th pole. It is Epicenter in front, and he is at the top of the 3-year-old class. Epicenter won the Jim Dandy, and he backs it up with a very top-notch finish in the Run Happy Travers.
Wow, did Epicenter rise to the occasion for the big one in the Travers. Best race he ever ran, and he made no doubt about it was the best 3-year-old that day.
Remember the race before that? They were mad that the Joel Rosario had taken Epicenter back, and they were like, oh, he's going to be more forward in the Run Happy Travers. He laid dead last and circled him.
He took him back to last, and he was just a beast at that moment.
Yeah.
He really was very, very good.
112 Beyer speed figure in that Travers win, coming off the Jim Dandy victory, going back-to-back.
Can't believe that horse lost the Kentucky Derby.
With Zandon right to his
Yeah,
back.
yeah. Old Rich Strike, huh?
Rich Strike at 81-1.
Horse that wasn't even in the body of the race until less than 24 hours.
I still remember to this day, I know we got to go to the paddock report. He was not even on the Derby shirt. People were lining outside of Churchill Downs wanting their shirt back because he was not in the gate on the Derby shirt.
The scratch of Ethereal Road from D. Wayne
100%.
Lucas, right? That got him into the race.
Come on, Wayne. I needed Zandon in Rep Center.
13 minutes away from the 7th. Let's go to Maggie.
Yep, trying to dodge the raindrops again here in the paddock as we're under the saddling area here as we'll begin with, Steve Asmussen's horse in here as he goes second off the claim. That's number 4, OP Firecracker, a horse that I had seen in my time at Oaklawn Park. And I just always felt as though he didn't really carry the weight that I'd like to see. And Steve is one of those trainers. He packs it on, he feeds them well, and the weight is what I view it should be or could be with this horse, who is a bit of a lighter frame. You know, he is a will take charge. A lot of times you see them, they're kind of tall, angular individuals, just in general. But he looks a lot better than what he did back at Oaklawn in March. And last time was in a tougher race. Cook Creek, obviously in great and raging form, came here and won in an upper level allowance race with a 93 buyer. And OP Firecracker just, I think, at a level where he belongs. Now he's gonna have to resurrect himself a bit here. And I do like the 1 1/8 that he gets, but I just think this is the right spot for him, and I appreciate what Steve has done with him now in his second start for the barn. Number 1, Lost in Rome. This is a horse that has spent a lot of time in a lot of different barns. He's been claimed quite frequently throughout his career. And actually, the first time he was ever claimed from his original connections was by Bruce Levine and Flying P Stable. So I thought it was really intriguing that they went back in for this horse 4 years after the fact, now that he is a 7-year-old. Now they're going to stretch him back out in distance, which is what Bruce immediately did the first time that he had him when he broke his maiden. And I've always been a little bit questionable about that because he's not really built like a 1 1/8 horse. And furthermore, in this particular scenario, he's going to have to deal with other speed like Magnolia Midnight in here. So we'll see what Lost in Rome is able to do. But again, I think it's always, important that you pay attention to when connections reclaim a horse, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Certainly pay attention to that. 9-5 favorite, Runnin' Ray here in the 7th. But let's go back to Lost in Rome. So 6-1, Saez will ride. Let's go back to September 3rd of a long time ago.
Way back when?
We going that far back?
Was it September 3rd? Wow, we went 2020,
Back
huh?
to 2020.
Okay, well, hey, look, Lost in Rome. Back in 2020, he won here.
When in Rome?
So,
How's he going to bounce out of this one, guys?
well, look. I will say this though. The Flying P Stable is rolling. This was for Bruce Levine, not Mike Maker, but wouldn't be shocked. 3 wins in one day for an owner. That'd be a lot, huh?
Plus is like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The horse has been in 5 different barns, so the soundness is there at age 7. And he's had 3 wins in the last 2 years, maybe.
Yeah, it's just interesting that he's just had a steady diet, for better than, since February, I should say, of sprints. And now he steps back in at the 1 1/8 distance. He has won at the 1 1/8 distance before, twice. But listen, if you discount anything with the Flying P, hot pink and black colors right now, it's a mistake.
Meanwhile, there's the one to beat. That's Runnin' Ray, 9-5 favorite, 8-year-old. And he comes back off more than a year away on dirt. Runs a huge effort, and he's been effective at a 1 1/8. If he can repeat this race, Paulie, this race over?
Yeah, but my worry is this was a decent group. Howling Time, these are hard knockers. And if you look, they went 109, 120. It's going pretty fast. And I thought it was a good effort. He cuts up for second, but he got a decent pace. You see him starting to lengthen his strike there late. That was, like you said, first start. Then they went to the turf after that. He is 14 out of 25 in the exact. He's a very consistent horse. He ran at Oakland a couple years ago, but he was, restricted to that mile. But he is 1 for 3 at the distance with 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's always run well at the mile distance. I think you pointed out something very sharp there, Paul. The way the last 50 yards, it was almost like he really found his stride.
Yeah, look, you have the grass race in between. If he runs his race, he's one of those horses. If he runs his race, he's better than these, but that's obviously the question that you have to ask yourself.
But I can understand the grass race, right? The horse ran a decent race at Kentucky. Maybe they were trying something, So I can understand that race. Because the race at Kentucky Downs, the horse ran a 90-something Beyer? 95 Beyer, which is actually 1 point off his top.
Yeah, and you got to think with an 8-year-old, grass racing's a little bit easier on him. So if you could find out that he likes grass, you can maybe, elongate the career.
Light rain coming down, but we have heard some thunder in the distance, but nothing too serious right now. We're going to get set for our post-parade here coming up.
I think we
a lot of people here.
I think we deserve this week to have that fake dome over the track, okay? We deserve it.
Yes, we do. We do not want weather this weekend. Forecast is actually pretty good.
Okay, Greg.
It's easy, buddy.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. At least on the app looks clear, but things can change here.
Someone asked me why we don't tarp the turf course, and I couldn't think of an answer why.
Well, here's the thing, you know how much, a lot of people have asked me that, why don't they roll out a rollout tarp? I'm like, if you guys don't really know, a baseball tarp is insanely expensive, first of all. And I can imagine a rollout tarp has got to be in the gazillions. I mean, and what would it do? It'd roll off the water anyway. I mean, let's just be honest.
It's an outdoor sport. It's unfortunate that the weather doesn't always cooperate.
Exactly.
It is what it is.
Here's our post break. We'll start with Lost in Rome, again, stretching back out.
Stretching back out off the sprints from the rail with Luis Saez. I think you see this guy in front.
Here's the favorite, Runnin' Ray, with Tyler Gaffalione.
If he can run some of his back dirt races, the rest of them are running for second.
Arad Ortiz Jr. with its Viper at 14-1.
Ships in for Brittany Russell, the leading trainer in Maryland last year. Always dangerous.
OP Firecracker, Steve Asmussen barn.
Yeah, switched the Steve Asmussen barn. Didn't do much running last time. Let's see if the winningest trainer in North America can figure this one out.
Frankie Dettori on Suerte with blinkers on.
Mike Maker looking for his 4th win on the afternoon.
There's St. Andrews, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, second off the claim for Orlando Noda. Has some back numbers that can make him competitive.
Magnolia Midnight, Ramon Vasquez for the Cantermachi barn.
Some more speed to the party here.
And here's complete agenda. Pratt for Rudy Rodriguez.
Ran extremely well last time, and he's run well for Rudy when Rudy's had him in his barn.
Outside, Midnight Trouble. Just claimed Englehart barn with Manny Franco.
Yeah, real tough race last time. He was claimed out of by Jeremiah Englehart, but his previous efforts were very good at Aqueduct.
To get back to the tarp thing for you real quick, because I know a lot of people ask. Here's the other part. When you're in a major league stadium, your tarp, actually, if you had a hurricane, will go right into the stadium. When I had a hurricane in Florida, our tarp literally ripped in the middle of the ground. So if you had a tarp out here in the middle of a tornado, we wouldn't want it sitting on the top of Ciro's, okay? There you go.
Back to this race here. So Midnight Trouble, that's solved. 13-1 here on this long shot for a barn that's having a terrific meet here. Jeremiah Englehart winning at 26%. Let's take a look back to May 26. This was 2 starts back. It was one at a mile for 40,000.
Yeah, but I don't have a problem. I'm assuming you're suggesting with the mile that this is a mile and an eighth. Does this horse want to go that far? Mig, when it comes to 1-turn miles, I don't worry much about a horse stretching out to the 2-turn mile and an eighth.
Well, you and I have talked about this, and it's just such a much more demanding pace, a 1-turn mile. You know, how many times you see a mile and an eighth, 2 turns, they'll jump out 24 and change, 49, 25, 50. They're going 23, 46, 22 and change, 45 and change going a mile. So it's making a horse have to kind of almost sprint for an elongated period of time. I agree. It's a more demanding distance.
So does that make the 7 a little bit more dangerous that he gets to not to have to go that fast? Here's a horse that's never gone a mile and 1/8. I thought he was the tricky horse. He's never gone this distance. I'm sure he's going to lead him around there for a long time, I would think, no?
I think Lost in Rome's going to have a lot to say about that coming out of those 6 furlong races, even though he hasn't shown, high speed sprinting. I mean, he has laid close. I just think from 6 furlongs to a mile and 1/8 with the rail and Luis Saez, he is the horse that's going to be the thorn in the side of Magnolia Midnight, or Magnolia Midnight's going to be the thorn in his side.
5-2 favoritism remains on Runnin' Ray. He's been favored throughout, and some of his best performances have come at this distance, at least in terms of results.
Yeah, a win in 2 seconds. You're right. I mean, in a win in a second at the racetrack, obviously a while back. But yeah, and then you see a great crowd. And then I always say the best seat in the house is on Dad's shoulders. And take Dad's phone.
There is no better seat,
That's
is there?
the best seat in the house, yeah.
2 minutes to post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with your favorite here, guys, and that's number 2, Runnin' Ray, a horse that I'd seen 2 years ago, I believe, and he was winning here, going a mile and 1/8, but he was doing it more so on the front end, and I feel like there's some other horses that are quicker than him in this affair. And now, even though he's third off the layoff, and he's always been a horse that, is quite robust, he still could look a bit more fit. I love the way he's moving out there. I will say that. Very loose, very free, so I appreciate that aspect about him. And he's a horse that I've always been a bit of a fan of. So I'll be happy when he wins. I just don't know dynamically if this is the right scenario for him, but again, fits really well with this group. Now, number 5, Suerte, I mean, if we were running this race back in February, he would be 2-1. He got very good over the winter time going those longer distance races, but his recent form leaves little to be desired in those other than trying the turf last time. That didn't go so well, and he was entered for $32,000 on Sunday as an MTO, but opted to run here for the 50. Honestly, this is one of the better times I've seen him. So if he's going to show up, I feel like he's going to show up today. Again, a horse affected by the presence of some other speed. We'll see if those very short cup cheater blinkers he applies today make any difference in his running style. And then a horse that might appreciate having some pace out in front of him is number 9, Midnight Trouble, who will stretch back out to this 9 furlongs. And he's built like he should be able to handle it. And I felt in some of the situations in his previous 9 furlong races, he was against the track and there were just things that didn't go quite right for him. He is sharp today, but I see him sitting behind those early pace setters, and maybe he's the first one to make that move. But great energy, great conditioning. He's a long shot that I would definitely use here in this 7th race, Greg.
Post time coming up. Thank you, Maggie. As we get another look at that 9 from the outside post, 12-1 on this intriguing long shot with Manny Franco. As we take a look at our analyst selections, a lot of love for Runnin' Ray.
Yeah, I just think Running Ray's better than these, and while there is some other interesting types that I think if you're playing multi-race wagers, you'd want to make sure you have. I just think if the real Runnin' Ray shows up, I think he's going to be tough, and I think the real Runnin' Ray will show up.
Kind of with you. I think he just can sit in a really good spot, especially if the one, like you're saying, Mig, goes to the front. Along with the 7, he can maybe save some ground on the rail. Tyler's been very adept at that this whole meet.
Absolutely, and he's drawn towards the inside, so he's going to get that good drafting spot. I really foresee him getting that sweet trip.
And the 5 Suerte, too, putting blinkers on, should add a little bit more to the pace, no? I don't know if not fast enough. I think the 4 is the interesting horse, because if you look at OP Firecracker, horse has some decent dirt races. I know 2 for 27, but was in the Razorback, did not run that bad. Just off the claim last time was not good at all. And now drops for 50. We'll see what happens today.
Interesting work, too, coming in.
Really good work.
According to the DRF Clocker report for OP Firecracker at 9-1. 9-5, we're all in agreement with Runnin' Ray. This horse looks very tough today. 8 years old and still going strong. See if he can pick up the 8th win of his career here. Tyler Gaffley on a board for Joe Sharp. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Okay, Greg, we've got 4 more left to go in. It's Viper coming up. colors of the Elkstone Group. OP Firecracker, Complete Agenda, and Midnight Trouble. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of a bobble for It's Viper. Runnin' Ray is going to vie for the lead. Lost in Rome, though, is intent on getting to the front, sprinting up, and Suerte the Great just off their flanks in third. They're followed by a 4-wide Magnolia Midnight, who's tugging hard, moving into that third spot. Behind this group, OP Firecracker and St. Andrews are next to one another. A gap of 4 to a Complete Agenda. Midnight Trouble is second to last. And after that tough start, It's Viper trails. The opening quarter in 23 3/5 seconds. Lost in Rome narrowly. Suerte and Frankie Dettori right up alongside to press the issue. Those two race together with Suerte getting that gray head in front. Runnin' Ray 3 off the pace in third. Followed by Magnolia Midnight, who has 5 lengths to make up. St. Andrews is in between horses. OP Firecracker in the red, just inside of him, heading to the half-mile pole. Then Midnight Trouble, Complete Agenda, and at least 10, maybe more, a lot more in fact, to It's Viper. 47 flat for the half. Suerte, Lost in Rome. It's been a good trip for Runnin' Ray, just behind them, 2 off the pace in third. At the rail, OP Firecracker is fourth with less than 3 furlongs to run, 111 flat for 6 furlongs heading to the quarter pole. St. Andrews, green sleeves, making headway on the outside as the new leader is Runnin' Ray. Runnin' Ray takes the lead at the top of the stretch, at the rail. Lost in Rome, not done. He's fighting on the inside of them, OP Firecracker, and 3 lengths back to St. Andrews. They're in the final furlong, and Runnin' Ray gets the best of Lost in Rome. Opens up to OP Firecracker third, then St. Andrews. It is Runnin' Ray. Flawless ride from Tyler Gaffleon to get the money. Second to Lost in Rome. OP Firecracker third. Complete Agenda was finishing nicely late and got fourth.
Runnin' Ray, and yeah, well said by Frank Miramonte. Tyler Gaffleon had this horse in perfect position.
He really tripped out, kind of what we thought. Lost in Rome went to the lead. They were trying to rate Magnolia Midnight a little. Suerte was keen with the addition of blinkers with Frankie Dettori, but he was sitting in that coveted pocket position. He tipped out down the backstretch, and he got to the leader, but Lost in Rome was not going away without a fight, guys.
Look, yeah, no, you're right. Lost in Rome did run really well, but Runnin' Ray, it's one of those races where, you know, everyone looks at Runnin' Ray, and there's so many kind of, you know, exciting other opportunities and chances you can take, and then horses like this, when the best horse wins, it's gratifying at times.
No, and I think sometimes we're at fault, I'm at fault, where we say, okay, Runnin' Ray got a perfect trip. Well, we expected him to get that trip. What'd you bet him for, to get a bad trip? You know, I just think that sometimes we do that too much and say, well, this horse ran the best race. Well, no, he didn't. He didn't win. So, like, I get
the best
that.
going in.
But you got to understand, there's also a skill by setting yourself in the right position. So when people say, well, he got the best trip, well, what about the ability to put himself in the best trip?
And he got to pulling up. Look at his ears. When he hit the front, he said, oh, my job's over. Where's my friends? I mean, he is doing no running at all the last 70 yards. Look at his ears. He just shut down completely when he hit the front. He was just the best horse.
Win number 32 for Tyler Gaffleon to stay within 5 of Irad Ortiz Jr. as a win on today's card as well. 8-5 favorite. Does get the 8th win of his career. Looked awfully tough in here. To get bet down from 7-2, 8-5. Betting public obviously felt that way as well.
Yeah, and like, again, we've talked about it now. He's, 2 for 4 with 2 seconds at the distance, and 2 for 3 here at Saratoga.
32 wins now for Tyler Gaffleon at the meet. His agent, Matt Musiker, and Tyler are doing a tremendous job, and he is not going quietly into that good night.
Gets it done here on Runnin' Ray. Highlander Training Center owns Joe Sharp trains, and that man right there continuing to produce and keep the heat on, the meet's leading rider. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. One of the all-time greats in the history of this sport, the Gray Ghost, will have his story voiced by the MIG when we come back.
down, I'm ready to get out, head of the deals, ground, now to get up through all done. $1,500,000, $1,600,000, down, ready to get out, head of the deals, all through, all done. $1,600,000, $1,500,000, $1,600,000, $1,500,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000, Tom, thank you. $1,700,000, Jody, thank you.
Nine and a half. Thank you. Ready to get out, ready to get nine. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Running Ray brought his running shoes here today. Tyler Gaffleone, 32nd winner of the meet, winning for the barn, standing by with Maggie.
Truly a bittersweet victory here for the Joe Sharp barn. I'm sorry, Joe, but Runnin' Ray is such a, a part of your stable. He's an 8-year-old and gets the win here today, but unfortunately claimed.
Yeah, I mean, he's been we've had him since he was 2, and he's been just been a really special horse to us. And, he's ultra consistent and ultra tough. I mean, to come back off the layoff time and time again, and, shout out to Highlander Training Center. They've brought him back off the layoff for us a couple times, and, made my job really easy. But yeah, he's a horse we love, and hope to retire someday. But as long as he's enjoying it, which he is, we wish him well, and we'll meet again.
Absolutely. He seems like such a character, too. I love those horses that run with their tongue out, and he puts his ears up when he hits the wire or hits the front. Just watching the replay back, he is enjoying his job.
Yeah, you're going to make me sad.
Sorry. He does. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's good. No, he's a cool horse. He's a cool horse.
And for someone like you who gets on a lot of your own horses, do you find that you kind of, you've retired a lot of horses, your wife Rosie has her off-track retraining business. Do you find you have a little bit more of a connection with some of them?
Yeah, some of them, especially like him. And actually Rosie texted me earlier. She's like, well, I hope he's slow today. So I've got a spot for him. And I was like, I think he's going to win. So yeah, every time, he likes it. And I mean, I think, you can't really put a cap on when these horses are done running. They kind of each are individuals, and he's one that at 8 years old is running numbers he ran as a 3-year-old. So God bless him,
Yeah, he's such a cool horse. Hoping that he finds his way back to you when his racing days are done or before they're done. But congratulations here.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Joe Sharp, like I said, a little bittersweet with Runnin' Ray, such a part of the stable for such a long time. Leaves a winner though. Greg?
Yeah, one of 4 horses claimed in this race, so we'll be going home to a different barn after being claimed for that $50,000 claiming tag. And someone else is going to get a very nice veteran who shows up quite a bit. Very reliable horse.
Yeah, over $500,000 in earnings now, and just one of those hickory horses. Brings his lunch pail, goes to work.
Yep.
We'll get into the 8th in a moment. Going to talk to you now about one of the true greats of his time, who to this day remains recognized as one of the very best ever. Native Dancer was a win machine, 21 for 22 in his career, taking 2/3 of the Triple Crown and a dominant performance in the Travers to boot. Here's the MIG with more on the Gray Ghost.
There is no such thing as perfection, but 7 decades ago, Native Dancer came awful close. He was one of 8 horses to grace the cover of Time magazine and was the first equine television celebrity. Native Dancer, or the Gray Ghost, was bred by Alfred G. Vanderbilt II and trained by Hall of Famer Bill Winfrey. He captured his first 2 starts with ease, but it was in Saratoga where the son of Polynesian blossomed into a superstar. Native Dancer reeled off 4 consecutive stakes wins in 4 weeks in upstate New York. The Flash Stakes was his debut at the Spa. He then captured the Saratoga Special, the Grand Union Hotel, and the Hopeful. He concluded his 1952 campaign with 3 more victories and was honored as the champion 2-year-old and as Horse of the Year in 2 of the era's 3 major polls. Heading into his sophomore season, Native Dancer was a virtual lock to win the Triple Crown. Millions of viewers across the nation tuned in to witness history, but the Gray Ghost came up a neck short to long shot Dark Star in the Kentucky Derby after encountering trouble on the first turn. He never lost again. Native Dancer returned to win the Withers, the Preakness, the Belmont Stakes, and the Travers.
And as they go over the finish line, it's an easy victory for the Native Dancer by 4 lengths.
He was retired in 1954 due to a recurring foot injury, but also added the Metropolitan Handicap to his resume. He added a 2nd Horse of the Year trophy to his collection and entered his 2nd career at Vanderbilt's Sagamore Farm. Native Dancer proved to be also a superstar in the breeding shed. The Gray Ghost sired 44 stakes winners, including 1966 Kentucky Derby winner Quai King and the brilliant Raisin Native. He is the grandsire of the great Mr. Prospector and broodmare sire of the renowned Northern Dancer. He may not have captured the Triple Crown, but Native Dancer's bloodlines are present in the last 3 horses to complete the sweep: Affirmed, American Pharaoh, and Justified. In 2015, Mary Lou Whitney and her husband, John Hendrickson, commissioned a bronze sculpture of Native Dancer and his rider, Eric Guerin, to celebrate Saratoga's centennial. The statue is one of the most popular landmarks in Saratoga Springs and welcomes guests on Union Avenue as they enter the Spa.
One of the all-time greats, and what could have been that Kentucky Derby. Bumped around the turn, taken back, had to go wide, and just missed. The running line said probably best, probably no doubt was best. The only blemish on that career.
Yeah, and the biggest shame it is, besides that he should have won the Triple Crown, was that Mr. Vanderbilt never won a Kentucky Derby. And I had great conversations with Mr. Vanderbilt about it, and he said, I always thought, well, I'll be back, I'll get one. And he never did, and for all he accomplished in racing. And one of the finest gentlemen I've ever met in my life was Alfred Vanderbilt. I was injured very badly in a spill in 1988. Everybody thought my career was over. He was so worried about me being depressed, he would send a car to my house 2 or 3 days a week to bring me to his estate in Mill Neck, Long Island. And we'd watch the old 8mm reel-to-reel of Native Dancer and all his great horses. I mean, just for him to go out of his way and worry about me that way, you know, somebody who had a lot of other things going on, a lot more on his plate, spoke volumes about the human being he was.
Incredible sportsman. Campaigned so many great ones, but yeah, amazing. Never won that Kentucky. Whenever you're in that big race, you got to cash in because you never know if you're going to get another chance. Of course, you see that statue commissioned by Mary Lou Whitney and John Hendrickson. We got shocking news earlier this week. John Hendrickson, at just 59 years old, passing away, who did so much for the backstretch community. Of course, really took on that lead role at the Hall of Fame to make it a world class, experience, and facility. Shocking news.
Very shocking news. I actually was talking with John just a few weeks ago and would never foresee that tragic events happening. But he and Mary Lou were so much fun, and I had the privilege of going to so many of their parties at Katy Hill, and he was just a great guy. He was a guy that you could have a good laugh with, and what they both did for all the backstretch workers and how they embraced that, and he continued to champion that after Mary Lou passed.
And not to mention funding the construction of the backstretch clinic that opened just last year, providing on-site healthcare services. Married Mary Lou back in 1997, became the racing manager for several more years. Here's more on his passing.
It's a huge loss for the entire racing community and the Saratoga Springs community. In 2017, he became the chairman of the board of directors, and he just made the museum his mission. He wanted to have the best sports hall of fame in the country, and after 7 years of his leadership, we are pleased and we believe that we do have that. John Hendrickson was fun. He was fun, he was friendly, he was joyful to be around. He would, support the museum staff in any decision we had, and he was just a dear friend to so many, including myself.
I had a long relationship with John. Got married to Mary Lou in 1997. They came back one evening, believe it or not. Did a little investigating back here, and they saw how it was. I said, I told you. And he said, boy, we got to do something about that. And they put their heads together. In no time, they had this incredible scenario going on, and dinners and this and that. He had a sense of humor, as people knew. The last couple of years, I don't think he was the same. He wasn't himself. But I used to had a lot of fun with him that way. And just a lot of things that we had in common, believe it or not. But I think the last few years, I guess he missed Mary Lou a lot, and just wanted to be with her.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Wednesday coverage on Fox Sports 2 of Saratoga Live. We get set for the 8th coming up. We're 15 minutes to post. Of course, Saturday we have a pretty big race, our ABR race of the week, DraftKings Travers. Chad Brown will have 2 chances at it, including the on the improve, unmatched Wisdom, who's going to get the test of his life.
Yeah, but you know what? He's 3 for 3 in the test he's been given. He's tactical. He's forward. It's not the easiest group for him to jump into the deep waters of the stakes company, but he's definitely a horse that I wouldn't be shocked if he was getting his picture taken when the race is over.
No, not at all. And he's the unknown, right? And you really never want to throw out an undefeated racehorse, let's be honest. He's going to go 1.25 miles for the first time. You just don't know what you're getting, but he's shown talent. He's shown tactical speed. Now, Flavien Prat has gone to Sierra Leone. He said it was a tough decision, Mig, but you do get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Get Irad Ortiz Jr., you get a horse that looks like he's so smart and fun to ride. You want to do a little more? You ask him, he does a little more. You want him to come back, he comes back. He looks like a jockey's dream, and he's got the most impeccable mechanics to his stride.
What do you expect him to do in the race on Saturday?
I think he's going to be close. I don't know that he's fast enough to make the lead with some of the others in there. I guess it's all about intention, but I do think he'll be forward.
We will see 3 for 3, including a win over Corporate Powers, highly regarded, not the level of some of these others in here, but a horse that probably has more upside than most at this point. At least we don't know yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think very similarly to the way that people look at Torpedo Anna in the fact that she has not run fast enough numbers, depending on what speed figures you look at, yet. But a lot of people believe that there's a higher ceiling there for her, that she will go on to run a little bit faster. I think the same can got to be said about Unmatched Wisdom. His numbers aren't they're faster, honestly, than Torpedo Anna's, but I think he needs to take another step forward, and they haven't really seemed to get to the bottom of him, and maybe there is more there to offer.
I think and he keeps saying it with Torpedo Anna. I hear the shots you're taking. Just kidding. You feel even she's just kind of toying with the competition. There's there's at least more in the tank.
There is definitely more there. I think it's something that you have to be able to distinguish. Now, obviously, there are times horses win easily, and there's nothing more there. You have to be able to look at a horse and look at their demeanor and their ears and their expression. And she never has that expression like she's bearing down, and her ears are up. And when she's asked, she gives more. And when Brian Hernandez folds up on her, gets quiet on her, she comes back to him. And you could see how her stride shortens when he relaxes on her. So I know there is more in the tank. There's going to be more to handle these boys, particularly under the circumstances. That we don't know. But, there are times when you just can't absolutely dismiss that a horse is capable of doing more.
Yeah. We'll find. Maybe this competition will be too tough. We'll see. 1.25 miles. It's a question for a lot of them in here, including Fierceness, including several others.
Sure.
It's going to be fascinating on Saturday. This 8th race to come. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the Torpedo Anna discussion real quick. And after the CCA Oaks win, Brian Hernandez, immediately after I caught up with him, he said, man, she was playing around when she hit the front end. So that's the truest indication of a horse not really, laying it all down, and she really hasn't had to. So I think Saturday she does get the stiffest test of her career, and we will possibly see her lay it all down. I hope she has that fighting spirit that you like to see from these fillies. As we'll take a look at some colts and geldings here in the paddock, beginning with your favorite. That is number 9, Big Prankster for Christophe Clement. And I questioned going back to the dirt last time in a scheduled dirt race, especially as the favorite. And truth be told, I was a huge fan of Agalos the Great that day. So I thought that he should have been favored. But Big Prankster actually ran fairly well in defeat, taking a lot of pressure up front and still hanging around to just be run down late by the top 2 finishers, which does include On the Hill, who was entered as the lone MTO. I'll say this about Big Prankster. Last time I was a little bit underwhelmed, and it's like he's come out of that race, and now he is 4th off of a layoff now as a 3-year-old. Has gotten even stronger, especially in his hind end. He's virtually square. He's built kind of like a cinder block back there, which I like to see, and I think he just keeps moving forward with each subsequent start. And I like the fact that at least now it's an off-the-turf race. So some other horses may be a little compromised by the fact that we switch surfaces. Though number 5 in here, Lil Lang, for Jorge Abreu, switches back to the dirt, and he's run okay on the main track before. He looks sensational here. He's completely dappled, really well defined, and some great forward energy. Got a little bit studdish when he first came in here, but he's just kind of feeling himself. I think he's just a happy horse. It's not like he's overly distracted or anything like that. He's just kind of happy to be here, I would say. So I would not dismiss him either as he sits at 4-1. Now, the big question mark here is number 4, Twisted Filigree, a horse that ran incredibly well off an extended layoff in which I thought he looked quite heavy that day, like he really needed this start. Well, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but what I can say, at least from my observations, that he is a lot more defined here overall, but the question mark is the dirt. The dam was all turf sprinter, all on the bottom side. It's turf, having that European pedigree, but there's distorted humor on the front, and he can throw any type of runner. He just really looks like a turf sprinter to me. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they're keeping him in here because he's doing so well, which I feel is reflective here in the paddock, but I would tread lightly if this horse dips below that 5-1. Greg?
Post parade coming up. 2-1 favorite. The 9 in this spot. Big Prankster. This is a tough race to separate here coming off the grass.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you've got the MTO on the outside, who's got the nice dirt numbers, but Big Prankster has a good dirt number too last time, and one that just, I was probably going to play against Big Prankster on the turf. That turf race was just a little bit slower than I'd prefer, but now that it's moved on to the dirt, Big Prankster makes a ton more sense.
Post parade here coming up in a moment. Big Prankster for Clement. As you look at Luis Saez, we'll have the inside spot here. In a good race at Finger Lakes last time out. Both parts of the entry seem like they have ability to get it done here.
Yeah, they do. I mean, we've seen these Finger Lakes horses do well at this meet, and most of them have speed. And the one Limit Up has speed. The other entry mate in here, 1A, Gray Wing, is probably going to be the horse that comes from off face, but this horse is also been a little bit better at shorter distances.
Calling a post in the background. And we're going to kick things off with the entry here. Limit Up inside post. Luis Saez just missed at Finger Lakes last start.
Yeah, just missed going the 5.5. A lot of these you won't notice they're running at 5.5. This one has run well at the shorter distance.
Gray Wing, this is a horse who was competitive, at least early in a race, against Donegal Surges.
Just a little bit lighter than I'd prefer on numbers.
Meanwhile, the 4, Twisted Filigree. This will be the dirt debut, so they keep this one in, George Weaver Barn.
3 really good starts off a long layoff over a year, a good second, but all races have been on turf. Now blinkers and first-time Lasix. If this horse can run any on dirt, the horse to beat.
Lil Lang actually broke his maiden on the dirt.
Yeah, this is going to be my pick in here, the 5 Lil Lang, who I thought ran well on the dirt, but seems to be a much better horse now. You get Flavian Pratt.
Big Prankster broke his maiden on a muddy sealed track last year.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a number that makes sense last time. The pace wasn't particularly quick, which I thought was a little bit of a downgrade for me.
Tyler Gaffleone, he's going to be on Empire Sky for Kathleen DeMazzi.
He's a horse that's going to be coming from off the pace, so if it heats up a little bit, look for the 10 late.
And main track only runner, 3-1 outside on the hill with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, drawn outside, gets Kendrick, meant for dirt in this spot. Could be tough in here, especially at this price at 3-1. Almost a little bit more attractive than the 9 at 5-2.
Well, On the Hill looked like he was going to win at this meet back on July 20th. Took the lead in the stretch, going 6 furlongs in a race meant for dirt, and got nailed by Silver Satin.
Silver Satin came back to absolutely crush next time out. I thought this was a good effort. Your worry is, are they too bunched up? But I thought this was a good effort.
And you know, one of the things when you have these types of races is that, you know, there is a difference between turf horses and dirt horses. We've talked about that. And when I think that dirt horses, they have an edge because it's a surface they're familiar with. It takes a certain type of horse. And so the 13 On the Hill makes a ton of sense. The reason I went with the 5 is I just thought I would get a much better price with the 5 Little Lang, who does have some dirt races, but seems to be in the best form of his life. So I'm just hoping that getting back on the dirt, being a better horse than he was when he won on the dirt, that we'll get a number that's fast enough that fits with these.
Pratt will ride for trainer Jorge Abreu. Here's the warm-up. Last 3 starts have been on turf. But again, we told you broke his maiden on dirt early this year, back in February.
What do you do with the 9 in here? Who's your favorite as the 5 horse that got run down by On the Hill? I'm surprised that this horse is the favorite to On the Hill because I would think they would go at it, right? And the 13's got a better post, right?
Yeah, and I agree with Jonathan. I thought he had every opportunity last time. He was doing it easy enough. It wasn't a especially fast pace for a sprint. And it's always interesting to me, why does this horse show more speed on dirt and not nearly as much speed on grass?
Kind of true. Comes from off the pace on the grass, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
do you guys give the entry any look? I know they've been running at Finger Lakes. I always have a very hard time sorting out that Finger Lakes form.
well, I think the one thing that helps with the Finger Lakes form is speed figures, right? It's what they were designed to do. There's to be a lot of conversation about speed figures probably this week, considering the Torpedo Anna narrative about her figures. But, that's what they were designed for, is to be able to compare horses at different distances on different surfaces at different racetracks. Because 6 furlongs at Belmont is not the same as 6 furlongs here or at Santa Anita or at Mountaineer. And I think that speed figures was a way to take that raw time and turn it into something that we could digest and compare. So to answer your question, the figures aren't too far off for the horses shipping from Finger Lakes. That's how I would digest it. I think they fit.
What about, obviously it's a race that came off the turf. We don't see a lot of 5.5 furlong dirt sprints.
Right.
How do you approach that as a rider?
Well, especially on dirt, you don't want to be out the back and have to handle all that kickback. And kickback comes out harder the shorter the race because they're going faster and it gets thrown back so much more aggressively at you, and horses don't handle it as well. I think it's a tall order, and I think he's very much the horse to beat for the 13 on the hill. I mean, yes, there's scratches, but he's still out there wide, and he's got to clear some horses that might have as much speed as he does. I could see him getting hung 4 or 5 wide.
Let's stick with the on-the-hill conversation. Go back to Maggie.
We'll see what plays out. I feel like those Finger Lakes horses might be quicker. And On the Hill can kind of watch what happens. So we got a typical Kendrick Carmouche warm-up with On the Hill, a horse that always just looks a bit heavy. So it's really hard to gauge how fit he is, but you would think with having paired these 4 races now back-to-back that he is ready to go. Off the layoff of nearly a year prior to that. We saw Boss Tweed, who set the pace in that last race, come back and win an A other than for the New York breds. So I think that's a good sign. And honestly, this is one of the better times I've seen him move. A horse that sometimes struggles to switch leads. He did so once he was asked by Joel Rosario last time, and he found another gear. And I think we can depend on Kendrick to hopefully do that too. And just watching him in the warm-up, he's pushing off nicely behind, which is something that going back in his history, maybe he struggles a little bit behind there. So I just think this is the right race for On the Hill to capitalize on, being the lone MTO, guys.
See if he can cash in here at 5-2. Thank you, Maggie. Gets that outside post. As we get a look at him.
Kendrick hollering at the people. He's saying probably Louisiana in the house. On the backside there. Yeah, the 13 on the hill, listen, this horse definitely figures. 7 out of 13 in the exacta. When you look at these other horses in here, you got like the 10 who's 1 for 13 and everything needs to fall. And there you see some trainers, some spectators. You can go to the backside. I think that's Lee Einstein to the left. Is that him, Lee? Maybe not.
I mean, they have betting windows back there.
Look like?
They've got the snack stands. There's a lot of people back there.
Yeah, you can get yourself a cup of Joe and a nice little bet in.
Great spot to go watch morning workouts, chat with everyone about the races in the morning. Big races coming up over the weekend. Usually it's a who's who of who's out there watching the workouts if we got a big weekend coming up.
If you go out there this weekend, you can see Jason Worth with his 2 dogs. He'll be out there.
So now On the Hill becomes the favorite at 5-2.
That checks out.
He does make a lot of sense. I mean, I just wonder. I'm trying to project what kind of trip he's going to get. Maybe, Kendrick's such a good gate rider. Maybe he can clear most of them and not be more than 2 or 3 wide into that turn.
A lot of these horses want to be forward.
Yeah.
A lot of them. I know the 10's 1 for 13, but maybe that horse can come flying for maybe second or third. 9 seconds and thirds out of 13 starts. So the 10 always does come running. But I just don't know as a win candidate.
Yeah, whether it's turf or dirt. Certainly that, yeah. 10 times in 13 starts has hit the board. Again, both parts of the entry with a shot. This is a wide open race. The board reflects it. Meant for the grass comes off. Limit Up has been primarily a dirt horse. All 7 of his wins have come on dirt. Saya is here for Jeffrey Engelhardt.
This horse was ultra sharp in the paddock, too. Man, they put the saddle on him. He was running circles around the groom. He's a little bit worked up, but I expect from the inside with Luis Saez, he is going to grab early position.
Let's send it upstairs for the call. Here's Frank Miramati.
Loading in the gate for the 8th. Here's Lil Lang going in. Gray Wing. Big Prankster in the Reeves Thoroughbred Racing colors. Waiting his turn. 2 more. Empire Sky. On the Hill. They're in the gate. And they're off. Big Prankster is very quick away from the gate. So is Twisted Filigree. And on the inside, Limit Up, Hard Scent. And Limit Up takes the lead. Twisted Filigree now second. Big Prankster 3 deep in third. Then Gray Wing, red colors along the rail in fourth. Followed by On the Hill, outside Lil Lang. And Empire Sky between those two. Around the far turn, Limit Up's in front through a quarter that went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Big Prankster moves to him while under a nice hold in second. Gray Wing takes third. Twisted Filigree losing ground, shuffling back in between horses. On the Hill in the blue on the far outside as the field turns for home. Limit Up with the white blinkers is the leader by a length. Big Prankster trying to get to him in second. In the center of the track, Lil Lang is starting to close. They're in the final 1/8 of a mile, and Big Prankster takes the lead. Has to hold off Lil Lang late. Big Prankster, 2-length lead under Joel Rosario. Lil Lang on the outside, a final surge. It's getting close. It will be Big Prankster holding on. Lil Lang was second. Gray Wing finished third, and from well out of it, Empire Sky up for fourth.
Big Prankster, Joel Rosario, Clement Barn picks up the second win of his career.
Yeah, and he was tending the pace. He was stalking the inside horse Limit Up intently, and he had enough left to hold off Little Lang, who did not get running until Flavien Prat was able to extricate himself from behind horses. Gave him a good ground-saving trip, but he really didn't get run until he got out of that kickback, and it got close late. But Big Prankster got the jump on him, guys.
They did. It's just Joel Rosario, kind of like we were talking about earlier, carrying horse to wire. Flavien Prat, or Flavien gave the 5 a perfect ride here, JK. Just could not get to the winner.
Yeah, I mean, he did everything he could, but he gave him a good ride, but it wasn't a great trip.
Yeah, it wasn't a great trip.
He was stuck down in there, and look, horses can only run so fast. They can only come home so fast.
Sure.
And I think what happens in certain situations is a horse like Little Lang had a full tank of gas, but you can slam on the gas as much as you want, but just didn't have enough time, I felt like, to be able to empty out that tank. And I think a little bit, if the 5 would have been able to run fast longer, I think he would have caught.
Got bounced around a bit too out of the gate as we look down the stretch again. And here's Pratt, that yellow cap, trying to make up the ground, but too little too late, Nick.
Yeah, and I agree with what Jonathan's saying. He gave him a good ride because he got to save ground, but he also was just not running through that kickback. And once he got in the clear, now with 3/16 of a mile remaining, now he really found his stride and ran. He just ran out of ground.
So Rosario, Big Prankster, at 5-2. Here in this 8th on the card, 9-5, 1A10. Clement Barn Had a much better second half of this meet. We're going to take a timeout when we return. It is a war in the Allen Jerkins coming up on Travers Saturday, including Bookham Dano. 6 for 8 in his career, trying to add another grade 1.
Clear off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Welcome back. Only a few more days with those colors on the canoe as you're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Betts. But anywhere, any track, anywhere, anytime, just check out nairabets.com. As maybe you won on Big Prankster as he was resilient with his victory on the main track today. And I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Christophe Clement. And Christophe, a horse that's doubly talented, I think can run very well on either surface.
No, absolutely. He's one of the few who seems to be handling both surfaces. I think the firm turf might carry him a bit further, but he's plenty good enough to be competitive today, which is great. So let's enjoy it.
And we were missing Dr. Dean Reeves. He's not here. Patty had to fill in.
And absolutely, Mr. Reeves is in Ireland at the moment, but he'll be back. He'll be back soon.
Absolutely. I feel like there's not a day goes by that I don't see Dean. But let's talk about this Saturday, too. In the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, you'll send out 2 in here. The affable Soldier Rising loves to run second. But I thought a really good race coming back in the Bowling Green.
And absolutely, I thought he ran well. We just have... it's a tough race. You've got 2 horses from Godolphin who are really tough on paper. They might be the best 2 tough horses in New York at the moment. We've got Fairbridge and Soldier Rising at their best, at top-class horses. I just need a little bit of racing luck, good trip, and they should be very competitive.
I was going to say, Fairbridge looking to get back to some of those very good races as a 3-year-old.
No, great. The Manhattan race was actually maybe the best race that he had in his life. If he goes back to that race, I'm very happy. He's just not the easiest horse to ride, so that's we just need a little bit of racing luck there. But it's New York, it's a Grade 1, it's Saratoga, so it's a lot of fun.
Is he a horse that likes to lean in a bit?
I don't know if it's actually a physical thing versus a mental thing. but he's difficult to keep straight, I will say.
Some equipment to keep him straight. Well, enjoy this win here with Big Prankster, a fun horse.
Thanks a lot.
All right, Crystal Clement also well represented as well in the Smart and Fancy as well with Roses for Deborah. And don't look back at all, too. But those 2 horses coming up in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, they look pretty live, Greg.
Look forward to that, no question. As you look at the prices here, Silver Knot has just become a different horse going longer, hasn't he?
He has, and the one thing is he's on a 3-race win streak, but he's done all 3 of them differently. He sat off of a horse, he came from way out of it, and he wired a field. He makes his own trip.
Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. Going to close out this Wednesday card with this one meant for the grass at 1 1/16 now. Main track 1 mile. And it's the 9 right now. Mythical Man, first-time starter Danny Gargan, interestingly favored.
There's not a lot of horses in here to go on when it comes to their form, right? So they're going to the new face with Gargan and Irad Ortiz Jr.
All right, more on this race in a moment. Maybe hard to say the Travers is not the most exciting race, but this one is just loaded with talent. Grade 1 Alan Jerkins Memorial, $500,000, 3-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. And the sensational Jersey bred Bookham Dano. Going to try and make it 3 wins in a row. Had the Grade 1 Woody Stevens back during that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Trying to collect his 2nd Grade 1, JK.
Yeah, and thank goodness he's going to be running here. There was some speculation he might not have run here. They announced today they were going to run, which is exciting. Look, this was a supersonic pace in the Woody Stevens. So you have to take that into consideration when you're evaluating these 2 horses. Bookham Dano, though, has just been so consistent. Prince of Monaco in 2nd with the yellow cap. Broke a little bit slow and came running, but I think that slow break actually helped him out. But I think Prince of Monaco could be going in the right direction.
I think this is an incredible race. I mean, this is a race that Alan Jerkins would be excited about, the namesake of it. You've got so much speed. You've got so many honest horses. And Bookham Dano is undefeated at races that are less than a mile.
No way you get 4-1 on Prince of Monaco, is there?
No, but I think the other part about it is, you know how difficult it is to win that race that he did from the 1 hole? Now he gets an outside draw, Bookham Dano, and he doesn't need to force the pace, and I think that's key. Now, he loses Irad Ortiz Jr. Now here's a horse that's 2 double-digit Dyers, a Grade 1 victory, and nobody wants to stick on this horse. Now Javier Castellano gets aboard Bookham Dano.
Well, Paulie, I think one thing to keep in mind, I would assume that because they were non-committal on where they were going to run.
That is true.
That Irad and Jose, who have both ridden Bookham Dano, were not going to be named on him scratch running West Virginia, and then they're standing there during the Jerkins with no mount. I think that's probably what happened there.
And also Irad's riding for Todd Pletcher, on a horse that's undefeated. So, sometimes you maybe ride a horse that is good. Maybe you think one's a little better, but it's about preserving your relationship with someone that is going to give you a steady supply of live mounts throughout the year.
Meanwhile, domestic product, big win in the Grade 3 Dwyer for a horse who competed in the Kentucky Derby, but it looks like this 7/8 to a mile might be what he is best at.
That's what I love so much about the Jerkins is you get to see horses in here that they were attempting to stick a square peg into a round hole when it comes to the Kentucky Derby and these long dirt races. Now they get to do what they want to do. Domestic product got around 1 turn last time, did it extremely well. I think he's got a ton of talent, a ton of pace to close into, and I'm really looking forward to watching him run.
If you look at the resume of domestic product before the Dwyer, it's the same resume as Timberlake, now cutting back. That's what makes it interesting. Could Timberlake do the same thing that domestic product did? Because this was kind of a tour de force. This horse came flying home in the Dwyer. I thought this was a legit effort. But these horses cut back a distance. You never know what you're going to get.
No, and he's a horse that I thought would appreciate the longer distances, the way he broke his maiden going 1 1/8 last fall. Couldn't have been more wrong. His 1-turn races are outstanding. And how about Flavien Prat, the decision he had to make between the 1 world record, the 3 domestic product, and the 5 Prince of Monaco, and he went with the Chad Brown domestic product.
Meanwhile, world record, Jefferson Street, he blitzes him here, JK. Jefferson Street came into this race as a 4-5 favorite off a monster effort, and then world record took the big step forward in this Grade 2 Amsterdam.
Yeah, he was sensational in this race. There's nothing more that I like to see than a horse go wire to wire and then run away from the competition in the stretch and do it the right way. Did it fast. This horse is really, really talented, is going in the right direction, and he's back down there where they already know the game plan with him. They've done it before. Drawn from the inside, fire away from there. And more importantly, this horse is a half to Sligo
Even better. This was a tour de force. Now can he do it at 7 furlongs against even better company?
No, but I think JK makes a good point. They take all the thought process out of there. We're getting the 1 hole. They got to blast out of there. And the way he ran last time, my goodness, he got it out of that gate and ran them off their feet.
Man, did you see that ISO there? His ears disappeared. They were flat to his head, and to me, that's like we talk about horses winning by open distances. He couldn't run any faster. He was running just absolutely possessed.
Be fun to watch. Yeah, sir. He got, as you guys said, the post position he wants, and he's got a rider too that's back to doing what he does best with Louis Saez being aggressive. And we'll see. That is going to be sensational.
It certainly simplifies things, though, right? The
Who
rail,
goes off
you
as
just
the
got to
favorite?
go.
You think domestic product? I mean,
no,
you think Prince of Blanco goes off a favorite?
Book him, Dana.
You think so?
Yeah.
Has the resume to probably say so. Finale coming up on this Wednesday card when we return. 1 mile, moved off the turf, now on the main track. We'll talk through the field, have the post parade when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M. Not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity. Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden Pit.
Back with you as we get set for the finale coming up on this Wednesday card. Mile main track. Favorite's a first-time starter. Tells you how difficult this race is. Coming up, a man who on Saturday has done quite a few good things in the Travers. 7 and counting for Javier Castellano in the Midsummer Derby.
It's crazy.
That's insane.
It really is crazy to have won 7 Travers and 4 Alabamas. Something about that 1.25 miles really hits Javier right between the eyes.
It's surprising it took him that long to win a Kentucky Derby at 1.25 miles. But I mean, honestly, he has the knack here, and he's riding a horse that's a closer in a race with a lot of speed.
That's corporate power for Shug McGahee. Cortland Farms was just second beetle length to Unmatched Wisdom last time out.
Yeah, off the layoff, I thought he ran well. I mean, he was right behind. If you're going to buy into Unmatched Wisdom, I think you can buy into this horse. Shug's horse has been firing of late. The 1.25 miles just never an issue usually when it comes out of the Shig McGahee barn. So just whether the horse is fast enough or not, we'll see.
If Javier wins this race, they should put him in the Hall of Fame again. Just put him do a
Twice.
whole nother
Plaque.
ceremony. Put him right back in there. Him and Shug, both of them. We're running back next
So you think
Friday.
he's that far talent-wise behind the rest of this group, this horse?
I don't think he's that far behind these horses individually, but there's so many of them. There's 5 of them or 4 of them that have to not show up. All 4 of them have to not show up for him to win. One of them is going to show up.
Or he could take a big step forward.
He could be a horse on the improve.
Like I said,
But-
Shug and Javier, they get inducted again.
Would it be a quantum leap forward?
Not a quantum, but it's a significant one.
Okay.
He's got, and like I said, he's got to get faster, and then they all have to run worse.
Gotcha.
Cool horse, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying in this race on Saturday.
I will. You look at him, Paul. You look a little deeper. So, second start.
You trying to sell him to me now?
Breaks his maiden at a mile and an eighth. Just start number 2, and the first race can always be a toss. Then he gets wet tracks. Off the bench, runs that curlin. I could see the improvement.
No, I can understand what you're going through. His 2 dry track efforts have been very good. And like I said, I did not like him last time. And I thought he really ran well. And he was pursuing. And he stuck to Match Wisdom. And he kept on coming. And like I said, I don't think the mile and a quarter is going to be an issue. But I'm in agreement with JK. He's got to beat Fierceness. The horses he's got to beat, he does have to take a big step.
See what happens on Saturday on our Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage, ABR Race of the Week, and it is truly going to be that showdown of the summer. We cannot wait as we get set for this finale coming up. First-time starter right there for man who's going to send out Dornick and the Travers, Danny Gargan. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, as we'll take a look at Mythical Man, he's a horse that is very impressive physically. He's tall, he's leggy, and he's really well defined. And as far as fitness is concerned, he does look ready to go. But whoa, is he green? He's been screaming. They can't get the tack on him. It's been a project. So he's holding up proceedings at the moment as they are going to saddle him on the walk. You know, he's taking a lot of money, and watching his last workout from the gate, he broke really well. He was kind of hustled a bit the entire way, but always going better than that unraced mate to get the 47-4. So, you know, that's a quick time for a horse that really does look like he wants to run further as well. So I think he lands in the right spot. I'm okay with him here on the main track, looking at him physically, because there's really not much pedigree to go on. So we'll see if he can run to that money mentally. He's going to have to keep it together a bit more than what he has so far in the paddock out on the track. Number 8 is Salvation for Linda Rice, son of Palace Malice. There's a little bit more turf on the bottom side. An unraced dam, 2 siblings to run, haven't done anything. But the second dam, she was stakes place on the turf. And he's a very good looking sort. I like the way that he's put together. He's really strong overall, and not your, you know, kind of typical Linda Rice horse that maybe will need a race, but he doesn't look that obvious as to needing a race. He does look a bit more turf, though. I think we are keeping him in, likely to get the fitness and experience into him. A horse that really kind of caught my eye for the stretch out to this mile on the main track is number 4, Sweet Fantasy. Going 2 back at Churchill Downs, he was hard ridden to keep the lead, and then got headed by the winner around the turn and kind of folded and threw in the towel at that point. But I think getting a little bit longer of a distance to work with should suit him well. He's built that way. He doesn't have that frame that's really built downhill with those elevated hindquarters. He's really even. When you look at his withers to his hindquarters, the point of his hip, it's nearly a straight line, whereas you have more of that angle with those true sprinters. So the distance should really help him, and obviously he's very fit here for Mark Casse, Greg, who just continues to dominate in this juvenile division with his young horses.
Incredible meet for this barn and he's not stopped. He's not taken his foot off the gas, Mark Casse. 29% still with, we're approaching 40 starters now. So look at his 2-year-old winners alone at the meet.
Amazing.
Whew, strong meet.
Crazy. And he had a first-time starter I was watching at Ellis Park that won by about 8 lengths on the turf the other day. So his horse is just running out of their skin. It seems like they're running everywhere. And he mentioned like he took a different approach. And I think he brought his horses up here a little bit earlier, get more acclimated. And it's paying off.
So this one here, Sweet Fantasy, what do you guys think of this 4 for the Cassidy barn?
I think the horse has got a definite look, obviously, because when you look at this horse, but here's the problem. I spent a lot of time in Arkansas bred. Arkansas. He's an Arky bred. Ooh. And nothing to say, but Arky bred races are won in 50-something buyers. I don't know if an Arky bred's won up in Saratoga in a long time. That'd be my worry.
That's a big worry. I mean, at least this horse has 3 races, so, conditioning-wise, the mile shouldn't be an issue, where I think that's a big question, particularly for, either a first-time starter or horses didn't run particularly well on debut.
Might not matter in this race, honestly. The horse might be okay.
7-2 right now. Jose Ortiz. And was in against Open Company on races meant for dirt already on a couple of occasions in Churchill Downs, although restricted, which this race is as well.
And what you mean by restricted, what Greg means by restricted, all these horses sold at a sale for $50,000 or less, and the 4 is running a couple of those races, then an open race on the turf. So I like this condition because this way, this like a $35,000 horse isn't facing a $1.1 million horse. You know what I mean?
So this horse here is Danny Gargan horse, JK, who was 5-2 morning line when this race was meant for the grass going long. Now it's on the dirt, still favored.
Yeah, it's a tough sell for me. Danny Gargan 0 for 11 for the meet, and he's got 1 horse I think hit the board. So the barn's going pretty cold. 6 for 65 in the last 5 years with 2-year-olds, first-time starters. So it's not a thing that barn focuses on, is having them ready to rock first time out. And like Maggie mentioned, acting pretty green too. It's a few strikes for me for a horse that's never run that's 2-1.
Guys, is the 14 too big a price? I know it's a terrible post, but this horse has showed steady improvement in all 3 starts and has those 3 starts, again, from a fitness standpoint.
On paper, I think the 14's the horse to beat on paper. If you taking out the 9, there's no PPs, right?
Yeah.
Does not the 14 and the 5. You can go back to the 5, 2 dirt races, had the 2 best dirt races on paper. No, Wolfie?
Yes. No, that's no question.
We're projecting with the other horses, but
And so we got to see too who's going to handle the mile as well.
Yeah.
Tough one though to make at a mile distance a first-time starter on dirt a favorite.
True.
Post parade coming up 4 minutes away from closing out this Wednesday card. We will begin with the remaining half of the entry. Katie Davis on Extraordinary One.
Yeah, a horse for Edmund Davis that actually made a debut in Ireland and then went to Finger Lakes last time.
Going to break 3rd from the outside, by the way. This one gets the rail. I'm solo and in love.
I think this horse is live here at 9-1 with Rudy Rod and Flavian aboard.
Sweet Fantasy, the Mark Cassie 2-year-old.
Arkansas bred with 3 starts and showed a little bit of life, particularly more speed in the 2nd start.
Here's strength and guidance in those first 2 starts on dirt. They were pretty good.
Yeah, too big of a price at 12-1.
Here's Ritico for the Tom Morley barn.
Yeah, really high speed first time. Takes the blinkers off on the stretch out.
Salvation first-time starter, 8-1.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was scratchy. Yeah, first-time starter, tough distance to debut at, but by a Belmont Stakes winner in Palace Malice.
Still the favorite, Mythical Man, and probably some of that too, the man on board.
Yeah, and Ontario bred, and on Friday we'll be covering the King's Plate for you.
Here's the 13. We jump to King's Leap with Kendrick Carmouche.
This was main track only. Yeah, King's Leap. Blinkers on for Anthony Ferrero and Luis Rivera.
Another main track only, Taproot's Temper, Luis Saez.
I think this is very much the horse to beat. Just a tough post for a young horse being kind of way out there, even with some of the scratches.
Yeah, Pacific Highway for Pat Reynolds, start number 2. The debut came at 5.5 on dirt.
Yeah, just didn't show a lot on debut. It's going to have to take a big step forward.
So 2 minutes to post here in this finale. And the 5-2 favorite, a first-time starter, with the man who's leading the way at the meet, trying to get his 2nd win on this card, Arad Ortiz Jr., who always tends to attract a race that's a little tough to try and figure out. Maybe the betting public with who's on board, leaning there a little bit.
Well, I think it's easy to lean towards Irad Ortiz. You see the rides he gives consistently. You know you're going to get an effort. It's just a tough debut distance for a trainer that has had a good summer because he won the Belmont Stakes and the Haskell, but the meet here has been a bit quiet for Danny Gargan.
I think that the people are looking at the rest of the field and they're saying, okay, the highest number buyer, last out buyer, was the 14, a 57. The 5 did run a 61 in his first start, somewhere back there. They're thinking, okay, Irad, this horse has got to run over a 60-some-odd buyer, right? I think that's how they're approaching it.
Yeah, but don't have to be
it's
a
more.
superstar
I think it's
to
more
win
of
this
an.
race.
I think it's more of an indictment on the rest of the field. Is what I'm trying to get.
I agree. I just think it's such a conundrum. Who with form do we like or don't like, and do we trust them to improve enough? And maybe a first-time starter's not exposed yet, so let's go there.
Is the 6 the speed of the speed?
I would think so. Do you agree, JK?
Yeah, I mean, it was very fast first time out. And took a lot of money first time out, too. It was 5-1 in a field of 10 horses. You know, there's obviously there was something there to make people believe that this colt was going to run well. Now he takes the blinkers off, shows back up here, second second career start. I'm expecting the 6 to run well.
Let's go to Maggie.
Oh, well, at least you're confident, JK. Ratico is a horse that I had written in my notes, and knowing him, I would have loved to see him on the turf. He really has a turf look to him. And it might sound counterintuitive to say this, I do think at least his frame says that longer is better. I know he broke like a shot. I mean, in a blink of an eye, he was in front last time. But maybe not having to be rushed and pressured and feel like he was run off his feet by going this mile will suit him a bit better, and those blinkers coming off. So it's not like he looks any more fit, because I thought he looked fit first time around, but at least he's got that air in his lungs. Makes a great impression overall. As number 10 is Pacific Highway, who also comes out of that classic time race, and there's no doubt about it, King's Leap ran the best race on that day. But Pacific Highway's one that I had actually thought looked pretty good in that first race. Warming up really well, moved very well. I'd be willing to give him another shot. He's a little bit more of that longer tubular frame, so maybe a little bit more ground is going to suit him well. Again, this is a race that's very confusing to me. As you guys said, yeah, probably with number 9, Mythical Man, I don't want to say connections, but at least Arad Ortiz on his back, making him a short price, and maybe he's showing a lot in the mornings. His workouts looked fine, but I couldn't bank on him at this mile distance first time out, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 5-2 on the 9 horse, a first-time starter in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to close out this Wednesday action as we kick off DraftKings Travers Week. And a difficult race to separate.
Yes, it is. You can make a case for a lot. In the first-time starters here, the 8, 9, and 10. You're mentioning the 10 looks well on the racetrack. I thought the horse looked good too. Man, this is going to be an interesting race. How this plays out.
40-1 on that second-time starter. Didn't do much. First time out, Pacific Highway, the 10 horse. There's the Marcassi horse moving in. Sweet Fantasy, the 4. Here we go, finale on this Wednesday card. We send it upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Okay, Greg, here's the 1A Extraordinary 1. Ratico. Last few left to go in. King's Leap and Taprit's Temper. Taprit's Temper walking up. Here's Salvation in the purple. Taprit's Temper will follow him in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sweet Fantasy is very quick away from the gate, opens up a length and a half. Ratico comes away in good order second. They are followed by Strength and Guidance, third along the inside through the opening stages, only 3 lengths off the early tempo. On the outside comes King's Leap, racing a joint third now. Then it's Salvation and Taprit's Temper side by side. Another 3 lengths back to Extraordinary One, followed by Mythical Man, who's a dozen lengths off this pace that was set in 24 2/5 seconds. 4 more lengths to the 2 trailers. I'm Solo in Love, who was shuffled back shortly after the start. And at the back is Pacific Hideaway. More than 20 lengths covers the field. It's a loose lead for Sweet Fantasy to the half-mile pole, leading it by 2. Ratico called on to try and close the gap through a half in 47 4/5 seconds. Down at the rail comes Strength and Guidance with King's Leap racing in 4th. Now 4 lengths, maybe 5 off the lead. Salvation in the Purple Silks has moved up to claim 3rd, aggressively ridden to do so, as this front-running Sweet Fantasy continues to do it nicely on the front end. A long way to Taprit's Temper and Mythical Man. They turn for home. Sweet Fantasy with a commanding lead. Coming to the 8th pole, 6 lengths in front with a furlong to finish the job. In second is Salvation. King's Leap on the outside, but no one's getting anywhere near Sweet Fantasy, who rocketed out of the gate and blew them off the track. Sweet Fantasy strolls in by 5, wrapped up by Jose Ortiz. Salvation was second. Then it was King's Leap in 3rd, followed by Strength and Guidance, who finished 4th.
Dominance with the 2-year-olds continues for the Marcassi barn.
Wow. And listen, I was not expecting this, but this horse went to the front and just improved position at every single call. The race was over.
Yeah, I mean, this horse got so comfortable on the lead, just looked like he was a winner every step of the way. Got to lugging into the last 1/8 of a mile pretty hard on, towards the rail, but the race was over.
Yeah, look, and very impressive. Goofy on the wrong lead in the stretch, but did it the right way. And look, it's Travers, DraftKings Travers week, and I think it's at least important to point out it's 0 for 12 for Danny Gargan now. Dornick's going to take a lot of money.
This one wins at 5-2, 4-8-13. 5, let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Mark Cassie. And Mark, the beat continues for you and your barn with your 2-year-old.
Yeah, this was nice. We liked him early on, and he kind of disappointed us. His last race on the grass was really good. Good bunch. And today, I wasn't sure. He's an Arkansas bred, so there's no grass in Arkansas. So I said, well, let's see how he handles this. So he might have earned him a trip to Arkansas.
Exactly. Well, he looks like a horse that would appreciate the distance, too.
He does. I think, early on, you run those short races and you ask him to sprint. Today, he broke fast, and, Jose was able to let him settle, and you saw what happened. He ran all day.
Looking forward to this weekend. Are you looking forward to this weekend?
This is going to be interesting. So I fly to Woodbine on Friday morning. We have the King's Plate and all those stakes on Friday, and then I'm going to fly back Friday night, and we have a couple in grade ones here on Saturday. So.
Well, yeah, exactly. Full screen in the Forgo and Little Knee in the Allen Jerkins. Talk a little bit about that acquisition.
Yeah, you know what? We trained for Kem Stable, and they bought him, called me and said, would you like to train him? And I said, of course. And he's a nice horse. What a race. It's a tough race. So, but he's training great.
I was going to say, that is the toughest one to handicap by far. Well, Mark, congratulations here. Really job well done this summer.
Thank you.
All right, Hall of Famer Mark Cassie. Beat continues as Sweet Fantasy gets the win, guys.
It's just an incredible meet. It's been start to finish. He was at one point early on, I think he was 38%.
Yeah.
To start things out.
Well, this colt did it like his daddy, and he looks a little bit like his daddy Cross Traffic, who used his early speed to devastate horses in an Arkansas bred. Wow, he's going to be fun to watch.
Do not see that often here.
No.
Even coming here in the first place, but winning. How about that? So Sweet Fantasy, and easily Arkansas bred here in the nightcap. We'll be back with prices next.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano.
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Ram trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo!
In Italian to win it.
And it will be McCulloch, domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest, newspaper of record.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here on Saratoga Live. And the nightcap in the books. Mark Cassie continuing to produce with his youngsters. Gets another one here and does it with an Arkansas bred winning in New York.
Mariah Carey would be happy. Sweet,
Indeed.
sweet fantasy. I know you like that song. We all like that song. We all like Mariah's Christmas album, too. #1 selling Christmas album. But the Arkansas bred crushed him today. And I'll tell you what, when they start running for those $150,000 pots in Hot Springs,
he's going to be
It is amazing how much money they have on the line for the state bet program in Hot Springs.
Yeah. He's going to be a player. This is a racing rarity to see an Arkansas bred win in Saratoga, but Sweet Fantasy looked the winner every single step of the way, paying $760. Salvation, first-time starter, ran well under Dylan Davis. Jose Lascano did not ride today to run to be second.
Take a look at the pick 5, $661.
look at that.
Not
a horse
bad.
over $9.
$661 with that coming in.
And Morvino, your favorite, kind of like came back. That's actually a very good payout.
It's incredible. Some days when it comes off the grass, it just throws things off handicapping wise. I mean, coming up tomorrow, we have early stakes action on the card. You guys with me? Tomorrow early?
Yeah. I'm late.
I'm late.
All right, me and JK. Grade 2, Ballston Spa.
Me and you, Paul.
Mile on the 16th, and Gina Romantica, 9 to 5 morning line for Chad Brown.
Yeah, look, she's a talented runner who finally kind of broke through. Last year was just kind of on the outskirts. Now, went a mile and 1/8 in the Diana, probably a little bit further than she wants to go. Now she's cutting back to the mile and the 16th. I think she'll be one of the ones to beat in here. There's another Chad Brown runner I've been chasing around for the last 3 months, Coppice. I think I'm officially going to go ahead and jump off that bandwagon.
No! Jump on back with me. I'm telling you, JK, tomorrow's the day for Coppice.
Why? Tell us why.
I'm just telling you. I'm just nothing against LaFranchi Dettori. This horse got pinned behind horses last time. Did not have the best trips. And you go back, and I understand Chili Flag did not, turn out, but I just think Coppice is going to run a giant race tomorrow.
Well, there's a couple other Chad Browns, too. He has a good chance to win this race. I'm not done with Delahaye just yet, but you Cachet beat
true.
that one in the matchmaker. Can we bet the trainer?
Right?
What kind of price you going to get?
The problem I have with Beau Cachet is that in her last 2 wins, she's absolutely crawled on the front end. And maybe that happens again here today. I just think she's got better horses in behind her today, or tomorrow.
I would think do you think the other Chet?
50-3 for the half.
She may crawl again on the lead, though. I mean, I agree with that. I think this field is much deeper than what she faced in the matchmaker, but she's going to get things her own way again.
Well, if you believe that the pace was slow on the matchmaker, then you do have to like the 3 Delahaye, who was trying to close into that pace that wasn't very fast.
In the only horse in here, obviously with no rain, with the main track only, you got Todd Pletcher with the 1. What happens with surprisingly? I mean, where does that horse go against 4 Chad Brown horses?
A little bit of a stumble last time out in that matchmaker against Beau Cachet and Delahaye. I mean, not that far out of the mix. It just seems like some of these Chad Brown runners are
look pretty formidable.
A little bit better.
And listen, even though the weather's look like it's going to cooperate and we've got a little breeze and things are drying out well, they're still going to be given this course. Today in the 1 turf race you're in, the John's Call, it was definitely on the softer side of good. And you could see they were pulling clumps up. So I think we're still going to have a certain amount of give to this course, and I think that's something you got to factor in your handicapping.
That comes up again early tomorrow on the coverage. 1:44 Eastern start time for that Grade 2 Ballston spot 4. Chad Brown, Phillies Ramirez going against, surprisingly, for Todd Pletcher as he tries to rack up another graded stakes win on the lawn. 2 wins today again for Flying P, another horse who ran huge, runner-up. Yeah. Those horses continuing to run huge. We will see tomorrow. We're back at 1 Eastern start time on our Thursday Fox Sports 2 coverage. John's Call, it was those Flying P Silks. Catkin Peak, dominant in the Marathon John's Call, the only race that remained on the grass today. Gina Romantica, we just talked about, will try and pick up the 6th win of her career in that Ballston Spa. Torpedo Anna, can she make history against the boys on Saturday? We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.